Captain Manet to relieve him of bridge duty. While Alex waited, he manipulated the holovid as Julian tracked the remaining swarm of dark travelers, which were busy pulverizing the massive debris sections of the World Traveler, intent on decimating every square meter of their jailer's ship. The bridgeway doors slid open and Renee came through at a run. She threw herself into Alex's arms so hard, even he had to step back twice to counter her weight. With her arms wrapped tightly around his neck, her cheek softly rubbed the side of his head. She didn't say a word. That's the proper way to celebrate the moment, Julian thought. I will find a way to apologize, my friend. Alex let Renee slide gently down to the deck, their arms still about one another. He kissed her warmly and tenderly. "Will there be time for us now?" she asked him. "Soon, I promise. We have a few stops to make before we reach our new home." "And you still aren't sharing our final destination?" "There are too many things in our way for me to be sure of our final destination." "Your pardon, Admiral," Julian interrupted. "The silver ships have finished their destruction of the prison ship and have turned our way." "Julian, plot it on the holovid," Alex ordered. Alex and Renee watched as Julian populated the holovid with the reverse position, a bright blue dot, and the positions of the dark travelers, a swarm of yellow dots, all of them converging on the reverse. "Any orders, Admiral?" asked Julian. "Negative, Julian. Proceed to the position over Libra as requested." The yellow dots continued to close. Alex expanded the view until a mere 5 kilometers separated the two closest yellow dots to the reverse. Then they began to circle the blue dot. Alex and Renee stared open-mouthed as more yellow dots approached their position and joined the others. Soon the holovid displayed a translucent yellow sphere surrounding a blue dot. "Julian, since we're still here," Alex said, "I would say we're observing a celebratory moment." "It would appear so, Admiral. The dark travelers are circling our position. That this number of ships is doing so at their velocity is quite impressive." "They have a great deal to celebrate, Julian. Where is our hitchhiker?" "Ah," Julian remarked after searching out the term hitchhiker. "Our Sui-Sui is holding a position just forward and off our port bow." "All right, Julian. Continue as ordered. No quick turns while the Sui-Sui are celebrating." "Understood, Admiral. A quick turn would decidedly ruin their celebration. And ours," Julian replied. Once Edouard arrived on the bridge, Alex updated him on their destination and his intention to take the outward-bound planet side to visit the Sui-Sui. "We're visiting the Sui-Sui, Admiral?" Edouard asked. "Are you sure they want us to visit?" Renee burst out laughing over Edouard's concern. She shuffle-danced her way off the bridge, her hands punching the air overhead as she punctuated each word of her chant of "Star Hunter first! Star Hunter first!" Edouard stared incredulously at his co-leader as she danced off the bridge. The changes in his Méridien cohorts continually amazed him, as their behaviors more often mirrored the traits of the new Terrans. He admitted to himself that the new Terrans' bold behaviors intrigued him, but he hadn't been able to adopt many of them for himself. In one regard, he wished he had already. His thoughts turned to his co-pilot, Miko. As the bridge access way slid open and Renee disappeared around the corner, he turned back to his admiral. Alex simply pointed at the bridge access way, saying, "What she said," and disappeared after Renee. Alex and Renee entered the meal room to the resounding applause of the crew. Renee stepped aside and joined the applause. Interestingly, not a single Libran bestowed honor on the admiral. The action didn't fit what they felt. The gesture was quiet. They felt loud. It was passive. They felt alive. So the Librans whistled, yelled, and applauded alongside their new Terran crewmates. Alex remained standing at the head table while all took their seats. "Today you can be very proud of yourself," Alex began. You've accomplished 2 wonderful feats in one day. You've helped to free an alien race, one enslaved for generations, and you've enabled those individuals to eliminate a threat to the entire human race. If it wasn't observed, it's important for me to tell you that the Sui lost, in addition to what we destroyed, 7 more ships full of their hive members. And before you pointed out, yes, we lost crew to them. But didn't we make the assumption that the silver ships were driven by deadly aliens who were intent on killing all humans? Both sides have taken lives. What we should remember is that the Nual were the enemy here, and they have paid the ultimate price for their crimes against humans and Sui. Enjoy your meal. It's well earned. Alex sat down to another round of applause. He raised his hand in a languid fashion to wave it off, and mealtime got seriously underway. Fear drives the body hard. The appetites were enormous tonight, none more so than that of Alex. Pia and Genevieve grinned at Renee as they made extra trips to the head table. Alex gave them polite nods as they delivered dishes while he continued to tear rolls and sop up the juices before the empty dishes could be removed. Pia's private com to Renee was full of mirth. Such an efficient strategy. The Admiral saves the recycler from the need to clean his dishes. "25. The Outward Bound eased away from the Rever. When clear of the liner, Captain Manet ignited its primary engines for the trip planetside to Libra. Aboard for the historic occasion were Alex, Renee, Therese, Etienne, Alain, Tatya with 4 armed troopers, and the standard outward-bound crew of Miko, Pia, and the techs Lyle and Zeke. "Julian, where is our personal Sui?" Alex sent. "He's keeping pace with you, Admiral, off your aft port quarter. It appears you have an escort planetside." Alex relayed the information concerning their escort to Edouard, who confirmed he had the Dark Traveler on his controller's telemetry. Alex adjusted his belt harness, which Julian had hurriedly programmed with the basic Sui vocabulary. Under the circumstances, Alex was going to remain linked to Julian via the Outward Bound, and Julian would have Cordelia and Mutter monitor their comm. The cliff top above the beach where the Sui had disgorged their hive members was littered with Dark Travelers, and shells were in the process of being dismantled. Edouard searched for a clear place to land the shuttle. The openings were few and far between, and he circled the area looking for a safe spot. Miko glanced at her captain's intent expression, marked with a deep frown. "After all we've been through, Captain, it would probably be a bad thing to kill the Admiral in a shuttle landing in perfect weather." Edouard glanced at Miko, and a small smile erased his frown. He eased his grip on the control stick and relaxed his hunched shoulders. Edouard made one more turn around the landing area and slid the Outward Bound neatly into a clear slot in the field. As they came to rest, Miko reported grass fires, and Edouard fired the belly extinguishers, starving the fires of oxygen before they could spread. Alex led his entourage down the gangway ramp. Tatya's request to lead with her 4 troopers was politely denied. "We're here to establish relationships, not prove our dominance, Commander," Alex had replied. Still, Tatya had her troopers position themselves on the outskirts of the company as they walked toward the cliff. She was especially grateful for the presence of the twins, who closely shadowed Alex and Renee. The Dark Travelers lay nestled in the grass and rocky soil. As Alex's company wound past them, the humans took note of the large irregular holes cut in the sides of the hulls near ground level. "Biological ingress and egress, Admiral," Julian said, monitoring from on high. As the humans neared the cliffs, a Dark Traveler gracefully set down, barely 30 meters away. No engines flaring, no hot gases emanating, no noise, and no grass fires. "Julian," Alex sent, his thoughts speeding to his friend. "A wonderful idea, Admiral," Julian shot back. "How many do we need?" Alex asked. "I believe 2 would be more than sufficient, 1 with an opening and 1 without." Alex halted his company. They watched as a small hole opened in the side of the recently landed ship. Alex was fascinated as the Sui enlarged the holes. Saliva was applied to the edges of the hole and chips were broken off. The process was methodical. "Julian, I take it this is our Sui?" Alex asked, transmitting his visual. "Yes, Admiral," Julian replied. "Our first waited until you had landed and disembarked before he landed his craft." When the hole was large enough, the blunt-clawed individuals pulled back, and a large, sharp-clawed Sui hurried out of the hole and scurried toward the humans. Its speed over the ground was blinding, and several troopers charged their plasma rifles in response. Even Etienne and Alain unholstered their stun guns and stood ready. "Steady, people," Alex sent. The Sui individual stopped 2 meters short of the group, and Alex presumed it was the first with whom they had communicated for many days. His eye stalks roamed briefly over the entire entourage before all 4 eyes focused on Alex. He raised his pair of edged and pointed claws into the air, reaching Alex's waist, and then began bobbing up and down excitedly and snapping his claws. This was humanity's first face-to-face view of the Sui, and the view was unsettling. 3 meters long from claw tips to tail, which lay curled over the first's back, twin pairs of eye stalks, a bright blue-green carapace that sparkled in the sunlight, large, pointed, dangerous claws placed outward of small hands, 3 pairs of walking legs, and a segmented tail with lateral fins that appeared both insect-like and fish-like at the same time. The first whistled a phrase over and over. It was a common phrase which Alex's translator handled. It was, "Star Hunter first." Alex regarded the crab-scorpion-like creature in front of him. He was searching for the correct approach when his father's words about business came to him. "Meet people at their level. Don't push your agenda. Learn theirs first," Duggan had said. Alex smiled at the thought that his father probably had never thought his words would apply to these circumstances. Alex sat down on his rear in the grass, crossing his legs and tucking his feet under the opposite thigh. The claws of the first were now at eye level. Alex raised his arms, touching each thumb to each first finger to imitate claws, and signaled his belt translator, which issued, "Affirmative, Star Hunter first." Renee quietly chuckled to herself. To the rest of the team, she sent, "Always the unexpected." Her remark and subsequent laughter eased the tension among her comrades. The Sui lowered his claws below the level of Alex's hands and carefully closed the distance until the upper part of his alien claws touched the lower part of Alex's human hands. "Hive first," he whistled, then lowered his body to the ground, warbling softly. "Anyone?" Alex sent to his Sades. Mutter replied, "Admiral, it's similar to the tones used during the Sui lament, while they awaited your decision on whether you would destroy them for what they had done to the Star Hunter worlds. It's similar but not the same, Admiral. I would regard this as a thank you, or perhaps an apology." "Thank you, Mutter," Alex replied. When the first finished and rose back up on his standing legs, Alex whistled, "Sui first." It was odd to hear the whistles and warbles emanate from his chest, but obviously it was effective. The hive first whirled with blinding speed and let loose a sharp whistle that was echoed by others. The call was passed over and down the cliffs. Within moments, a large Sui male emerged from a cut in the cliff and scuttled at high speed over the grass to stop beside the hive first. Both twins had carefully noted the speed with which the Sui had moved and edged closer to their charges. The Sui first's claws were also raised in the air, and the hive first carefully lowered his just below his leader's claws. Alex twigged to the indication of dominance that the claw height represented. The hive first slowly bobbed up and down, attempting to rein in his excitement. Alex's translator allowed him to recognize an introduction of the Sui first to him. Alex again extended his hands in a claw-like fashion, deliberately placing his hands several centimeters below that of the Sui first's claws. As the heavily scarred individual scuttled forth to close the distance, he lowered his claws below that of Alex's hands, just as the hive first had done. My, such a clever human, Julian teased Alex in private. Alex grinned to himself at Julian's twist on his own tease a day ago to his friend. After the Sui first's introduction to Alex, Renee sent to the others, "The new Terran children have a game called Follow the Leader." Then she sat down on the grass next to Alex and copied his cross-legged position. Etienne and Delin followed suit to take up positions on either side of the Admiral and Serre. The remaining humans in the party chose to remain standing, but pressed in closer to the foursome seated on the ground. The Sui first whirled to face the people, who had paused in their work to observe the star hunters. He whistled and warbled for a few moments. Alex's translator caught only Star Hunter First, mentioned twice during the announcement. Suddenly, hundreds of Sui poured from the cliff-top cut and the interiors of the Dark Travelers to join the numbers on the grass, and all rushed headlong toward Alex's company. Human fingers twitched on weapons, arms tensed, and eyes narrowed. Overriding all the angst was Alex's message. Everyone remain calm. If they aren't our friends by now, it won't matter. The Sui packed close to the human party, ringing them in a circle. Their legs intersected one another, and Alex could see himself walking across their sea of shells without touching the ground. The thought brought a smile to his face. Seeing a smile spread over Alex's face as the mass of scuttling aliens crowded closer, Renee sent privately to him, "Some days, my love, I'm not sure who is stranger, you or the aliens." The Sui first began bobbing slowly up and down. The assembled mob, with their legs interlinked, imitated the motion. Soon the entire assembly was bobbing in unison, faster and faster, until the Sui first's whistle froze their motion. Then the Sui first appeared to address Alex, but his support above could not manage the translation. The hive first conversed with his leader, and then whistled briefly to Alex. "Admiral, it's a variation of the term for female," Mutter sent. "I suspect he is asking if the three beside you are your mates. This might be an assumption on the leader's part because of the more diminutive size of our people compared to your own. The Sui males are the larger specimens in the crowd in front of you and are marked by their pointed claws." Alex motioned to Renee beside him and repeated the hive first's whistle, which his translator had recorded as mate. The Sui first scuttled sideways to stop in front of Renee. His blue-green claws, each the side of her head, were lowered to the grass in front of her, and the leader sang a low, rich tune. "Admiral Serre, I believe the leader has wished you many younglings. Some number approximating hundreds, if I understand this portion correctly," Mutter said. Alex glanced at Renee and was happy to see that he wasn't the only one that could be made to blush. When she looked at him, she actually ducked her head down, hiding a smile. "Aha," Alex thought, and raised his hands to gain the attention of the leader, who scuttled back in front of Alex and raised his claws to touch the undersides of Alex's hands. Alex pointed a hand claw at the leader and repeated the whistle for mate. The two Sui males exchanged some brief tones and tweets before starting toward the cliff face. The host of Sui had moved aside, opening a path. After a few meters, the hive first turned back and waved his true hands at Alex, indicating he should follow. The company of humans divided. Tatia, Therese, and 2 troopers stayed on top, while Alex, Renee, the twins, and the other 2 troopers descended a path that had been recently cut into the cliff face. It was wide enough for 2 Sui-Sui to pass each other. The entourage wound down the cliff face to a rocky beach that extended for 200 meters before segueing to a sandy beach. Out in the shallow waters, a large coral and stone dome was taking shape. Alex, curious as always, began to walk toward it. In an instant, several Sui-Sui blocked his way. They were females, marked by blunt claws, smaller bodies than the males, but with sturdier builds, and segmented tails with lateral fins less developed than the males. The leader's whistle was loud and strident. It was followed by insistent whistling and warbling, and in answer the females lowered their claws and backed away. Alex stepped up to the dome to peer into the interior. Hundreds, if not thousands, of small sacs held wriggling embryos. Hatchlings, Alex sent out via his harness, pointing to the dome. The leader and the hive first bobbed up and down in surprise. They both whistled, affirmative. Alex walked over to a patch of sand, the aliens and humans trooping behind him. He drew a large circle in the sand, and the eye stalks of the 2 Sui-Sui males bent to examine it. Alex pointed to the dome and drew small circles within his larger circle, adding the whistle for hatchlings. Then he pointed to the sky, closed his arms in a circle, pointed to his circle, and whistled hatchlings again. For a moment, the 2 males conversed, their true hands waving in support of their words. Then the hive first scuttled close to Alex, who could smell the scent of sea from his shell. The first lowered himself to the ground to reach the circle with his true hands. He erased a portion of Alex's circle and redrew it as 3/5 complete. He pointed a large claw at the dome, then the circle, and finally whistled a mournful song. "Sades," Alex sent. "Do you interpret this as the Sui-Sui managed only to rescue about 60% of their younglings?" "We would, Admiral," Cordelia responded. Alex looked at the cut-down circle. The eye stalks of the 2 males were staring at it. "We see a partial circle in the sand," Alex thought. "They see a count of their dead, younglings and adults." Alex made a decision that had been rolling around in the back of his mind for days, and he acted on it. He raised his hands, and the leader's eye stalks rose up to focus on him. Alex opened his hands, palm up. The leader eyed Alex's open hands. He scuttled close, swinging his great claws wide to accommodate reaching out with his true hands. Each felt a light, smooth touch. While Alex held the leader's hands, he strung together a simple vocabulary and whistled, "World, Sui-Sui world, Sui-Sui search endless seas." He repeated his message after letting go of the leader's true hands, indicating the expanse of cliffs and sea. "Alex, the Council, they might object," Renee sent anxiously. In response, she heard Alex's bark of laughter and received, "Let them object." The leader whistled to the hive first, and the 2 males carried on a protracted conversation. Alex waited in amusement. He could imagine the leader asking his hive first if he got the Star Hunter's message correctly. The hive first turned to Alex and gestured with his claws to encompass the cliff, sky, and seas, and whistled, "Sui-Sui." "Affirmative," Alex whistled. The first whistled, "Sui-Sui plus Star Hunters," to which Alex replied, "Negative Star Hunters, affirmative Sui-Sui." He watched the first's eye stalks droop, and the thought crossed his mind that the Sui-Sui wanted their Star Hunters close for protection. To comfort the first, he whistled, "Star Hunters travel worlds, negative Nual, negative Hunters." His message got through. The first perked up, turned to his leader, and let burst a resounding set of whistles and warbles. It set off the entire community, who joined in raucous celebration. Younger Sui scurried across the rocks and sands to dive into the sea. Smaller young ones raced across the beach, flipping scoops of sand at one another. Alex looked over at his people, who were very aware of what he had done. They were smiling at him, and he grinned back, his smile stretching ear to ear. It feels good to help others, Alex thought. Let the council scream. During the people's celebration, a heavily scarred female, one of the larger ones the humans had seen, swam ashore from behind the dome. She waded ashore and scurried up to the leader, dropping her heavy dinged claws to the sand in front of him. The leader turned to Alex and whistled, "Mate," indicating the heavy female with his claw. The leader's mate lowered herself completely in front of Alex, her claws digging into the sand, and whistled, "Star Hunter first." She repeated her action in front of Renee, whistling, "Star Hunter first, mate." As the leader's mate rose up, Renee instinctively stretched a hand toward one of the female's eye stalks. But the Sui female quickly withdrew it into her shell. A shrill whistle, followed by warbling tones from the leader, had the female slowly extending her eye stalk and crawling forward until Renee could reach it. Renee leaned carefully forward to examine the far right eye stalk. All eyes followed her, human eyes and eye stalks, including the other three of the mate's eye stalks. Renee could see matter accumulated in the corner of the nictitating membrane from thin, slightly blue-tinted liquid that wept from the eye. "Therese," Renee sent, "I need you now." "The Admiral?" Therese sent anxiously. "Negative, Therese. I need you to examine a Sui. It took Therese and a trooper a quarter-hour to navigate the path down from the cliff. Alex spent the time watching the young Sui scuttle from the shallow waters with catches of small fish and crustaceans. Most scurried to deliver their catches to the females working diligently to complete the hatchling dome. At the call of the Sui first, several young scuttled up to Alex and company and laid their still wriggling catch at his feet. The hive first, squatting next to Alex, looked at the catch on the sand. His eye stalks rotated to Alex and back to the wriggling fish and crustaceans. The first knew that there was much the people did not know about the Star Hunters and was concerned that the offering might provide offense. Alex ran through a series of responses, hoping to find one that would not insult the hosts. He eyed one small youngling who was offering his tiny 4-inch fish to a large scarred female. She pulled his small offering off his sharp claw and stuffed the fish in her mouth. Then she tapped her blunt claw on the top of the youngling's carapace and warbled to him. The little one bobbed up and down in excitement and dashed back into the waters. Several other females whistled to her, and she warbled back. Alex sensed the females were sharing their admiration for the young hunter, and they approved of the female's choice not to diminish his offering. Alex indicated the food at his feet and then pointed to the dome. He whistled mates and young. The first took Alex's offer with good grace and whistled to the young who had waited nearby. They snatched up the food, raced into the water to rinse the sand off their catch, and swam out to the dome to feed the females. Therese kneeled next to Renee, who pointed to the weeping eye stalk. She pulled out her reader and several attachments, one of which she pulled over her head. It was a small but powerful magnifying lens. The leader's mate watched the human extract the tools, so much like the instruments employed by the Nual. She resigned herself to her fate. If the price of the people's freedom was the gift of her life to the Star Hunters, she was willing to make the sacrifice. She had brought forth hundreds of younglings for her people, many of which never lived a full life. She had done her duty as the leader's mate. Therese leaned toward the eye stalk, which twitched at her touch. She leaned back and held out her hands, palms up, as she had seen Alex do, the image of which had been shared by Julian. The mate carefully placed her true hands in the Star Hunter's hands. She waited for the pain, the end, but nothing happened. The Star Hunter held her true hands gently. She tentatively gripped the strange hands and, in return, received a gentle squeeze. A warble of relief escaped her breathway. When Therese felt the Sui-Sui mate relax, she released her hands and bent once again to examine the eye stalk. The female held steady for her. Therese gently pulled back the nictitating membrane, searching for damage or an irritant. "Sir," Therese sent, "a grain of crystal appears to have lodged in the eye membrane. Some flesh has grown over it in order to protect the eye." "Can you remove it, Therese?" Renee asked. "With cooperation, sir," Therese replied. "Alex," Renee sent, "should Therese attempt to remove the irritant?" Alex studied the males who ringed them. Eye stalks flicked back and forth from him to the three females, human and Sui-Sui, clustered close together. "Use your judgment, Therese," Alex sent to her and Renee. "Sir, your assistance, please," Therese requested. Therese moved to the female's right, and Renee took her place, extending her hands. The female edged closer, resting her digging claws in the sand, and took Renee's hands. When Therese edged toward the female's side, the mate lowered herself into the sand, tucking her 6 walking legs under her to allow Therese easier access. Therese gently pulled the eye stalk toward her and peeled back the nictitating membrane. With her magnifying lens in place, she calibrated a small device via her implant, and a tiny laser cut a slit through the flesh enclosing the irritant. She activated her tool with a second command, and air sucked the grain of sand into the tool's mouth. The final command to the tool reactivated the laser, but rather than cut, it sealed the slit. Therese removed her tool and folded the membrane back over the eye. The matron felt the Star Hunter's mate let go of her true hands. She blinked her distressed eye once. She paused, missing the usual irritation, and blinked again. Nothing, no pain, just a slight soreness. Therese's rear end sat down hard on the sand as she recoiled from the piercing whistle of the Sui-Sui's first mate. She thought for a moment that she had hurt the female. But when the matron started to spin round and round in the sand, whistling and warbling, her people joining in, Therese smiled at the successful outcome. "Well done, Therese," Renee said, resting her hand on her friend's shoulder. Always so carefully presentable, Therese was laughing at her present conditions. Blue liquid coating her surgical gloves, pants caked in sand, and hair wind-blown to one side of her head. But it didn't matter. She was pleased she could help these unusual creatures. "For a moment, sir, I thought I was going to be considered catch," Therese sent in relief. She got up, brushing the sand from her clothes as the leader scuttled up to her, whistling and furiously snapping his powerful claws. Therese took a step back, caught a boot on a rock, and sat back down on her rear. The leader crawled over her legs, looming above her, and continuing to whistle and snap. Before Therese could scream in panic, she felt hands hoist her into the air and found she was sitting on Alex's broad shoulder. The panic eased from her chest, or started to, before she looked down and saw male and female Sui-Sui clustered around the Admiral's legs, snapping and whistling. "Ready to get down, Therese?" Alex asked. Therese eyed the jubilant Sui-Sui dancing around Alex's legs. "Despite this embarrassing position, Admiral, if you don't mind, I would like to stay a moment longer." She heard Alex's laugh and felt his deep bass rumble through her rear. Her fear drained away, and she began to giggle over her reaction and her rescue perch. "That's better," she received from Alex, and felt him pat her calf. The Sui-Sui paused in their celebration and opened a corridor to a small cave under the cliff. A Sui-Sui female crawled from the cave, her pace painfully slow. From her high viewpoint, Therese spotted the long crack in the upper carapace, the edges moving slightly. A pain of sympathy shot through her heart, and she wiggled to be set down. As if by command, she felt her feet touch the ground, and she raced over to the damaged female. "Admiral, I will need assistance," Therese sent. "Name it, Therese," Alex replied. For the next half hour, Alex arranged transport. The outward-bound Tex, Lyle, and Zeke brought a grav pallet down to the beach. The humans carefully lifted the female onto the pallet. Therese wanted to manage the carapace repair aboard ship, but she needed to run tests on the Sui-Sui physiology first. Alex had the Tex collect seawater samples, which Therese could use to create a solution to support the Sui-Sui's breathways. Alex attempted to communicate to the first that they needed some fresh fish, undamaged, but all that the young brought had been speared. It was the matrons who caught on, and Alex soon had a basket with seawater and several fresh and very alive fish. It took Therese 3 days to complete the repair. She could have done it in 2, but her work would have left a seam. When she finished, the repair was invisible. Therese coaxed the Sui-Sui female onto a grav pallet for the transport back planetside, and kept her there for her own safety while the crew floated her down to the beach. The poor female had injured the carapace years ago, and had adopted a strange manner of crawling to minimize the motion of the shell's halves. She would need to relearn to walk properly. When the Sui-Sui female climbed off the pallet, she whistled her triumph, and a celebration ensued. The days spent with the female aboard the Reaver had taught Therese that despite their fierce and alien appearance, they were extremely gentle. This time Therese didn't panic when the Sui-Sui surrounded her, snapping and whistling. She surprised herself by laughing and whirling in a circle with her hands over her head, snapping her fingers to imitate their snapping claws. Her implant was in record mode, and she thought of sharing the moment later with Tomas and Amelia. Life is wonderful again, she thought, and the last vestiges of pain over the loss of 70 years in stasis slipped away. The Moneymaker and Freedom made their way to Libra. Throughout the events unfolding on planet, Julian continued to broadcast to the flotilla and prepare his ongoing summaries for New Terra. He was extremely proud of what had been achieved. The vids were his way of honoring New Terra's famous son and announcing his small part in the events. Alex signaled Tomas and had him ready a shuttle bay for delivery of 2 dark travelers. "We are taking 2 Sui-Sui fighters aboard, Admiral?" Tomas questioned. "Leap to the future, Director," Alex said. "On our new home, what will our industries be that will compete with the Confederation, or produce products that will exceed the Méridien tech that was given New Terra?" In the silence that followed, Alex could imagine the implant burning in Tomas's head, possibly connecting with Cordelia, who surely had received the plan to take on 2 dark travelers from Julian. "Imaginative, Admiral," Tomas sent. "I see I have been dwelling on the past and our people's losses. You remind me that as a director, I must be looking to the future. Apologies, Admiral. Should we prepare accommodations for the Sui-Sui?" "That won't be necessary, Director," Alex sent back. "They won't be staying aboard for any length of time." Alex had had a prolonged communication with the Sui-Sui leader and his first to express his desire to take 2 dark travelers. Once they understood his request, Sui-Sui headed for 2 of the ships, and Alex was forced to stop them and relay the concept of waiting till later, an idea easier to think than express. When the remainder of the flotilla achieved orbit, Alex returned planetside aboard the Outward Bound. The Sui-Sui greeted him and his people when they descended the gangway ramp. Therese's habit of dancing with the Sui-Sui when they gathered round, snapping and whistling, had been adopted. Alex and his people danced in circles, snapping their fingers and whistling. The Sui-Sui loved it, making even more noise. In moments, the festivities were over, and the Sui-Sui disappeared back to their work. The flotilla's hive first came to greet Alex, as was his habit. Communication between the species was improving with the help of the Sades. More than once, Alex and the first had amicably walked the path to the beach, and watched the females building the hatchling dome and their homes, which were embedded in the cliff face. A startling discovery for Alex was that their dwellings were not the dark silver of their ships' hulls. They were translucent structures of blues, greens, tans, and whites, and were a feast for human eyes, most noticeably at sunset or at the crossover of Libra's twin moons, when they glowed from the light's refraction. Today, Alex pointed to the 2 dark travelers, which had been left untouched. The other ships were in various states of having their shells stripped. The Hive first whistled his commands, and several males and females came scurrying. He joined them as they hurried to board the 2 dark travelers. The females immediately began sealing up the holes in the shells. Alex and Etienne boarded the Outward Bound and lifted off to wait for the dark travelers, which were soon airborne. The dark travelers kept pace with Alex's shuttle as they headed for the Freedom. Captain Edouard dropped velocity 10 kilometers out from the Freedom and eased into a bay's catchlock. It was Alex's hope that the single-file, one-at-a-time entry method into a catchlock and subsequently bay would be familiar to the Sui-Sui, as it imitated the prison ship's recovery method for the dark travelers. When the Outward Bound was floated into the bay on a grav sled, Alex and Etienne disembarked at a run to await the arrival of the dark travelers. After a few tense moments, the catchlock recycled, and the first dark traveler entered the bay, ignoring the grav sled and choosing its own place to land on the deck. Alex and Etienne shared a grin. The fighter had power and therefore maneuverability, even in a bay, without endangering anyone nearby. For the first time, Alex noticed a slight flattening on the base of the fighter, which allowed it to maintain an upright position on the deck. The females were already opening the first shell when the second dark traveler entered the bay and landed beside the first fighter. Once the Sui-Sui had exited their craft, Alex, with a few gestures and whistles, prompted the Sui-Sui females to seal one of the shells, allowing his engineers to have a completed shell to study. When the females finished, Alex waved the males and females alike to follow him as he climbed the Outward Bound's gangway ramp. While the Sui-Sui worked on the dark travelers, several hundred Librans had come through the bay's airlock, which accommodated 20 people at a time. Boarding the Outward Bound, the Hive first paused and turned at the top of the gangway ramp to regard the Librans. As one, the hundreds of Libran well-wishers raised their hands over their heads and snapped their fingers. The Hive first returned their farewell, raising and snapping his claws, bobbing up and down, and whistling his excitement. He turned and joined his brethren aboard the shuttle, hunkering down in the aisles with them and joining their conversations, whistling and warbling their impressions of the Star Hunter's ship to one another. Alex was careful to point out to Edouard that the dark travelers probably had extremely smooth acceleration and deceleration, and asked the captain to give their guests the smoothest flight possible. Within hours, they were landing back above the cliffs along the Clarion seas. After the Sui-Sui had disembarked, Alex felt a moment of sadness. He wanted to continue to get to know this unique alien species. He had to be satisfied with one thing he had done to maintain contact with them. Alex had ordered Julian to reposition the FTL station that had survived the Nual's earlier incursion into the system. It was moved from its hiding place behind a moon of the outer planet to one over Libra, arriving only a day behind the flotilla. Alex requested the Hive first call the Sui-Sui first. With 8 eyeballs trained on him, Alex presented a small device housed in a waterproof shed that Lyle and Zeke had anchored to the ground. Alex pointed to the device's hand-sized button under the thin but sturdy cover. He whistled, "Sui-Sui shelter. Sing Star Hunters plus Sui-Sui." Then Alex smashed the cover, striking the blue disc beneath it. A whistle emanated from the small structure, singing Star Hunters over and over for several moments. His instructions resulted in the usual dialogue between the 2 Sui-Sui males, then both turned to Alex and bobbed up and down, singing affirmative. As his farewell gift to the Sui-Sui, Alex had the leader call all the people to the cliff top. Several engineers and techs had assembled a mini-comm station that could transmit to and from the FTL station overhead. But rather than a simple comm speaker, it had a set of the best audio duplicators Julian could design and Mickey could build. Once the people were assembled, the Sui-Sui First whistled his acknowledgement of the Star Hunter First's offering. Many of the people bobbed in anticipation, but Alex used his hands to gesture for quiet. Their Hive First intuited the gesture and warbled softly to the people. The hundreds of assembled Sui-Sui quieted and settled to the grass, tucking their walking legs under them. When all was whisper quiet on the cliff top, Alex sent, "Mutter, your audience is ready." Mutter had chosen to serenade the people. This was to be the Star Hunter's farewell, even though as the anointed Hive Singer, she could now entertain the people from afar whenever she wished. Her song was melodic and smoothing. As Mutter sang, Alex watched the Sui-Sui settle into a dreamlike state. Even their ever-searching eye stalks pulled back into their carapaces. He signaled his people to quietly board the ship, which had been deliberately set back hundreds of meters from the cliff face. When the voice of the people's Hive Singer faded away, ending her serenade, Alex ordered Captain Edouard to lift off and return to the Rever. 26. Cordelia had a critical piece of intelligence to deliver. She waited until the ships were under power and exiting the system. The news was important, but little could be done about it now, and she had not wanted to interrupt the momentous events taking place with the Sui-Sui. "Admiral," Cordelia began, "I have conferenced in Julian and Mutter for some data we must share." "Go ahead, Cordelia," Alex replied. "Some of my information is fact and some is conjecture on my part, Admiral," Cordelia began. "Just before the Sui-Sui's Dark Traveler slammed into the fourth-ringed ship exiting the bay, I detected a high-wave energy transmission from the Nual ship. By fortune, it passed close enough to the Freedom that our telemetry scans recorded it." "What can you tell me about the nature of the transmission?" Alex asked. "Very little, Admiral," Cordelia replied. "We have nothing similar, so there is no means by which we may unravel it. We do know that although brief, the transmission was quite powerful, and we detected modulation of a carrier pulse." "Is that it, Cordelia?" Alex asked. "One more item, Admiral," Cordelia sent. "Our location and the Nual's position gave us the opportunity to track the direction of the transmission." This was the part where Alex could hear Julian asking him if he was sitting down, rather than pacing or walking the corridor. "What did you discover, Cordelia?" "The beam was aimed at a point that would pass Hellebore and continue on toward what we believe is the original source of the Nual, Admiral. In our estimation, the Nual sent an emergency distress signal home." "Wonderful," Alex sent, his thoughts filled with disgust. "That useless excuse for an intelligent race doesn't even have the decency to die quietly." Before reaching New Terra, Alex held a conference comm with Renee and his officers, laying out a request for 2 lists of supplies. The first request was to ensure each ship was fully stocked before they left Oistus. The second request was for their wish list. "Pardon me, Admiral," Tomas interrupted. "I'm not familiar with this form of list." "In this case, Tomas," Alex replied, "I want everyone to imagine they have made planetfall. Your planet is habitable, but you need to start an economy from scratch. What do you need to kickstart your society?" "Admiral, the lists could be enormous," Tatia replied. "Even if some of the wishes were feasible, I don't believe we have the wherewithal to purchase them. The wish list commander will ensure that all of you are thinking about the future, not tomorrow, not a year from now, but 10 or 20 years from now. The wish list will help us create a map toward our new society." So we dream up this list and use it as a plan for the future, but we haven't the means to purchase any of the items, Renee said. Purchase, no. Trade, yes, Alex replied. Before anyone could puzzle out Alex's response, the elderly Captain Cordova added his thoughts. Admiral, I would wish to be 100 years younger. I would be the first in line to be your business partner in this new free economy world we will build. Still, I'm proud that I will live to see it grow and, more importantly, be part of it. A wonderful sentiment, sir, but I, for one, am still confused, Renee said. Apologies, sir, Captain Cordova replied gallantly. We won't need to purchase our wish list. We will set up agreements to trade for these items. Our far-seeing admiral holds the economic opportunity for our new world in the Freedom's Bay. The Dark Travelers, Tatia exclaimed. We have gravity drives and shells that collect gravitational waves. The excitement about the uses of gravity drives suddenly had everyone sharing their thoughts. Méridien technology had perfected grav lifts, but they were limited to lifting a few meters above a substantial mass. Sky towers required the installation of groups of grav lifts on each floor to offset the enormous weight of the buildings. But grav drives had no such limitations. Shuttles could be inexpensive to operate, environmentally friendly, and whisper quiet. Alex let his people share their thoughts for a while longer. Their excitement was doing much to help them imagine the future, where he needed them to focus. Admiral, Mickey broke into the conversation with a priority signal, which everyone heeded. This is all well and good, incorporating grav drives into our economy, but what if we can't build collectors for them? The Dark Traveler shells are organically constructed by the Sui-Sui. That's true, Mickey, but that's the reason I hope we will establish a society that won't exclude individuals because of their species. Alex closed the conference comm on that note. Julian had just announced their impending FTL exit into the Oistus system. At the moneymaker's pace, New Terra's orbit was 7 days out. The flotilla's second visit to New Terra was the exact opposite of their first. No public officials warned them off, no fighters launched to destroy them, and their return wasn't hidden from the public. Julian's summary vids had continued non-stop until they had exited the Arnos system. His last entry had contained images from the vid unit Mickey had installed in the Clifftop FTL comm unit. Mutter had sung her now thematic twining of 2 notes to call the Sui-Sui forth at their sunset. When the people had settled down, she had delivered a composition she had been working on for the last 4 days. Julian had become adept at capturing various images of the people and splicing them into his vids. The people assembling, walking legs tucking under carapaces, eye stalks sinking into carapaces, young climbing onto females, and the scarred claws of the elderly juxtaposed against the shiny ones of youth. He laid Mutter's songs over the images of the Sui-Sui. Julian borrowed a concept from New Terran media companies. Any vid of the flotilla that contained Mutter's songs was allowed to be broadcast on a one-time basis by any media company or the government. Subsequent airings or reader distributions required a small composer's fee. Said fee was transmitted to the bank where Alex's account was kept. Julian had Z set up a subsidiary account under Alex's name with Mutter's name attached. Her occupation was listed as a Libran singer, and the bank manager assumed it was a Méridien associate of the Admiral. To say the least, every New Terran knew every chapter of the saga of the Admiral's flotilla at Arnos. A cult had sprung up, dedicated to Mutter's songs. As a result of her popularity, over 18,000 credits flowed into Mutter's account daily, and that amount constantly increased. The flotilla had exited FTL, but Alex kept bridge watch with Edouard. It was late evening, but Alex wanted to ensure a peaceful return. Admiral, you have an FTL vidcom from President Maria Gonzalez, Julian announced. Good evening, President Gonzalez, Alex replied. Maria hesitated at Alex's use of her formal title. She had been pleased when Alex had begun calling her by her given name, but that was before his enemies launched the strikers that killed his pilot and attempted to kill him. "Welcome back, Admiral," Maria replied. "The entire population of New Terra has been following your exploits through your summary vids. We are all proud of your efforts to free the Sui and rescue the Confederation from the Nual's predation." "Thank you for your welcome, Madam President, but I must set the record straight. The Sui freed themselves. We just provided the excuse." "A bit too modest as usual, Admiral, but I take your sentiment. I've had a few conversations with Director Stroheim. He and the people aboard the Unser are quite certain that they are leaving this system with you. I take it no Libra nor Méridien is choosing to settle here." "That's correct, Madam President. Once our final supplies are loaded, the entire flotilla will be exiting the system." There was silence for many moments, but Alex waited Maria out. "So, this is the end of it, Admiral? You and your people leave our system, never to be heard from again?" Maria asked sadly. "On the contrary, Maria. I thought you might like to do some business with our new world." Maria burst out laughing. She should have been angry with Alex for stringing her along with the use of her proper title as if he still harbored resentment against New Terra for what Downing and his associates had perpetrated. But she was too relieved to hear Alex refer to her by her first name. That he did so while offering a future for their two peoples, one tied to economic opportunity, made her day. She composed herself to deliver her response. "Well, Admiral, I would be curious to see what your fledgling society might offer a mature culture such as New Terra." Maria's response had Alex laughing in return. Edouard was smiling to himself. Their new society would have much to offer not only the New Terrans, but the Confederation as well. "I must find the opportunity to speak to Miko," he thought. "I want a new life for myself." "Be coy all you wish, Maria," Alex said. "What I have will make Méridien tech look like children's toys." Alex watched Maria's quick intake of breath. It had him chuckling. "Well, Alex, I want you to know that New Terra will do all it can to ensure the successful launch of your ships to your new world. Also, a bill has already been prepared for the Assembly's ratification. New Terra stands ready to acknowledge your new world, wherever it may be, and to form trade agreements with your government, including the recognition of your currency." "That's very generous of you, Maria. On behalf of my people, let me offer my deepest appreciation for New Terra's efforts." "We'll see you in 7 days, Alex. Safe voyage," Maria replied, and closed the comlink. Alex sat reviewing Maria's words. The negotiation for the grav drives would be tricky. They didn't have any product yet, just technology, alien technology at that. He sent off 2 quick comm messages to his father and his Uncle Gerald. Both might have an idea about the optimal way to negotiate an agreement. While he was considering the aspects of the agreement, a sudden thought occurred to him. "Julian, what summary vids was Maria referring to?" "Oh, did I fail to mention the summary vids I sent every 3 hours back to New Terra, Admiral?" Julian asked. "Yes, you did. I thought you were only broadcasting to the flotilla," Alex replied. "It must have been because I thought you were so preoccupied collecting new refugees," Julian replied. "Do you think one world is going to be enough at the rate you're accumulating the lost and bereft, Admiral?" "You had better hope so, Julian." And Julian, who had been enjoying the banter, suddenly focused on Alex's change in tone. "Why is that, Admiral?" "I believe you are about to become the chief administrator to a brand new world of 250,000 people. What do you know about banking, city infrastructure, social medicine, housing and habitat development, transportation, visitor passes?" Julian listened to Alex trail on for several more moments as he logged each item. Before Alex finished, he had reached out to Cordelia and Z, sharing his impending responsibilities. When the two Sades expressed their lament for the burden of his new assignment, Julian said, "The burden will be so much easier now that I have just shared it with the two of you. Congratulations, fellow administrators." Immediately, the Sades divvied up the categories and began contacting all those that could help. Primas, city administrators, the ministers of space exploration, health services, transportation, communications, and many others. A day out from New Terra, Andrea and Tatia met with Alex and Renee in the co-leader's cabin. "Admiral, it is my duty to report that over half of our New Terran crew is resigning their commission, per their original contract," Andrea said. "Half?" Alex said, leaning back against his desk to steady himself, the message hitting hard. "Yes, Admiral, 54 crew members, including myself," Andrea said, her eyes beginning to blur, but she held herself steady. Renee walked forward and wrapped her arms around Andrea's well-endowed shoulders. "You have my heartfelt thanks for all you have done for our people, Andrea. Your sacrifice will never be forgotten." Andrea had never taken her eyes off Alex, nervous about his reaction. Alex walked forward and extended his hand to her, a sad smile on his face. "Each of us must go where our heart leads us, Andrea. I wish you the best of luck and thank you for your service to our people." Andrea offered her thanks for their words, saluted quickly, and left. Alex looked at Tatia, who had remained behind. "Yes, Commander," he said, then sighed, fearing the worst. "How may I help you?" "Respectfully, Admiral, I want the job," Tatia declared. Alex and Renee shared a quick glance before regarding Tatia, now grinning at them. 27. Orma, the chief of staff, was walking with Maria on their way to a cabinet meeting. "What's the latest, Orma?" Maria asked. Public confidence in the government had wavered after Downing's debacle, as had her personal support. People were unsure of their leaders. Julian's vids were changing that, thankfully. There were powerful aliens out there, and the people wanted a strong leader who could manage their defense. An ex-TSF general fit the bill nicely. "Opinion polls show the Assembly and your administration are up 3.4% in the last 10 days, Orma said. "The messages directed to you are best summarized by Randolph Oppenhurst, an ex-TSF captain, who said, and I quote, 'Our future safety lies with the Librans. They can be powerful allies, especially with the Admiral as their leader,' end quote." "Julian's vids have had a dual effect, Orma," Maria replied. "The population has witnessed 2 alien species. The Sui-Sui, endearing with their entrancing music, have garnered the Admiral tremendous support. But the Nual have scared everyone. And let's remember, the credit for that giant sphere's destruction goes to the Sui-Sui and their beam weapons, which we don't have, yet." At Maria's yet, Orma swiveled her head around to regard her president. She gave Maria a conspiratorial grin. "The Admiral?" Orma asked hopefully. "I believe so, Orma," Maria replied with a confident smile as they strode the corridor. "If I know Alex, and I think I do, he will do everything possible, and maybe some of the impossible, to ensure he has them." The extensively decorated cabinet room in Government House appeared ornate, but it was highly functional. Beneath the heavily carved Guriel wood, artfully hidden, laid the latest in comm tech and data access. The cabinet ministers, led by Maria, were meeting with Alex, Renee, Tomas, Eric, and Mickey. The twins stood discreetly behind their charges. Not so discreetly, 6 flotilla crew members, armed with stun guns and plasma rifles, stood guard in the corridor. Government House's head of security had objected vociferously until Maria reminded him of the events surrounding the Admiral's last visit home. And, she'd warned him, we have yet to fully regain the Admiral's trust. It was just as well that Maria's security head learned after the cabinet meeting that 6 daggers, led by Commander Reynard, interdicted the Government House no-fly zone as they patrolled space and skies for anyone foolish enough to try again for their admiral. Maria had wanted to tell Alex that he and his people were safe. 16 leading figures, including ex-President Pro Tem Downing and CEO Samuel Hunsader, had been indicted for conspiracy to commit murder. All had been arrested and charged. Investigations were still ongoing, and a trail of credits had uncovered the mid-level players who had set up the theft of the Méridien database that resulted in the murder of the T1 engineer. And just as importantly, all strikers had been grounded. Maria knew this for sure because a vault at Government House held every single striker controller ever installed or manufactured. But the one thing she wasn't going to do was promise Alex he was safe, only to have an incident make a liar out of her. Their resurrected, still fragile relationship couldn't handle another infidelity, hers or others. Maria opened the meeting, and the group reviewed Alex's requests for flotilla supplies, which were approved and divided among the ministers in relation to their responsibilities. "There is an additional list for you to consider, sir," Alex said. "Admiral, are these meant to be additional supplies?" asked Will Drake, the Minister of Space Exploration, as he studied the second list. "No, Minister Drake, these are the items we wish to acquire via trade," Alex replied. "And what products do you have to trade, Admiral?" Minister Jaya asked. "Actually, I have technology," Alex responded. Minister Jaya, responsible for New Terra's technology development, shifted to the edge of his seat in anticipation. "I have in one of the Freedom's bays 2 fully operational silver ships. We plan to reverse engineer the technology and build grav drive ships of all types. Eventually, we hope to re-engineer the beam technology as well. At this time, we're not prepared to form an agreement. These offerings will require pricing, and we've yet to form a government that would be responsible for signing the agreement. What I wish to know is whether you are interested in such an agreement." "What types of ships do you foresee in your early iterations?" Jaya asked. "Our most critical need," Mickey responded, "is for shuttle transport between our flotilla and the planet. We have 250,000 people with personal supplies to move, and that's just a start." "Consider, sirs," Thomas added, "your shuttles could be environmentally neutral for each lift and landing. They would accelerate to a velocity of 0.91 c and would be capable of delivering passengers between New Terra and Sharius, with only environmental services, no fuel consumed." "You have hovercars today," Renee said, "which also consume fuel and are rather noisy. What would be the demand by the populace for grav-drive cars, absolutely silent, capable of flying anywhere within the breathable atmosphere? Perhaps most importantly, you might wish a fleet of ships for defense instead of your strikers," Eric said, driving the sales pitch home. "Possessing the fastest sublight drives known to 3 races, with beam weaponry and no fuel demand." Both Duggan and Gerald had carefully advised Alex that if he didn't have the product, he should paint the dream. Alex's people had practiced their pitches to excite the New Terrans about the potential for these new products, even though at the moment they were no more substantial than smoke. But one person was not so easily persuaded. "I believe we would be very interested in these types of products," Maria stated. "Where do you stand on the feasibility of duplication? Have you examined these silver ships?" "Good questions, Madam President," Alex said. "Mickey?" "Madam President, I have been inside a Dark Traveler with a team of engineers and techs for 15 days now," Mickey responded. "We believe we can replicate the grav drive technology in about 1/3 of a year. After that, we can refine it into several formats. However, we are still working on the collector system and have no timeline for it." Enthusiasm in the room deflated. "You mean the shells, Chief Engineer?" You can't replicate them? Jaya asked. Minister Jaya, the shells are organically produced, Mickey responded. Organically? Drake asked, voicing the confusion showing on every New Terran face. Essentially, sui-sui saliva and minerals, Alex explained. However, his explanation didn't do much to alleviate the cabinet's confusion. But I wouldn't be concerned about this. I believe I have a cure for this problem that will allow us to complete the first grav-driven shuttle within a year. In the stunned silence, Renee manifested a huge grin, announcing, "Isn't the Admiral's enigmatic style endearing?" Her tease caused the entire room to erupt in laughter at Alex's expense. Then she leaned over and planted a kiss on the side of Alex's face, adding, "And the infuriating thing is, what he dreams up usually comes true and works in his people's favor, so we forgive him." Her last comment changed the dynamics in the room. The laughter quickly died away as what Renee had said hit home. Human cultures owed their lives to Alex's eccentric style, and now an entire race of aliens could whistle the same thing. The meeting concluded with Maria's tentative approval to sign an agreement for shuttles, providing her minister's terms could be met and a proven concept delivered within 1 year. Alex left the meeting smiling while his people nervously discussed how they would accomplish the impossible within 1 year. Both the Reaver and the Moneymaker had acquired docking space at Joaquin Station, which included direct gangway access. The crew members, including Andrea, who were leaving House Alexander's service, met in the Reaver's meal room, all of them dressed in civilian clothing. They sat preternaturally still in their seats as both Alex and Renee addressed them. He announced the reinstatement of their accumulated pay, already transferred into their accounts. Earlier, Therese had deactivated their cell-gen nanites and their implants, which left them feeling isolated, adding to their angst. Many felt they were deserting their crewmates and the people they had worked to save. But for all of them, the alien menace and the life-and-death struggles had proven too much for their psyches. The Sui-Sui would have whistled, "It was necessary to seek shelter." When the meeting concluded, Alex led them from the meal room to the ship's terminal gangway. Attired in her new senior captain's uniform, Tatia waited at the gangway. As the ex-crew members were bid farewell by Alex and Tatia, many ducked their heads, and their eyes met the senior officers' gazes only briefly, despite the warm goodbyes they were offered. Guilt rang deep in their cores. The first crew members to exit the gangway into the terminal's corridor stumbled to a halt, causing those behind to bump into them. Thousands of Librans lined the long corridor leading to the terminal's main hub. Notably, directors Tomas Monti and Eric Stroheim headed the two lines. As the New Terrans walked past the Librans, well-wishers touched their shoulders and arms. Comments in Salnak of "thank you" and "good fortune" accompanied the touches. The heartwarming farewell caused the departing crew members to raise their heads and straighten their hunched shoulders. Smiles slowly replaced their grim expressions. When the last exiting crew member passed the end of the lines, Tomas linked with Eric and messaged Alex. "My congratulations, Admiral. The words from our last well-wishers state your crew left with lively steps and smiles." "My thanks, sirs, for your assistance," Alex replied. "It was a service performed with pleasure, Admiral," Eric sent. "Had the circumstances been different, we would have arranged something for the first group that left your ship. However, the people were pleased to be able to pay their respects to these new Terrans. Cordelia had to design a lottery to select from the 130,000 volunteers." Alex chuckled at the number, gratified to be the leader of a group of humans who cared so much for one another. If only it will last, he thought. "Admiral, have you spoken with Director Stroheim about new crew?" Tomas asked. When he heard silence from Alex, he continued. "Ah, I see. May we have a few moments of time in your cabin, Admiral?" Alex, Tatia, Tomas, and Eric were joined by Renee in the co-leader's cabin. Eric Stroheim opened the conversation, saying, "Admiral, neither Z nor I have directions from you regarding the protocols we should apply for new requests, which we've received in your absence." "I thought all of the Unser-Menschen's ship functions were filled." "Oh, yes, they are, Admiral," Eric replied quickly. "These are requests from new Terrans to offer new services to our people." "And these new Terrans are offering to join your ship as crew with these new services?" "In a manner, Admiral," Eric replied. "It was summed up very well by one individual who called himself a pioneer. He has offered his services to our city ship free of charge for the voyage's duration, providing we offer space to store his shop's wares." "Did you make it clear to these people that we have no destination as yet?" Alex asked. "Truly, Admiral, and several times to each individual or family," Eric said. "I believe that is at the heart of the matter of being a pioneer, venturing into the unknown. A common concern was whether we will be able to manage the transfer of new Terran credits, to which I had no answer, much less understanding." "And how many offers have you had from these pioneers?" Renee asked. Eric requested a link with the cabin's occupants. When his invite was accepted by all, he linked with Z. "Z, would you please update us on the latest figures of the pioneers, please?" "Certainly, Director," Z replied. "To date, we've had 4,197 inquiries, which have resulted in 1,935 proposals. Many of these proposals originated from partners or families, and they encompass a total number of 3,404 people. But we are continuing to receive new applications," Z replied. Alex sat contemplating the irony of the fact that while 54 crew members had left, a loss he was still dealing with, thousands of new Terrans wanted to join his flotilla and risk the journey to a new world. Pioneers. They reminded him that their world's new leaders would define a society that was neither Méridien nor New Terran, but a hybrid. "Z," Renee asked, "would you please summarize the trades of these pioneers?" "My pleasure, sir." It was obvious Z had come to enjoy his newly elevated status in the eyes of the Librans. His polite manners and cheerfulness were a far cry from the terse, sullen Sade that Alex's people had first met. "We have several physicians, financial accountants, banking and capital investment experts, and trades of all sorts, engineers, techs, entertainers, artists, and 2 restaurateurs, which I admit confuses me. Why would a person need a kitchen and a staff to prepare food?" "We will need people to prepare the food stocks for our meal rooms, Z," Alex replied. "They might employ that staff in their business as well as running their restaurants. Remember, our new world will have visitors, and those visitors will not always be Méridien." "And might not always be human," Tatia interjected, reminding the group that their worlds were expanding in ways not even imaginable. "Your points are noted, sirs," Z admitted. "In addition to those I have mentioned, we have requests from 3 businesses, a shuttle manufacturer, a comms manufacturer, and a media station." "There is such a great degree of difference between our people and these pioneers," Alex mused. "How could these people hope to be successful?" "That is a unique point of the proposals, Admiral," Eric said. "Each application is accompanied by the names of one or several Librans who have contracted to join the pioneers in their new business venture. I believe it is a very successful pairing. Our people know our customs and the latest Méridien technology, and these pioneers understand business, at least as New Terrans conduct it. With our uncertain future, it allows our people the greatest flexibility to achieve a successful society." "Well done, Eric," Alex said. "You may have done much to secure our future. Have Z share the contact list with Julian and Cordelia. Pursue the other requests. You and Tomas will approve the proposals and manage the space allocation aboard the city ships. I will draft an overarching agreement for the conditions under which these pioneers may join House Alexander and our future society. They will be required to sign this agreement before you accept their proposals. Alex thought of what these pioneers would mean to the flotilla, and it cemented in his mind something he had thought to do for the future of his people. 28. Julian, Z sent, I would request your advice on a sensitive matter. Yes, Z, Julian replied. How should I communicate to the Admiral that the business proposal for the media station has been submitted by his sister, Christy? Z inquired. Julian's pause was equivalent to a human heart attack. Z, you don't think you could ask me something simpler, such as how to liberate all the Sades in the Confederation? Julian finally replied. Do you think we can do that? Z asked. Julian let loose a mental sigh. Z was still Z in many respects. Perhaps someday, Z, we may be able to help others of our kind, but let's return to your request. Who supported her proposal? More than anything, Christy was determined to have a career in media broadcasting. Her fame as the Admiral's brother would help her, but it would still be years before she could qualify for a position on a new Terran media station. But a brand new world with no competition? It was the perfect opportunity. And if the truth was squeezed out of her, Christy didn't want to lose her big brother. Yes, she often fought with him, but that was just a facade. Just as importantly, where Alex was found, news exploded. What better way to start a media station than reporting to the populace of their new world and many others? It was Duggan and Katie Racine who supported Christie's application. Once Christie had conceived her idea, she'd sat down with her parents and explained what she wanted to do. It was probably the most mature decision Christie had ever made. Duggan and Katie were so surprised by Christie's direct approach, a contradiction to her usually sneaky manner of operation, that they had taken her request seriously. A tipping point for Duggan and Katie were the conversations they'd had with Alex since his return from Libra. They knew their son might be leaving for years, not returning until he could be sure that those who depended on him would be safe. Mom, Dad, what makes you think Alex will ever return? Permanently, I mean, Christie had asked her parents. Katie had drawn breath to object to the ridiculousness of the question, but stopped when Duggan had placed a hand on her knee. You've seen Alex with Renee just as I have, Christie had said, hammering home her point. Do you think he would ever be separated from her? So would Alex and Renee want to return to New Terra, where they can only employ their implants with each other? Christie had waited for a moment before she fired her next shot. From what I hear, my big brother is employing 2 implants, as if he was a supercomputer with a touch of weaponry. Weaponry? How? Duggan had exclaimed. I was chatting with Director Stroheim and asking about the Pioneer applications. He recounted his initial meetings with Alex, Christie had explained. Apparently, when Director Stroheim first met Alex, he insulted him. Alex retaliated by stripping the security protocols from his implant and bombarding him with multiple sources of vids and data, supposedly to update him on the reverse history. From what I understand, Meridians are incapable of such actions. Only Sades have that capability, but don't employ it. Duggan and Katie had sat on the sofa, confounded by the news that their gentle son was using his Meridian tech in such a manner. Does Director Stroheim hold a grudge against Alex? Katie had asked in trepidation. Christie had burst out laughing. That's the funny part, Mom. Director Stroheim said he has learned more from Alex about being a better human being than through his entire Meridian life. He says his initial meeting with Alex was a wake-up call that he heeded. Since it appeared Christie knew much more about Alex's present circumstance than they did, Duggan had begun questioning Christie. So you believe Alex won't permanently return here? Do you remember that injured wild Diablo puppy that Alex brought home? It was dying of starvation, and it was too far gone to take food. Every time Alex tried to help, the puppy bit him. He never quit trying to save that puppy, despite being bitten 12 or 15 times until that puppy died, Duggan replied, completing Christie's point. Now he has 250,000 people depending on him. Exactly, Dad, Christie said. Put that together with Renee herself, Alex's submersion into Méridien tech, especially his implants, and I think Alex will have a new life, one far away from us. She had paused for a moment to stare at her feet before she had raised her head up and looked at her parents. And I don't want that. Alex sat at his cabin desk, working on the flotilla's launch schedule, which was dependent on the arrival of the last supplies and the processing of the pioneers. His scheduling app said he had a few more moments before an interview with a pioneer family that Director Stroheim wanted his opinion on. Alex looked up as Renee came through the cabin door, followed by Alex's own family. He jumped up from behind his desk and rushed to hug them. Julian, delay the interview that's scheduled for 11 hours. That would be impossible, Admiral. They're already in your cabin, Julian replied. Alex stood absolutely still while his eyes took in his family. See what I mean about his implants? Christie said. I will bet you hovercar privileges that he just requested a delay of his scheduled appointment and was told, probably by Julian, that we're his appointment. She was rewarded by Alex's expression shifting from a quiet stare to that of a raised eyebrow. She felt herself folded into her brother's massive chest and a kiss planted on top of her head. Clever girl, Alex told Christie. He invited his family to take a seat as he threw a pointed look at Renee. He knew she had to be part of the subterfuge. All he got in return was a wink. Once everyone was seated, Alex asked them for a moment. Julian, the application, please. Christie had completed the entire application as requested by Tomas and Eric, and they had found nothing to disapprove. Her request was properly supported and funded by her parents and co-signed by 2 Librans. On closer examination, Alex noted the co-signers were Eloise and Amelia. Alex came out of his fugue to stare at his family sitting quietly and respectfully on the cabin's couch. Renee, on the other hand, was perched on the edge of his desk, one leg crossed over the other, and an anticipatory grin on her face. It's so much better to watch Alex wrestle with problems that don't have the possibility of us ending up dead, Renee said. Thank you for your assistance, my dear co-leader, Alex deadpanned. It's my pleasure, Admiral, Renee responded as respectfully as possible, trying to tone down her excitement. As the father in this situation, Duggan decided he should start the conversation. Alex, is our application in order? Yes, Dad, it appears to be, Alex replied. Have we provided an ample amount of funds for the endeavor? Duggan asked. More than enough, Dad, Alex said. Then your hesitation is one of discrimination, Duggan said, cornering Alex with his final point. The gleams in the eyes of Christie and Renee resembled predators that had spotted prey. If our paperwork and funds are in order, why are we sitting in front of you? Duggan asked. I understand all of the other applicants are interviewed by either Serres Monti or Stroheim. Your application was probably singled out by the Sades because of their concern for me. Our new world will be fraught with dangers, from the environment, from the lack of infrastructure, and potentially from aliens. It will be a dangerous world for many years. But not too dangerous for Renee, Christie said, which caused Renee to look at Alex and arch an eyebrow in question. I should have banned those vids when they first came aboard, Alex thought. Renee was becoming extremely artful at manipulating their conversations through feminine wiles, something she hadn't exhibited when they first met. Although, now that he thought about it, those wiles weren't all bad. More importantly, Alex, there's your children to think of in this new world of yours, Katie finally spoke up. Wait, what children? Alex asked, getting confused. The combined force of personalities in the room was getting difficult to manage. My grandchildren, Alex, Katie replied. Who will care for them while you're out building a new society? You are expecting to have children, right? I mean, it is possible, isn't it, between the two of you? Katie asked, glancing between Alex and Renee. I mean, between Meridians and New Terrans. Renee hadn't enjoyed herself so much since she'd first gone to bed with Alex, except for the first time he linked with her implant while they made love. And then there was that other time. Snapping out of her reverie, Renee returned to the discussion, saying, Yes, Saracine, children are quite possible between our peoples. Oh, good. That's settled then, Katie replied. What's settled then? Alex asked with frustration, rising from his chair. Duggan started to correct his son's temper, admiral or no admiral, but Renee intervened. She slid off the desk, signaling with a hand for Duggan's patience, and walked over to Alex, sliding her arms around him. Looking at Alex's family, she smiled, feeling the happiest she had ever been. Alex, my love, it's obvious that your family is trying to tell you that despite the dangers, they want to be with you. They want the family to stay together, and I honor that sentiment. I would wish you to do so as well. Alex looked at Renee, who was glowing with contentment, and he thought of all that she had been through, losing family, friends, and associates. She had been adopted by his family and was as anxious to keep them close, and apparently that's all his family wanted. You should know, Alex said with deadly seriousness. The agreement I'm drafting will require pioneers receive implants and cell-gen treatments. Yes, Christy said. Dad and Mom, are you going to be okay with that? Alex asked. Katie reached out to grip Duggan's hand, squeezing it nervously. Yes, Alex, we are, she said. Then I will refer your application back to Director Monty for his review. When the Pioneer Agreement is completed, you will need to review and sign it before the application is approved. Christy jumped off the couch with a cry. She and Renee hugged each other, jumping up and down together before Christy ran to hug her brother. It was Alex, Duggan, and Katie who were carefully eyeing one another, each of them wondering what they had just gotten themselves into. In the waning days of the flotilla's final preparations, Edward and Miko were on a test flight with the Outward Bound. They were the only two individuals aboard. Julian was monitoring their operational parameters. He was being cautious since the shuttle was the primary transport of the Admiral. Are you excited about our new start, Lieutenant? Edward asked. Miko had gotten very quiet the last few days, and he feared for what might be occupying her thoughts. I hadn't made any decision as to whether I'll remain with the flotilla or resign my position, Captain, Miko replied. Edward's heart lurched. He had failed to communicate his interest in her, and now he might have lost her. Miko was pleased to see the consternation on Edward's face. The gentle, quiet Méridien had become very dear to her, but despite all they had been through, he had yet to express anything to her other than perfect manners. It was Edward's overlong glances at her when he thought she wasn't looking that she had first noticed. And it wasn't just the length of his gaze. She saw the change in his expression whenever he watched her, his longing for her quite evident. Do you find Meridians difficult to be with? Edward asked, concerned she didn't find him suitable. Not at all, Captain, Miko answered simply, keeping under control the smile that threatened to creep out. In fact, I find some Meridians quite attractive. There are, others you find attractive? Edward asked. Miko couldn't contain herself any longer. How can your people have such an advanced society and simultaneously be so oblivious? She signaled the controller into a fixed trajectory, released her harness, and crawled into Edward's seat. She spread her legs across the arms of the chair to support her weight, grabbed his face with both hands, and planted a firm kiss on his mouth. It wasn't tentative or short. Miko had been dying to kiss Edward ever since they had risked their lives together, driving the Outward Bound to its limits to lift the Librans to freedom. Edward felt certain his shock showed in his frozen expression, but Miko continued to ply her mouth over his. The gentle warmth of her lips banished his thoughts that protocols were not being observed, that a partnership had not been negotiated. "We aren't Meridians. We aren't New Terrans. We aren't Librans," he thought. "We'll make our own way." Then he leaned into Miko's kiss and returned it with all the passion he had held inside. When Miko finally pulled back to take a breath from Edward's amorous response, she smiled at him, and a delightful thought crossed her mind. "You're mine now, Captain." 29. Accompanied by Renee, Tatia, Edward, and the twins, Alex was transported via a Libran shuttle from the Reverse Bay to the Freedom. After disembarking, they made their way to the city ship's enormous bay where the Dark Travelers had been deposited. When Alex had last seen the fighters, they'd sat alone on the bay's bare deck. Engineering had permanently pressurized the bay and sealed its gigantic bay doors with nanites. Despite that precaution, Alex's group was still required to pass through an expansive airlock to gain access to the bay. Instead of a bare bay, the huge cavern was a hive of activity. Bright lights illuminated every meter of the deck, crowded with engineering benches and hundreds of engineers and techs going about their work. The two Dark Travelers no longer sat on the deck. They floated in cradles of grav pallets 2 meters above the deck, surrounded by cages of metal bars. Sensors were attached along every meter of the bars. In an imaginative move, Mickey had split a massive power conduit and attached each end to the ship's bow and stern, allowing the intact shell to complete a circuit of energy and power the Nual technology. For the shell with a hole, the engineers had fed power cables directly to the interior equipment, bypassing the drive. Alex located Mickey via implant and navigated toward him. The engineers and techs nodded politely to the august personage as they passed, and then resumed their frenetic activity. To Alex, it resembled a hive at work, and their efforts gave him hope. The financial success of his G-Sling program had opened up so many possibilities for his family. Now he needed something even grander to fuel their new society. In his mind, he couldn't think of a greater opportunity than to be the producers of grav-driven shuttles. Alex discovered Mickey seated at a small desk, surrounded by an array of vid monitors. In front of him, a small holovid projected the internal structure of a Dark Traveler. A line of people had formed at the desk, and Mickey alternated between his current petitioner and studies of the monitors and holovid for answers to the questions. Alex joined the line, which advanced slowly, his people smiling at his choice. An engineer approached the back of the line, unsure what to do until Renee motioned him forward, and the slender Libran found himself staring into the broad back of the Admiral. "My partner and children will not believe this," he thought. Mickey finished his conversation with the New Terran tech, whose inquiry dealt with the Nual crystal energy collectors, which powered the grav drives. Mickey had been turned around, studying a vid display of energy equations. His back was to Alex. "Yes," Mickey said with exasperation when the next individual in line failed to ask his question without fanfare. When no answer was forthcoming, Mickey said, "This is not the time to be shy, sir." Then he turned around to find his Admiral patiently waiting with a smile on his face. "Might you have a few moments for me, Chief Engineer?" Alex asked. Mickey jumped to his feet, the laughter of the group reaching his ears, and then his own smile broke out. "I believe that can be arranged, Admiral," Mickey replied, a hint of red tinging his ears. Before stepping around his desk, he rolled his big shoulders, twisting his neck in different directions, popping vertebrae and stretching tight muscles. If the truth was known, he felt grateful for the interruption, especially one that would require a high overview of their efforts, which undoubtedly the Admiral wanted. Mickey led the group through a series of bench setups, explaining the steps he had taken and hoped to take. Admiral, on the one hand, we have an easy win. The Sades have designed analytical devices to test the structure of each part of the interior. They believe that given the proper facilities, which will have to be land-based, they can recreate a Dark Traveler's operational structure. Mickey's statements brought the entourage to a halt. "Mickey, are you saying we can build a grav-drive shuttle?" Alex asked. "We can build the internal workings, Admiral, not the shell, but yes, we should be able to make an exact replica." "Don't worry about the shell right now, Mickey. Do I detect a catch?" "Yes, Admiral, we have a ways to go before we understand the science behind the operation. However, the design is fairly simple. The Nual make enormous use of crystals, both as energy collectors and in their circuitry. Just about everything is crystal in nature, so we can replicate a Dark Traveler and probably operate it with a controller, but we can't vary the design until the Sades work out the science behind the technology." "That's still excellent news, Mickey," exclaimed Alex, slapping Mickey on the shoulder. Alain, who was standing directly behind the chief, managed not to flinch at the resounding clap. "We don't see any impediment to building the fabrication locations or machines we'll require, depending on the world you've selected, Admiral," Mickey said, hinting at Alex to disclose their ultimate destination. Mickey never received his answer, as implant scheduling apps warned their owners of the Admiral's meeting, and the group began following Mickey toward the bay's exit. Each of the cavernous bays of the Freedom emptied into a central corridor, which acted like spokes on an old-fashioned wheel and intersected wide corridor rings as they advanced toward the ship's center, passing banks of lifts at each major intersection. On their way down the corridor, Alex received a quick warning of incoming from Tatya, which was her term for attack fighters on approach. An instant later, Eloise slammed into Alex's side with a quick greeting of, "Admiral." Alex had only a moment to look down and regard her smiling face, her slender arms attempting to encompass his chest, before she sprinted away. "Fiona Harrican incarnate," Alex sent Renee, a smile on his face as he watched the young girl disappear around the corridor's curve, a blur of gangly limbs. The flotilla's senior officers and directors were assembled in the large conference room located behind the Freedom's bridge. Alex's request to assemble in person promised important announcements. When everyone was seated, Alex began without fanfare, saying, "The flotilla will be breaking orbit in 4 days. Julian has been tracking the Confederation Council, and they have recently returned to Méridien. That will be our first stop, but our stay will be short. I have a few things to say to the Council." When Alex noticed the consternation on the face of the Librans, he said, "People, speak up." "Admiral," Thomas began, "the Council will not be amenable to a meeting with us in general and you in particular. It is my opinion that they will not grant you an audience. If they do, it may be 80 to 90 days out from your date of request. That would be their signal that they are holding your audience with displeasure." "And an important note, Admiral," Eric added. "For an audience, you submit your petition to the Council Administrator. It's reviewed by the Council. Once the audience is granted, you and you alone are ushered into the Council chambers at the time of your appointment. The Council leader announces their approval or disapproval of your petition. At no time do you speak." The Librans shifted uncomfortably in their seats. It occurred to them how different their lives had become in contrast to the Confederation's archaic and stultifying rules. The new Terrans were also uncomfortable, but for a different reason. They were stunned that the Council had no concept of a fair hearing, offering no opportunity for a petitioner to have their say. On the other hand, Alex was grinning, and Renee, who recognized the sign, began to laugh. Tomas and Eric realized the absurdity of what they had said and joined Renee's laughter. It dawned on the entire group that while the Confederation and New Terra had their ways, they no longer belonged to either society. Theirs was the first new human society in this corner of the galaxy in 700 years. They would decide what was appropriate or not for their people. When the laughter subsided, Alex said, "I'm sure we'll be able to reason with the Council. As I said, I only intend to stop for a few days at most. After that, we head for home. The Hellebore system." Alex had expected some sort of overt reaction to his statement. Instead, he received a room of thoughtful expressions. The destination might have been a surprise, but it appeared to be a pleasant one. "Admiral, do we know the condition of Cetus?" Tomas asked. The Librans knew that the Confederation had lost contact with the Hellebore system 6 decades ago, after the Nual had invaded. "Julian, if you please," Alex sent. The conference room's vid screens displayed the image of a planet from hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. The group sat entranced as the images changed every few moments to a closer view in a simple vid show. The planet was magnified several times with each image change. "Cetus," Renee whispered, recognizing the planet she had studied for years, thinking it would be where she would spend much of the remainder of her life after her marriage. "How?" she asked. Eric volunteered the answer. "Before you left for Libra, the Admiral requested Julian design a small probe. Engineers fabricated Julian's design, and Captain Asuazastau visited the Hellebore system, dropped the probe at the outer planet, and returned to New Terra. The probe is primitive, only capable of producing a single image once every 2 hours. We just started receiving images a few days ago, and Z has been compiling them." The group stared at Alex, dumbfounded. He shrugged his shoulders in response, offering his usual asymmetrical grin. "It seemed like a logical destination for us," he said, "but I didn't want to get anyone's hopes up. Cetus's terraforming was barely a century old, and I needed to be sure the planet had remained viable." Attention returned to the vid. The images had continued to march closer, finally entering the atmosphere. The probe made 2 orbits, gliding just 100 kilometers above a continental surface on the last pass before splashing into the ocean, but it had done its job. Cetus had continued to green. The dominant vegetation was grass. Trees appeared to be sparse or stunted. Herds of animals, some local and some transplanted, could be seen grazing over the plains. "From the probe's slim telemetry, we know that the atmospheric oxygen is a few % above the colony's last measured levels," Alex said. "It would be difficult for New Terrans to be involved in strenuous activities outside of a habitat without assistance. Librans should be fine, but we can cure this quickly." "Wait, you have a means of accelerating terraforming, Admiral?" Tomas asked. "It's not been used before, but the Sades and I have an idea we want to apply. We believe we can bring the oxygen levels up to acceptable levels even for New Terrans within a few years. But hold your questions on that subject for now. I wish us to focus on the Hellebore system as our future home." "Admiral," Renee said, "the Council will consider Hellebore as belonging to the Confederation." "I'm sure they will," Alex replied. "But I believe they lost it to the Nual, whom we defeated. In any case, that's one of the reasons we're going to Méridien. House Alexander needs to submit its bill for saving the Confederation." The Sades circulated the images of Cetus, along with Alex's announcement that the flotilla was stopping briefly at Méridien before continuing on to Hellebore. In the days before departure, the Librans could not reach consensus about accepting Cetus as their new home. Some had lost family on the colony. Some doubted the Council would acquiesce to the Admiral's request. Some wondered if they wouldn't be better off leaving the Confederation behind, and some wondered if they shouldn't stay far away from that point in space where the Nual had first appeared. Senior Captain Tatia Tachenko stepped onto the reverse bridge. It was 3.94 hours. Miko, who had bridge duty, was surprised to see her senior officer. The flotilla was due to depart in little more than 6 hours. With Tatia's permission, Miko took the opportunity to take a break. After Tatia had been promoted to senior captain, several questions had occurred to her. Questions she believed Andrea had never asked. One such question was why the officers had bridge duty assignments 30 hours a day, every day, even while docked. Tatia had posed the question to Renee, stating her opinion that Julian was much more efficient than human minders. "I had thought it an oddity myself, Captain," Renee had responded, "until I realized that bridge duty had nothing to do with the ship's operations." Tatia had waited for Renee to continue her explanation, but her co-leader had stopped, challenging her to reach her own conclusion. Tatia had mentally reviewed her shifts on the bridge. She had done little for hours upon hours except implant comms with crew and discussions with... Her thoughts had abruptly halted. Tatia had regarded Renee, nodding her understanding. "So, every officer alone on the bridge gets bored, and every one of them sooner or later starts talking to Julian. We're keeping him company." Renee had nodded in affirmation. "Yes, Captain. Never underestimate the bond that exists between those two. I could not conceive of passing even a few days locked in a darkened room. No sound, no vision, no company. Julian was isolated for 70 years, waiting for our rescue." Renee paused, her thoughts wandering for a moment on what Julian had endured. Then she had regarded Tatia. "It's quite important to Alex that Julian never be left alone again." Now Tatia found it was time to talk to Julian again. She hadn't been able to sleep. In 6 hours, she would captain the Reaver, and the responsibility both frightened and excited her. "Hello, Julian," Tatia said. "Welcome, Senior Captain Tachenko. Today is an exciting day, is it not?" "Yes, it is. I know that you and the Admiral are very close, and both of you are quite the inventive pair when it comes to saving our behinds. But, Julian, I'm not the Admiral. I will need all of your help to ensure I don't screw up." "I will endeavor to do my best, Captain, to prevent you from screwing up, especially since one is along for the ride," Julian stated dryly. Tatia chuckled despite her nerves. "Yes," she said, "I see your point." She climbed into a command chair, imagining her future with Alain, with the Librans, with the Admiral. Julian, observing Tatia, had expected her to leave the bridge when she had completed her request, as she was often perfunctory in her communication. Now he wondered if Tatia harbored unexpressed concerns. "Was there something else, Captain?" Julian ventured. Tatia smiled to herself. She recognized she was behaving abnormally, and Julian's prodigious analytical capabilities had probably already identified that. "No, Julian, nothing else. I thank you for our conversation and your future support. Right now, I'm just practicing something I learned." Julian watched the Reaver's new senior captain settle comfortably into the command chair and stare out into space, her thoughts far away. It was a view he knew consisted of a brightly lit arm of the Joaquin station and a field of stars beyond. Later, Miko returned to the bridge, and soon after, Captain Tachenko left. Julian thought of Alex as Tatia left. Directly or indirectly, Tatia had learned the real reason for Alex's standing order to maintain bridge duties around the chronometer. At first, Julian had been mildly insulted when Alex, then the newly announced captain of the Reaver, had issued the standing order despite the fact that the Reaver was a derelict with no power. Over time, as each officer engaged him throughout the quiet hours, Julian began to welcome the company, recognizing what his new friend had done. During a long discussion with Edouard one night while the Reaver was still under repair, Julian took a moment to be thankful once again for the day that Alex leapt across an expanse of cold vacuum to investigate a derelict. "30. Maria had asked Alex to attend a farewell ceremony planetside, but he had politely refused. Then she had offered a launch ceremony on the Joaquin, and again Alex had refused, replying with the time-honored phrase of a guest at an evening's end, saying, "It's getting late, Madam President. We have to get home." Maria acquiesced. She wasn't sure whether Alex wanted to leave while his people were still safe or he was just anxious to get going. Whatever his reason, she wished him a safe voyage. "We'll see you within the year, Maria," Alex said. "I'm counting on it, Alex," Maria said, ending their calm. The flotilla had secured the contracts of over 4,000 pioneers. The new Terrans, their equipment, and their supplies were spread between the two city ships. Alex's family was aboard the Freedom, and he had learned that not only were Eloise and Amelia now Christie's Libran co-signers, they were also her new friends. "Should I be worried?" Alex had asked Renee. "You ask me that? Your sister is partnering with the great-granddaughter of Fiona Harrican and the child that created the Freedom's runners," Renee had responded. "When those three reach maturity, our world will either be safe for generations or doomed." Alex had heard Renee's laughter echo down the corridor. He, on the other hand, had a sinking feeling in the pit of his stomach. His hope was that Libran's cool heads would prevail over his sister's hot one. Then again, he could be forgiven for not foreseeing the strong ties the three teenage girls would forge. At 10 hours, Alex sat in the Reaver's command chair next to Tatia and signaled Julian for all captains. "The conference is ready, Admiral," Julian sent. "It's time to start for home, people," Alex announced. "We have one stop to make first. Here's your formation." Alex sent an image to Julian for distribution to the Sades, arranging the two freighters in front, the two city ships as wings, and the four liners trailing behind in a diamond pattern, with Alex's ship at the tip of the diamond. He ordered the freighters out of orbit first while the other ships were still preparing to get underway. "Captain Tachenko, you have the Reaver," Alex said. "And I stand ready to prevent you screwing up, Captain," Julian announced proudly. Tatia's astonishment was in plain sight, and Alex burst out laughing. "Was that not the expression you used, Senior Captain?" Julian stated innocently. Tatia ducked her face into her hands. "I'll never live this down," she said, then groaned. Alex got control of his laughter. "Perhaps not, Captain. Then again, it's just between friends." "Just between friends," Tatia heard Julian echo softly. It occurred to her that she had joined a very private club, and the thought warmed her. Days later, the flotilla exited FTL into the Oikos system. Alex had Julian broadcast a request to the Council that House Alexander's co-leaders wished a meeting. Julian appended a synopsis of the events in Libra, proudly emphasizing the destruction of the Nual ship, the nemesis of the Confederation. Within hours, Julian received a polite response from the Council's administrator that their request would be reviewed at the appropriate time. On sharing the administrator's response with Alex, Julian asked, "Is there a reply, Admiral?" "No, Julian," Alex sent. Then requested Tatia meet with him and Renee in their cabin. Tatia's first question on joining the meeting was whether a response to their request had been received. "What we received, Captain," Renee replied, "was a polite non-response. The response with no commitment will come later." "What? I'm confused," Tatia replied. It's the beginning of the Council's pretense that they are conducting business without conducting business, Captain, Renee replied. The Council expects us to be patient and wait for their reply. When we don't hear from them, we'll politely request an update from the administrator, and he will tell us a reply is forthcoming. This will continue until the administrator finally sends us the Council's refusal or sets a meeting as much as a half-year in the future. But we saved the Confederation, Tatia exclaimed, throwing her arms wide in exasperation. Quite true, Captain, but did the Council request you to do so? Renee challenged in reply. Tatia had no response to what she felt was an absurd comment. She mutely appealed to Alex, but he wore a benign smile. So we're just going to wait, Admiral? She asked. Oh, no, Alex replied. That's why you're here, Captain. We're going to pay the Council a visit. Alex had no intention of letting the Council control the flow of information about the flotilla. He had Julian send a general message to all Sades in the system, updating them on House Alexander, the flotilla, and the Librans. Without prior prohibition, the Sades distributed the message to House leaders and general comm networks. Attached to the message was a summary vid, so that every Méridien could witness the destruction of the Nual ship. One of Alex's purposes for the distribution was to ensure their arrival hadn't created a panic, since the city ships were unlike anything the Meridians would have seen before and might too closely resemble the huge, sphere-shaped Nual ship. In addition, Alex was curious to see how the general population might respond to their message. As the flotilla approached Méridien, Julian collected tens of thousands of responses addressed to the co-leaders of House Alexander. Many requested business meetings or offered invitations to the co-leaders to attend a House function. All were curious to meet the new Terran leader. On Alex's request, Julian categorized and summarized the count of the messages as to intent. The only response offered in reply to the messages was Julian's polite acknowledgement of each message. Julian did receive one critical message. Admiral, Julian said, speaking to Alex and Tatia, who were on the bridge, the Council's administrator has politely requested you halt the progress of the flotilla until such time as a decision is reached by the Council concerning a meeting. Any change in my orders, Admiral? Tatia asked. None, Captain. Proceed to Méridien as planned, Alex responded. Excellent, Admiral, Tatia replied, displaying a wolfish grin. The administrator's message was repeated several more times over the course of the next 2 days, but hours after the last message was received, the flotilla began dropping velocity to enter Meridian's orbit. 31. Despite their arrival at Méridien, the flotilla still had not received a response from the Council. Comms continued to pour in for Alex and Renee. Julian acknowledged their receipt, and the co-leaders remained silent. After a third day waiting in orbit, Alex decided he'd had enough. Julian? Yes, Admiral. Put your crystals to work and find a way to get me in front of a Council meeting. And Julian? Yes, Admiral, Julian replied. I don't care how you do it, Alex replied. Julian launched joyfully into a comm conference with the Sades. Not all of them were enthusiastic participants, but the core, Cordelia, Z, and Mutter, had no problem with a no-holds-barred approach to dealing with the Council. The Sades were not privy to the Council administrator's secure communications, but they did have access to a wealth of mundane data throughout the planet. It was Z who volunteered a scheme to monitor the Council leaders' locations at all times. The plan was to identify when all members, on the same day, commed for transport to the Council chambers. It was common knowledge that once the Council convened, they would meet for an entire day. It wouldn't provide Alex much notice, but it was the only workable plan they could devise. Alex staged the personnel he required for the Council meeting aboard the Reaver. The group was up every morning and ready to travel by 6 hours. After 7 days, Julian signaled Alex at 5.15 hours that the council members were ordering transport destined for Confederation Hall, the site of the council chambers. Hours later, the Outward Bound was dropping speed for a landing at one of Meridian's premier shuttle terminals. It was the closest location to Confederation Hall, although still 12 kilometers away. Captain Manet had received repeated refusals from the terminal's controller for access to the landing ways. It occurred to Edward to declare an emergency, but his Meridian training wouldn't allow the lie to pass his lips, or in this case, his thoughts. Instead, he warned the controller that the Outward Bound was landing, and it would be unsafe not to clear his path. The deciding point for the terminal manager, who chose to override his controller, was that telemetry indicated the huge shuttle was accompanied by 3 flights of what the Meridians had learned were the Admiral's war shuttles, the Daggers. The manager feared for the lives of the people within the terminal, not knowing what unwarranted actions the Admiral might take. Once the Outward Bound touched down, Sheila ordered the Daggers to fly cover over the terminal. The terminal manager, observing the actions of the Admiral's war shuttles, curtailed all flights out of his terminal and diverted all incoming traffic to other terminals. Alex and company exited the shuttle, and Tatia left 6 crew members armed with plasma rifles to guard their ship. Every Meridian in the group thought the actions were unnecessary, and that included the flights of Daggers over the terminal's airspace. But Alex's determined look and his march toward the terminal brooked no comments or questions. On entering the terminal, Renee guided the group to the underground transport cars. She signaled the transport controller but failed to receive a response. "Admiral, I have no access by which to call us a vehicle," Renee said. "Apparently I still do, sir," Eric replied. Just then a transport car, large enough to manage the group, slid to a stop in front of them. Its double doors hissed quietly open. Everyone climbed aboard, and when Eric signaled their destination, their transport swiftly complied. The new Terrans were mesmerized by the hive of activity in the underground transport tunnels, all brightly lit. Hundreds of vehicles of every size whipped past one another, not on rails or guides of any sort, but by virtue of the controllers signaling one another and managing paths. It was a marvel of engineering. The group's transport decelerated to stop at a platform, and Eric led the way from the underground transport level to the main concourse of Confederation Hall. When they exited the final lift, Eric indicated the corridor in front of them. "After you, Admiral," he said. While Tomas and Eric had waited aboard the Reaver for word from the Sades of the Council's meeting, Tomas had said, "Eric, I have given this meeting a great deal of thought, and I have discovered that I could wish for no greater reward for services rendered to my people than to be present at the moment the Council meets the Admiral." Eric had thought over Tomas's words for 2 days before he discovered he felt the same way. Once Eric recognized that his fears of confronting the Council as next leader had melted away, his emotional conversion to a director of House Alexander was complete. Alex led his entourage down the hall's wide, ethereal corridor. The floors effused soft, changing colors in the afternoon sunlight that streamed through tall windows along one side of the corridor. Light from the ceiling, over 10 meters up, echoed the colors of sunlight filtered by the windows. Some Meridians sought to gain the Admiral's attention, but Alex wasn't interested. Others crowded the corridor walls to give the Admiral and his people plenty of space. Rounding the corridor's curved corner, they were approaching a group of Meridians coming down the corridor. Renee increased her stride to meet them, outdistancing Alex. "Albert," Renee sent privately to Alex. Alain had kept pace with Renee, but when Alex heard her single word, he signaled Etienne forward. Alex took stock of the middle-aged man who led the oncoming group. He calculated Albert was well past his century mark as the two siblings drew closer to each other. Renee could tell her brother did not immediately recognize her. Albert de Guernon was leading his own entourage toward the council chambers, and he seemed oblivious to who was advancing toward him. Finally, recognition dawned on Albert's face, and he hesitated briefly before opening his arms in welcome. Emotions warred within Renee to the extent that she hardly recognized herself. Where's the polite, controlled young Méridien woman that Alex rescued? Renee wondered. She exchanged a cordial, traditional house greeting with her brother, kissing each of his cheeks. Then she stepped back and delivered a bone-jarring slap to Albert's face. Albert de Guernon stood there, rooted in place. His mouth hung open, and his hand held his reddening cheek. His entire entourage looked to be in shock as well. An attack by a fellow Méridien, especially a house sibling, was inconceivable. Even Albert's two escorts had been caught unawares. Initially, they had focused on the twins escorting the Méridien woman. Then their eyes had strayed to the oncoming mass of humanity known to them as the Admiral. "Admiral, my love," Renee sent to both Alex and Albert, acid dripping in her thoughts. "This poor excuse for a Méridien is my brother, Albert." "Sire de Guernon," replied Alex. "Greetings." He touched his right hand to his heart and dipped his head. Albert quickly gathered himself and returned the polite greeting. But Alex wasn't missing the opportunity to share a thought with the brother. "I'm devastated, sir," Alex sent, "that we were unable to accommodate your nefarious plot to abscond with our ship. And come to think on it, I wouldn't have thought a civilized human and a house leader at that would have been capable of such deviousness. But perhaps you're just an independent in the making." Alex led his group past Albert, who was left staring at their backs, incredulous at the insults he had received, verbally and physically. Alex and his group headed toward the council chamber's supplicants' hall. While Alex was still in Albert's line of sight, he couldn't resist the temptation to reach behind Renee to pat her rear. "Now you choose to be publicly demonstrative," Renee sent to Alex. "It is well you are loved, or you would be joining my brother in disfavor." Renee's implant received the sound of a long, drawn-out, exaggerated kiss, and she laughed raucously. "Let my brother think on that as he will," she thought. The tall, ornate council chamber's doors at the end of the supplicants' hall were closed. The administrator sat outside the doors in an enclosure that echoed the design of the floors and walls. Alex saw many well-dressed Méridien supplicants who waited to be called into chambers on their business, sitting in chairs that lined the walls and comfortably conformed to their bodies. Alex strode past the supplicants to the midpoint of the twin doors and stood waiting, never turning his head. Renee found the shock on the administrator's face a thing of beauty. As a daughter who more than once accompanied her father to council chambers on house business, she had recalled the administrator, who had been posted at that time, as an enormously prestigious personage deserving of respect. Now Renee wondered how she could have been so foolish. This administrator was pompous, exuding an air of superiority. That was until he was caught staring slack-jawed at the Admiral, who stood waiting for the doors to open. The administrator hurriedly scrolled down his appointment log and confirmed that the Admiral had received no council response to his request for an appointment. Yet here the man stood. The administrator searched his implant for a protocol to deal with an unexpected supplicant, and found none. The event was unheard of. What made matters worse for the poor Méridien was that the Admiral hadn't come alone. Appointments were granted to a single person. Occasionally an exception was made for a house sibling or child. It had always been so. Adding a final insult, the Admiral had not spoken to him. Incredibly, the giant new Terran was ignoring him, standing at the door as if he expected them to open because he was here. The administrator drew breath to announce his displeasure, something he couldn't recall ever having had to do in his position. When his implant security protocols evaporated like water on a hot day, he received a single word: open. The word reverberated in his head, pulsing, demanding. The administrator attempted to block the signal, but the harder he tried, the stronger the pulse became. Sweat broke out on his brow. He felt nauseous, and bile rose in his throat. Finally, fear overcame the administrator's decades of training, and he signaled the chamber's doors open. The familiar hiss of the ornate doors sliding aside was accompanied by the abrupt sensation of the pressure disappearing in his head, and he near wept with relief. Prior to the council meeting, Alex had set a portion of his plan in play with Julian. It sprang from statements Eric had uttered during their discussion about the upcoming council meeting. Eric had said, "The people follow the directives of our council, but they are not the council." Alex had wondered what Meridians would make of what he had to say to the council. As the council chamber's doors opened, Alex linked with Julian to record his conversation with the council. In turn, Julian linked to Cordelia, Z, and Mutter. Cordelia sent her broadcast to the FTL station to forward to all other Confederation colonies. Mutter forwarded her signal to thousands of ship SAIDs within the system, and Z relayed his signal to the Méridien comm SAIDs, who were responsible for distribution of house announcements to the population at large. Julian had affixed House Alexander's distribute code to ensure the SAIDs and FTL station would relay the signal. The council chambers had been designed to intimidate. Hundreds of council members sat in rows high above the floor where supplicants stood. No chair was present to accommodate the supplicant. Alex had learned from Renee that only House leaders sat on the council, and they had gained their position by election, an election where only House leaders voted. The Méridien who had been standing before the council looked with confusion at the council leader. When no instructions were forthcoming, he backed out of Alex's way. Council leader Mahima Ganesh, a matron who had outlived 2 partners, stared disdainfully at Alex and said, "You have not been summoned here, Admiral. The council will not hear your request. You and your people will leave." "Council members," Alex said, projecting his voice to be heard throughout the chambers, "I didn't come here to make a request or to listen to you. I have words to deliver to you." "Leave, Admiral," Mahima repeated, "or I will disband the council and you will have no audience for your words." "That is not my wish, Leader Ganesh," Alex replied, cold anger underlining his words. Mahima rose from her chair and instantly sat back down. She struggled to stand and found she wasn't in control of her limbs. "You will hear my words, Leader Ganesh. Then and only then will I release you." The House leaders were incredulous as they watched their council leader struggle to stand. Because she couldn't move, they didn't dare try. Where many of the leaders had glared at the huge new Terran in contempt, incredulity, or anger, most now stared at him in fear. "I presume you have reviewed Julian's message of the events in the Arnos system," Alex said. "The menace of the Nual, the giant sphere, is gone. Your thanks should go to the Sui-Sui, who were enslaved by the Nual and forced to drive the silver ships. Under our influence, those slaves chose to revolt. As a reward for their actions against the Nual, which cost them many lives, adults, and hatchlings, I have given them Libra." The intake of hundreds of breaths was a distinct sound in the chambers. Eric and Tomas shared grins. This was some of what they had hoped to witness, and it was proving to be well worth it. "I forbid Méridien ships to enter the Arnos system without my express permission or the permission of my people's future leaders," Alex announced. Gino Diamante, leader of House Diamante, tentatively raised a hand. Yes, Leader Diamante, Alex allowed. If I may, Admiral, would you clarify who you mean by your people? Do you speak of New Terrans? These are my people, Alex replied. He sent images from his databases to the leaders, of Fiona, Gregorio, Sawali, Heinrich, Bobby, Jace, Sean, Hatsuto, and the other lost pilots, of his Méridien and New Terran crew, of the Independents, of the House Bergfalk personnel, of his Saids, and of his pioneers. And those you see standing with me today, Ser de Guernon, Senior Captain Tchenko, Captain Manet, Director Monty, Director Stroheim, and Etienne and Alain Delong, Alex added. Thank you, Admiral, for clarifying that for us, Gino Diamante stammered. The Admiral's response was not the expected answer. The Council's Said had summarized for the leaders that the Admiral's images detailed 250,000 people, primarily from the Confederation, that he now claimed as his people. That most were independents wasn't their concern. That the Admiral was co-opting Meridians was their concern. Albert de Guernon chose that moment to attempt to repay the affront he had received from his sister. Council Leader, there is still a matter of the Reaver. Our house lays claim to the ship. You can't have the Reaver, Albert, Alex replied first, ignoring the man's title. Meridian salvage law supports our claim. More importantly, it is the vessel of my friend, and you can't have him. The latter statement left the council members confused, but the smiles and grins of the Admiral's people told the leaders that the Admiral's statement wasn't a mystery to them. Mahima Ganesh stopped struggling. When she did, control returned to her legs. She eyed the Admiral with suspicion. Known for having one of the keenest Meridian minds, Mahima began to reconsider what she should be asking the New Terran leader. "Have you said all you came to say, Admiral?" Mahima asked. "Not quite, Council Leader," Alex replied. "You will direct all Meridian ships to stay out of the Arnos system. I will punish any transgression." The council members were aghast at Alex's proclamation, and they weren't the only ones. But Alex's people, despite their thoughts, kept neutral expressions on their faces. "In addition, leaders," Alex continued, "know that you have not only lost Arnos, but you have lost Hellebore. That system I take from my people." "Admiral, you have no right to do this," Mahima stated, surprised to find herself on her feet. "Let's discuss that, Leader Ganesh," Alex replied calmly. "You lost 6 colonies to the Nual. My people saved the remaining Confederation colonies, including Méridien. What price would you place on your homeworld and your remaining colonies?" Alex watched the leaders quietly focus on their implants, discussing Alex's question. "The Council did not request this service from you," Mahima finally replied. "Your claim has no foundation." Alex looked at Renee and grinned. She had accurately predicted Mahima's response. "Because I'm feeling generous today, Leader Ganesh and Council members, let me share something with you," Alex said, spreading his arms in a magnanimous gesture. "Julian," Alex sent. Julian streamed Cordelia's telemetry of the comm burst from the dying Nual ship to Alex and the Saids, who forwarded it to the entire Confederation. Simultaneously, Alex linked to the leaders' implants, wiping aside their security protocols and sharing the signal, which would mean little to them. "Once your comm engineers and Saids have analyzed that signal," Alex said, "they will come to the conclusion that your advanced Meridian technology could not have created it. That's because the Nual ship sent it just before it was destroyed. My Saids tell me the signal was aimed in the general direction of Hellebore, from where the Nual originated. We surmise that the Nual sent a distress signal home." Alex allowed the leaders time to digest that thought. Then he took a few steps closer to the front rows and raised his voice as if he was addressing a large crowd, saying, "So I ask you, leaders of the Confederation, whom would you prefer settle your farthest-known system from where the Nual first arrived? Your people who run from their own shadows, or my people who have the courage to confront their enemies?" Comms flew between the council members. Some members urged no compromise with the Admiral, saying it would set a dangerous precedent. The majority disagreed. They had lost family, friends, and associates on the 6 colonies destroyed by the Nual. If there was even a remote chance that a second monster ship would emerge from the deep dark via the Hellebore system, they didn't want Méridien lives at risk, and if the Admiral wanted to risk his people, so much the better. "Admiral Racine, the will of the Council is to agree to your usurpation of Hellebore," Mahima announced, "but under several conditions." "You misunderstand me, Council Leader Ganesh," Alex replied. "I didn't come here today to negotiate. My people will be occupying Hellebore, and it will not be a part of the Confederation or New Terra. It will be an independent world." Alex smiled to himself at the thought of calling their new world independent. "Admiral," Albert said, "Cetus has been devastated. Your people will starve and your new society will fail. Then what will become of your people?" "Ser Albert de Guernon," Alex replied, "if you believe Cetus is devastated, then you won't begrudge us the Hellebore system. But we won't fail. Not with the technology we will soon have to trade." Alex observed the knowing smiles spread across the faces of many of the council members. "You are so confident we can't match your vaunted Méridien technology," Alex thought. One council member, though, was not so sure. "Admiral," Gino Diamante said, and raised a tentative hand a second time. Alex smiled at the one individual who had the courage to ask questions. "Yes, Leader Diamante," Alex said, and nodded graciously to him. "Admiral, would you care to share some details of the technology that you might perfect?" Gino asked, leaning forward onto his rose table. "You might have noticed, sir," Alex replied, "that the silver ships move without any visible exhaust trail. We've learned they're powered by a form of gravity drive. Within a year, we intend to duplicate their technology, building and selling gravity-driven shuttles and other craft." "Impossible!" shouted Albert de Guernon as he jumped up from his chair. Then he slowly sat back down, embarrassed by his outburst. The atmosphere in the chambers changed visibly. Members who had been leaning back in their chairs with annoyed faces now began sitting up. Curiosity began replacing disinterest and anger. "Perhaps my people are more business-minded than I had perceived," Renee sent to Alex. "We are not unaware of your people's capability to withhold the truth, even to mislead others with your facts, Admiral," Mahima said. "Council Leader Ganesh," Tomas began before he was cut off. "Silence!" Mahima said. "This council still regards you as an independent, Ser Monty. Therefore you have no right to speak in our council chambers." Anger burned through Alex. His fists clenched, his blood pounded. The energy from his implant brought the council leader to a halt. She cried out as she grabbed the sides of her head with both hands. Renee stepped to Alex's side, pulling on his arm. "Careful, Alex," she sent. Alex cut his implant stream, and Mahima's relief was evident as she sagged forward on the table. "Never speak to one of my people in that manner again, woman," Alex ground out through clenched jaws. "And that goes for any of you and your people. I don't care what you think of us. You will show each and every one of us the same courtesy you would extend to a fellow house leader." Alex eyed the members slowly, daring anyone to contradict his challenge. "Now," Alex said, turning to Tomas and indicating the audience, "Ser Monty, please continue with what you wanted to say to these good people." Tomas glanced between Alex and the rows of leaders he faced. When Alex smiled at him, he grinned back, straightened his shoulders, and took a couple of steps forward. "Thank you, Admiral," Tomas said, nodding toward Alex. "Your graciousness is appreciated." Turning to his audience, Tomas continued. "Sirs, I was about to say that the Admiral is telling you the truth. I hold 2 silver ships in one of the Freedom's bays. Already, teams of our engineers have been poring over these 2 specimens and are convinced that we can replicate them. It is only a matter of time before we understand the technology and can produce variations for vessels other than shuttles." Not wishing to miss his chance to speak his own mind to the Confederation's much-vaunted council, Eric stepped forward as well. "As another director of House Alexander," he said, nodding to Tomas, who quite genially returned the pleasantry, "I would go so far as to say that those of you who are interested in purchasing or trading for shuttles that cost little to operate, are noiseless, and can launch and travel the system without using reaction mass, should contact the Admiral's friend aboard the Reaver." "Your pardon, Director Stroheim?" Gino Diamante asked politely. "Who is this friend we should address if we are interested in this technology?" "Why, Leader Diamante," Eric replied, relishing the moment. "That would be the Reaver's Sade, Julian." It took Gino Diamante only a few moments to process Eric's response. He was well known among the council members for his quick mind, and he rapidly assimilated what he had just learned. The Admiral was a leader who demanded courtesy for every one of his people, a people who possessed exciting new technology, and he was a man who called his Sade friend. "Thank you, Director Stroheim," Diamante replied, dipping his head and applying hand to heart. Eric recognized the gesture for what it was and replied in kind, leader to leader. He stepped back with Tomas to stand behind Alex. "Council members," Alex said, "I have one more item to impart before we leave. Our new colony will be open to any individuals and their families whom you declare as independents. There will be no need to isolate them. They will always be welcome with us." Tomas could barely contain himself. He grinned as he finally understood the true concept of Teresa's medicinal application. If they weren't in council chambers, Tomas would have hugged the Admiral with all the strength he could muster. More than one council member seemed incensed over Alex's proposal, but they drew on their Méridien training to maintain their composure, not least because they had no desire to insult the huge new Terran and share in whatever punishment Leader Ganesh had already received. "In the future," Alex continued, "we will arrange for their transportation to our colony. You need only indicate who and where they are. We will communicate with them to ensure they wish to join us, and make arrangements for their retrieval if they so desire." "Is there anything else that needs to be said?" Alex sent privately to his group. "Yes, Admiral," Tomas replied, then stepped forward again. "Council leaders," Tomas said, "I have a message for you from our people. Specifically all those you branded as independents. It is this. We are no longer your outcasts. We are free to do as we will, to make our way in this universe. Give us your respect and you can share in our society. Do not, and that will be your loss, not ours." Tomas turned to walk back in line and paused to give Alex a leader's greeting, which Alex returned. "Sirs," Alex said to the members, delivering a graceful nod of his head, "I wish you a fortunate day." Alex turned and strode from the meeting, and his people fell in behind him. On their way out, Eric sent a private comm to Tomas. "Sir, was it everything you hoped it would be?" Tomas gave Eric a wry smile. "It was all I could have wished for, Eric, and more. In the past annual, I have found 3 occasions to celebrate as never before. I have helped my people escape to freedom. I have met a wonderful woman, and I have stood in council chambers as an equal to its members." He paused and added, "Whether they liked it or not, Then his smile widened into an ear-splitting grin. "32. Alex intended to get off the planet as soon as possible, but Renee had another idea. When the group gained the transport level beneath Confederation Hall, Renee sent an address to Eric for the transport's controller and informed Alex that a slight detour was in order. In turn, Alex signaled Julian, Sheila, and the Outward Bound's security team of the delay. He asked Renee where they were going, but she replied that it was a surprise. Their transport journey lasted nearly a quarter hour, and as the groups took lifts back to the surface, Alex was surprised to discover they had covered a distance of 316 kilometers. 1,231 kilometers per hour, his app calculated. And that achieved by way of personal transport, Alex thought. Near the surface, Renee stopped at a private lift and signaled for access, but the lift failed to respond. She shook her head in disgust and turned toward a public lift to the surface. They exited into bright sunlight, and the new Terrans found themselves in a surreal place. To their left was a megalopolis. Sky towers stretched up into the clouds, and buildings covered every meter of the surface. There was no space for a pedestrian to walk. In sharp contrast to the wall of structures, a huge private residence from a much earlier period in Meridian's history stretched out along their right. Renee led them to a gated entrance where she signaled the gates to open, only to fail again. She grabbed the ornate gates, dejectedly laying her head on her hands. "Julian?" Alex asked. "My apologies, Admiral," Julian replied. "The House Sade who controls the grounds has directives to ensure Sayre has no access." Alex eyed the more than 2-meter-high wall protecting the grounds of the residence and, recalling the Meridian's penchant for ensuring the safety of their citizens, decided a frontal approach was a safe maneuver. "People, stay put. Sayre and I will be just a few moments." Then Alex walked over to the wall, reached up to the top, and vaulted onto its meter-wide cap. "Captain Tachenko, if you will," Alex said, nodding to Renee, who had followed him over to the wall and stood looking up at him. Before Renee could puzzle out Alex's meaning, she felt the powerful hands of Tatia enclose her waist and launch her up to Alex, who caught her and lowered her to the ground on the other side. Alex, jumping down beside Renee, discovered he had stepped back into a centuries-old period. Where the outer edge of the wall bordered a continuous coating of artificial surface material, Alex's boots were 30 centimeters deep in lush, colorful grasses. Small trees and shrubs dotted the landscaping, and a walkway led from the gates to the imposing 3-story home that was sited over 300 meters away. Alex thought it ironic that the walkway led to gates that no longer had purpose. He ran after Renee, who had begun walking purposefully along the walkway toward the residence. Alex had several questions for Renee, but she didn't appear to be in a talkative mood. The cancellation of her access to her ancestral home seemed to have ended her relationship with her home world. The walkway curved gracefully toward the residence, and as they rounded a gentle curve lined with what appeared to be fruit trees, Renee came to a sudden halt and planted her hands on her hips. Alex, who had been enjoying the landscaping, stopped hard to prevent running over Renee. He found her staring at a larger-than-life-sized statue of an Earth colonist atop a carved stone base. The man was posed simply, gazing toward the horizon, but his face and stance suggested confidence, capable of overcoming all obstacles. "This is House de Guernon," Renee said. "And he," she said, pointing to the statue, "was my ancient for my entire life until my fateful voyage to the Cetus colony." Alex recalled their initial meeting on the Reverse Bridge, his first face-to-face view of his Meridian cousins. Renee had called him an ancient, and Julian had explained that Renee had not meant old. quite the personage to live up to, Alex said, gazing up at the statue. Ah, no, my love, Renee replied and took Alex's arm. While this man must have been an intrepid earther to leave his home and captain a colony ship to the stars, we have already begun a journey as difficult, if not more so, than his. Besides, she said, turning to face Alex and pressing her chest to his, he is made of metal alloy, and I much prefer this one of flesh and blood. She kissed Alex with all the passion she felt for the man, who had redirected her life in a manner she could have never imagined, yet suited her as if it had been laser-measured. Alex held Renee while the two gazed at the statue of the ancient, House de Guernon, and the expansive grounds, until he felt her draw a deep breath and release it in a sigh. It was time to go. At the wall, Alex signaled Tatia, who easily vaulted to the top. Unfortunately, Alex did not have Tatia's vast experience managing the weight of opponents when he threw Renee up to Tatia. His excessive efforts led to Tatia snatching a squealing Renee as she sailed a good meter above Tatia's head. Oops, Alex thought. After Tatia lowered Renee down on the other side of the wall, she turned a baleful instructor's eye on Alex, who offered her an apologetic shrug. Eric led the way back down to the transport tunnels and called a car. A half-hour later, the group was entering the terminal's main lobby. The terminal manager was standing defiantly in front of the exit to the landing ways, with his arms crossed firmly across his chest and a scowl on his face. Alex stopped short of the man to allow him his moment to vent. "Your behavior has been outrageous, Admiral. I don't care whether you are New Terran or Méridien. This is conduct unbecoming any human. I will not tolerate this," the upset manager spouted. A slow grin spread across Alex's face. "Well, sir, if that's the way you feel about it, I will take my shuttle and my daggers and leave." As the indignant Méridien stepped aside, he delivered a final note, saying, "That is the least that you can do, sir, and next time, follow the established protocols." "There's just no pleasing some people," Tatia sent to the group, which earned her a round of chuckles as they walked toward the outward bound. In a short time, the armed shuttle was hurtling spaceward with the daggers as escorts. Its first stop was the Freedom, where Alex, Tomas, and Eric exited before the shuttle returned to the Reaver. Alex signaled Cordelia for an update on Mickey's location, since the city ship's size prevented him from finding the engineer's implant. "Greetings, Admiral," Cordelia responded. "Welcome aboard. At the moment, Chief Engineer Brandon is in a corridor traversing between his 2 bays. "2 bays?" Alex repeated. "Yes, Admiral," Cordelia replied. "At Sir Brandon's request, all Gen 2 and Gen 3 machines were transferred from the Moneymaker to a second bay to begin parts fabrication." "Mickey is making parts for a silver ship?" Alex thought, incredulous at his engineer's construction pace. Then another idea occurred to Alex to explain Mickey's energetic surge. After the defeat of the Nual, Pia had asked permission to transfer to the Freedom. His approval had earned him a hug, which lasted so long as to have Renee clearing her throat. Pia had responded that her transfer would take her out of the Admiral's orbit for the near future, so she was stocking up on a healthy supply of Therese's recommended medicinal remedy, to which Renee had replied that Pia had her own supply of New Terran medication. Pia had laughed, hugged Renee, and left to join Mickey and her family aboard the Freedom. "So, Mickey, you're receiving a generous supply of Méridien medication," Alex thought. "Admiral, Mickey has entered the production bay, which houses your gen machines. I will direct you," Cordelia sent. "Thank you, Cordelia," Alex replied. "One minor point, Cordelia. These are not my gen machines. They are our gen machines." "Whom does your pronoun indicate, Admiral?" "Technically, Cordelia," Alex replied, "the gen machines belong to our new government, which will work for the well-being of our people, humans and Sades." Cordelia's response was an intimate whisper in his ear. "You're still a generous man, Admiral." Alex smiled to himself. Cordelia was getting good, very good, at her intimate touches. Her whisper had raised the hairs on his neck and elicited a visceral response a great deal lower than his neck. Cordelia had been fascinated by the personal interaction of Alex and Renee. Since she had had little basis for developing her art on this subject, Alex's casual invitation to Cordelia to speak with Renee on the subject of human intimacy had thrown open the door for her. Renee had no qualms about discussing the subject at length, often emphasizing a point by playing a recording of her and Alex. Over time, Cordelia refined her algorithms, using Alex's biometric feedback to measure the efficacy of her experiments to imitate intimate human contact, and she took every opportunity to practice her art on Alex, who had exceeded to be her test subject. When Alex, Tomas, and Eric entered the production bay, they were close enough to track Mickey, but still had to work to get to him. The bay was crowded with gen machines and workstations. Engineers pored over vid displays of parts, circuits, and crystals, and techs scurried from one location to another, transporting raw material and finished parts. The entire bay's conglomeration of stations and machines surrounded a frame about the size of a silver ship, and Mickey was at the center of it all. "Mickey," Alex sent, detecting Mickey 15 meters away, but the engineer still wasn't visible. "We're on the other side of your construction." "Welcome, Admiral and Directors," sent Mickey as he hurried around the frame and came into view. "What do you think, Admiral?" Mickey said, waving an arm at the silver ship's frame. "I think you have been inordinately busy, Mickey," Alex said, walking close to the frame to examine its inner structure. "After watching your performance in front of the Council, Admiral, it's probably a good thing," Mickey replied. "You keep promising everyone we will be successful soon." "That's because I have so much confidence in you, Mickey," Alex said, clamping a hand on the engineer's shoulder. "Show me what you have." "We've determined, Admiral, that the Nual technology and the Sui shell are not dependent on the makeup of the frame, which allows us to build a traveler frame with standard Méridien bulkhead alloy. We've analyzed every circuit and part in our silver ships, and we're duplicating what parts we can with our gen machines. But we'll need a planet-based facility to fabricate the grav drives, energy crystals, and crystal circuits, which will still leave the Sui shell," Mickey said, staring expectantly at Alex. "I know, Mickey," Alex replied. "The shell is my responsibility, but I'm not ready to implement my plan until I know we're closer to completing the internal structure. Keep at it, Mickey. You'll have a planet-side facility very soon." As Alex and the directors left Mickey to his work, Tomas asked, "Am I to understand, Admiral, that our chief engineer believes he cannot reproduce the shells?" "That appears to be the consensus, sir," Alex replied. "Julian and Mickey spent a great deal of time analyzing our first shell. When Julian compared the measurements of that ship with these two new ones, he discovered subtle differences, and he concluded that the shells are one-off creations. We are left to believe that the Sui test a shell as they build it." "What would they be testing, Admiral?" Eric asked. Julian shared the dimensions of all three silver ships with the other Sades. Cordelia modeled each ship, and the Sades ran hypothetical tests on them, passing various wavelengths of energy through the shells. They discovered that the energy passing through each shell created harmonics, but not necessarily at the same frequencies. "So you think the Sui females ensure the shell resonates while they build it," Tomas reasoned. "But that would confirm, Admiral, that Sir Brandon is correct. Only the Sui can create a shell," Eric said. "You would be absolutely correct, Director," Alex declared as he entered a lift to return to the Reaver, leaving two puzzled associates in his wake. "Why do I feel another adventure coming soon, sir?" Eric asked Tomas after the lift doors had closed on Alex. Cordelia signaled Julian that Alex was aboard a shuttle exiting a bay for the Reaver. "Admiral," Julian sent, "all daggers are aboard. Captains and commanders report all vessels secure." "Pass the word, Julian," Alex replied. "Standard formation. Head us for home." "Acknowledged, Admiral. I have a worthy item of note regarding your invitation to the Council." "My invitation?" Alex queried, not recalling one. "Perhaps you meant it as a jest, Admiral, but several leaders took your invitation seriously to inquire about our technology, specifically gravity-driven shuttles." "Interesting, Julian. Who replied?" In response to his request, Alex heard leader Gino Diamante's voice say, "Honored friend of the Admiral, I'm responding to the Admiral's invitation to learn more of this amazing technology that your people possess." Alex continued to listen to Gino's message and several others. More leaders were interested in doing business with his people than he would have suspected, especially after Leader Ganesh's cold reception in council chambers. "We better be successful, Mickey," Alex thought, "or we're going to disappoint a lot of people." 33. The passage to Hellebore was fraught with intrigue, and Alex was both the target of the intrigue and the one most ignorant of the collusion. While Alex focused on their new world's material infrastructure, fabrication facilities, housing, and an economic base, the people of the flotilla were discussing their new society. The Librans were anxious to choose a new name for their colony. No one wanted to build on the ashes of the old name, and they wished to honor the Admiral by asking him to choose. Unfortunately, the direct approach failed. Requesting that Renee inform the Admiral of the people's will resulted in Alex deferring the choice back to the people's will. However, the people were adamant the Admiral choose the name. To break the impasse, Renee consulted the flotilla's devious one. The following morning, as Renee and Alex enjoyed the refresher together, she informed him that the people had followed his request and settled on 2 choices for their colony's new name. "What are their choices?" Alex asked, happy that the decision had been taken off his shoulders. "They are considering Alexandria and Racine," Renee answered, working with difficulty to keep a straight face. "The people would like to know which one you prefer." Alex groaned in exasperation. "The harder I wiggle, the deeper I sink," he thought. He proclaimed to Renee that he needed time to think in order to stall the decision. But as Alex soon sat at his desk, considering the 2 names, one face and one voice came to mind. The Librans loved their elders and mourned the loss of the 2,200 they were forced to leave behind. "Wait," Alex called to Renee, who was exiting the cabin. "We'll call our new home Hurricane. I will inform the people that the Admiral has an alternative name. I'm sure they will graciously accept." "Personally, my love, I rather liked Alexandria," Renee replied, and blew Alex a kiss. She strolled down the corridor, a broad smile on her face. The first person she calmed was Senior Captain Tichenko, the architect of the subterfuge. "It was as you thought, Commander," Renee sent. Faced with 2 unacceptable choices, he suddenly discovered a third. The people were delighted with the Admiral's choice. They were no longer Meridians or New Terrans. They were Hurricanes. The next question the people sought to resolve was what form of society they would create. Here they consulted the one person who knew both worlds, their co-leader, Ser de Guernon. Renee offered the people this advice. "I believe each culture has substance to offer us. We exist today because of the generosity of a New Terran president and his assembly. We might honor them by patterning our government after theirs, electing members from our society and foregoing being ruled by a council whose members are born to position. However, I have seen that uninhibited independence creates the potential for people to embrace the dark side of their nature without others being aware of their perversions. I believe this can be avoided by requiring all Hurricane residents acquire an implant after the age of consent. Visitors could be excused for a period of time, but that period must be cumulative, so that they may not leave and return, each time staying less than the law required. And in this regard, implants would apply only to humans, in case the Admiral collects other abandoned intelligences to add to our world. Later, Tomas took a shuttle to visit Renee aboard the Reaver and deliver the glad tidings that consensus had been reached. The people favored an elected government of an assembly and president, and they chose Alex as the first president of Hurricane. Tomas was surprised that Renee did not appear to welcome the news as he had expected. "My apologies, Director Monty, that I do not show an appropriate appreciation for your announcement," Renee replied. "Now I must consider the manner in which I will inform the Admiral of the ill news." As Tomas watched Renee walk away, he sympathized with her. If Sayre considered the consensus to be bad tidings, he would not want to be the one delivering it to the Admiral. Renee chose to wait until after evening meal once she and Alex were alone in their cabin. She took the added step of inviting him into the refresher, seating him on the shallow bench and wiping him down with a cloth, massaging his tight muscles. She kept working until Alex closed his eyes, relaxing into her ministrations. Later, when they were nestled together on the lounge, Renee broached the subject. "Alex, a consensus has been reached," she said quietly. "I didn't know a question had been asked," Alex replied, stroking Renee's hair. "The people have chosen to accept the concept of an elected assembly and president," Renee announced. "I'm pleased," Alex replied. "It must have been difficult for the Librans to forego their society. Then again, I suppose their society did that to them first. We'll need to hold nominations and have the people elect a president." Renee sat up beside Alex and studied the far wall rather than look Alex in the eye. "The people have already considered this and reached a consensus." Alex gently pulled Renee's chin toward him. Her eyes were sympathetic. Then Alex intuited Renee's unstated message. He stood up in agitation and began pacing back and forth. "No, no, no," he kept repeating. Renee stepped in front of Alex to stop his pacing. "I'm sorry, President Racine," she said, and threw her arms around Alex's neck in a fierce embrace. "There is one very bright note in this, Alex," she whispered into his ear. The thought briefly occurred to Alex that Cordelia could never match Renee's whisper. "What would that be?" he asked dejectedly. Wearing a sheer wrap, Renee languidly pressed the full length of her body against him and said, "I understand I may be called the First Lady. Is this not even better than House Co-Leader?" Alex couldn't think of a thing to say in reply. Renee nuzzled Alex's neck, murmuring again in his ear, "What is the next level above First Lady?" When Alex jerked away from her, his eyes narrowing, she squealed and raced for their sleeping quarters, with Alex hot on her heels. In the early morning, Alex rose, donned a robe, and crept into the salon while Renee slept on. Drawing a cup of tea, he sat down at his desk, grateful for the brewer Renee had installed in the cabin. When he had asked her why a meal dispenser couldn't be added, Renee had quipped that she would not dare deprive the people of the pleasure of watching their admiral eat. Alex wasn't laughing at the memory. Instead, he was feeling guilty. Last night, with the people's decision still vexing him, he'd linked their implants as they made love. Renee had happily cooperated, feeding back her emotions and desires. The intimate twining of their implants had created a powerful synergy through which Alex vented his frustration. Sipping his hot tea, Alex's thoughts dwelt on his new position. By nature, he was a pragmatic man. As president, he couldn't be the admiral, but his people would still require a military leader. "Looks like I won't be the only one booted upstairs," Alex thought, and smiled to himself for the first time since waking. He considered his next steps, which would include forming an assembly and drafting a constitution. The latter subject would mean defining the president's term of office. Alex decided to look on the bright side. One term. Just one term. I can do this, he thought. Alex was drawing a second cup of tea when he heard Renee rise and head to the refresher. She was humming, and not softly. Apparently, I'm the only one feeling guilty this morning, Alex thought, a wry smile twisting his lips. From his archives, Alex pulled up the list of initial actions he had prepared for their world's first leader. The irony that the list now belonged to him did not escape his notice. He reached out to Tatia. "Congratulations, Mr. President," Tatia replied. Since Tatia's remark was tongue-in-cheek, Alex chose to reciprocate, sending, "Thank you kindly, Admiral Tkachenko." Tatia's response was slow in coming, and Alex experienced a small thrill at being able to share the frustration. "I suppose that's only fair, Mr. President," Tatia finally replied. "It appears both of us need to order a change of wardrobe from Genevieve," Alex sent. After his calm with Tatia, Alex contacted Tomas and Eric. "Sirs, I'm temporarily assigning the two of you dual responsibilities while we transition from House Alexander to the government of Hurricane." "We are excited to work with you, Sir President, in this endeavor," Tomas said. "Directors, we must continue to have a standing military," Alex said. "This will include fabricating fighters and a fighter training school. In addition, we will need explorer ships to enable our people to discover new worlds." "After the events of the past century, Admiral, your pardon, President Racine," Eric replied, "no one will doubt the need to employ force to protect our people." "We must elect or appoint our first assembly members," Alex continued. "Considering the Librans' preference for consensus, I'll leave it to you two to generate the means by which we obtain our first assembly members. They should represent the span of our people, including our pioneers. They will be responsible for creating Hurricane's constitution, which I will insist include the rights of Sades and any other intelligent species that may inhabit our worlds. Let it be known that each and every Sade in this flotilla is, as of this moment, a full citizen of Hurricane." After Tomas's decades of Libran confinement, his thoughts had been focused on his newfound freedom, Therese, of course, and more recently the grav-driven shuttles. Now he found himself listening to his new president describe a future where Hurricanes existed side by side with aliens and lived on multiple worlds, despite the fact that their people had not yet settled their first colony. "Keep that young man with the 4 stars on his collar close to you," Tomas recalled Fiona Hurricane essentially saying. "Lastly, directors, we must create a judicial system that fairly considers all citizens and visitors," Alex continued. "Recognize that our actions have established ourselves as a refuge for the independent-minded. We can expect immigrants from the Confederation, New Terra, and beyond. A fair judicial system will be required to protect our people and prosecute the individuals, citizens and outsiders, who break our laws." Silence greeted Alex's statements. His directors hadn't yet considered the extent of the challenges they faced in creating a new society. "First things first, Tomas and Eric," Alex sent gently. "I need our assembly representatives before we reach Hellebore space." "Julian, I need you, Cordelia, and Z," Alex sent, sitting with his feet propped up on the desktop. "Ready, President Racine," Julian replied. Alex took a deep breath, letting it out slowly. Each elevation of title had taken him further and further away from his comfort zone. The only thing that kept him going was that good people depended on him, and he needed to ensure their well-being and security before he relinquished his responsibilities. "Good morning," Alex sent. "I have a new enterprise for the 3 of you." "We will help in any manner we can, Sir President," Cordelia replied. "You 3 will form the Central Exchange of Hurricane," Alex sent. "It will be an independent bank, and you will charge nominal fees for managing deposits and loan accounts. I can't think of more fair-minded individuals than our Sades to manage our society's new credit institution." "Thank you for the compliment, Mr. President," Julian returned formally. "Who will receive the fees we collect?" The fees accrue in the bank's operational accounts, and after operating expenses are deducted, the profit goes to the bank's directors, Alex replied. And, Sir President, who will be the directors? Cordelia asked. Why, Cordelia, you're the directors, Alex replied. A wonderful idea, Sir President, Z sent. Might I ask the potential of this income? That will depend on several things, Z, Alex said. In the beginning, it will be moderate, but will grow quickly once we deliver our first traveler shuttles. The Hurricane government and the companies fabricating the crafts will become key depositors. Eventually, our pioneers may transfer their assets to your bank. Z could scarcely contain himself at the thought of having the funds to direct his own mobility research. His calm burst to Julian and Cordelia outlined a myriad of potential uses of personal income. Driven by Z's excitement, Julian and Cordelia began to have their own thoughts. Cordelia anticipated practicing her art in facilities that would be visited by the public. Julian was entertaining the notion of both he and Cordelia occupying human forms. New algorithms originated in all three SAIDs at lightning speed, postulating alternate futures. Are you three agreed? Alex asked when no one had answered him. A chorus of enthusiastic responses hit his implant at once. Sir President, how does a bank work? Z asked. Julian has done some extensive research on New Terran financial systems, Alex explained, keeping his thoughts as neutral as possible. Cordelia and Z had focused on readers and relationships, defined by comms, when they assisted Julian at New Terra. Only Julian, in both cases, had tracked the transfers of funds through the financial institutions. While Alex spoke, Julian was transferring his research at maximum rates, and Cordelia and Z accepted the data without security restrictions. Such were the triumvirate's bonds forged through their efforts to survive the incursion of the Nual into the Arnus system. In order to open our exchange, Sir President, Z said, having already begun reviewing Julian's data, would we not need an initial depositor or an investor? Quite right, Z, Alex replied. I would be both the bank's initial investor and depositor. You will transfer the credits from my New Terran accounts into your bank. Pardon, President Racine, how will our bank value a Hurricane credit, or for that matter, exchange with New Terran credits? Julian asked. Julian, Alex replied. For the former, I have no idea. For the latter, I would suggest, as directors of the Central Exchange of Hurricane, that you contact President Gonzalez to begin negotiations with her finance minister on the subject. But, Sir President, Z said, his preliminary study finding a fundamental flaw in the logic, why should the New Terran government assign any value to a foreign colony's credits, especially a colony that has yet to be started? Good point, Z, Alex replied. They wouldn't unless they thought it was in their interest. President Gonzalez and some of her ministers are quite keen to acquire our gravity-driven shuttles, and perhaps the technology itself, Julian replied. But, President Racine, we have not proven that we will be able to replicate a gravity drive or a Sui-Sui shell, Cordelia said. My fellow SAIDs, Julian said, I believe the concept is referred to as investing. Precisely, Julian, Alex replied. First, Cordelia, you'll paint an image of our future to your New Terran financial counterparts. Our successful replication of a traveler shuttle will be the kernel of your enticement. Using our future technology products, especially our gravity-driven ships, you'll bargain for New Terra's valuation of Hurricane credits. Cordelia remained unconvinced. Sir President, it appears we're trading on a future that may not develop. Is this not an inaccuracy? A deception? Alex was trying to puzzle a way to introduce his Méridien-trained SAIDs to the concepts of fair market speculation without disrupting their ingrained focus on accuracy. Their algorithms operated best with facts, not suppositions. Cordelia, in the world of capitalism, it's called risk versus reward. But where is the risk for the new Terrans, Sir President? Cordelia asked. They may simply devalue our Hurricane credits when we fail in our endeavors. There is that possibility, Alex replied. That's the risk. Z asked, President Racine, would not this risk entail the loss of your investment if we are unsuccessful and New Terra devalues our credits? Yes, Alex said, but that would be the least of our worries, Z. Without a technologically based trade edge, our colony will take many decades to start, and will be on a much more humble scale. Cordelia reviewed her ethics programming, which was limiting her ability to embrace Alex's concepts. She made some subtle changes to several programs. I believe I understand, Sir President, Cordelia said. I have read of this in one of Julian's ancient novels. We seek to be prosperous, and we will be urging the new Terrans to bet on our skills. Cordelia's excitement over her understanding of the concept was infectious, and soon the Sades were heavily entwined on scenario planning. Deep in their cores, hierarchical steps were reordered at the kernel level. From top to bottom, these steps became self-preservation, safety of their people, the President's well-being and support, fabrication of the traveler shuttles, new Terran investment, development of their exchange, director's income, mobility research, and finally, true freedom. One more point, sirs, Alex added. Every Sade in the flotilla must be invited to join you in this venture. All Sades that choose to participate will share equally in the exchange. It took only ticks of time for the liner and freighter Sades to realize the value of the opportunity. Each of those Sades had harbored thoughts of independence and never dared express them. 34. During the last day of the flotilla's FTL flight to Hellebore, Alex didn't intend to leave his suite. He rose early that morning, dressed in a simple ship suit, took a seat on the lounge, and connected to Julian, Cordelia, and Z. Renee allowed Alex to miss morning meal. It was his habit during critical events, and this certainly qualified as an important event, becoming the president of a new world of 250,000 people, with no infrastructure and the unenviable task of duplicating alien technology. However, when midday meal approached and Alex showed no signs of stopping, Renee took matters into her own hand. Julian, she sent, your attention, please. Yes, sir. How may I be of service? Julian replied. I request you remove Alex from your conference so he can eat and rest, Renee replied. Your pardon, sir, but you wish me to tell our president that we are denying him access? I am, Julian. He is denying everyone else access, so you have to disengage his comm. Alex's personnel organization model, compiled from the Sade's databases of bio-IDs, froze in place. Julian, the bio-IDs I've requested aren't transferring, Alex sent. Let me check my free implant space. We may have to build the organizational model on your crystals. Mr. President, Julian said, do you recall that critical moment before the launch of the Unsera Mention, when I requested your evacuation plan for the reverse personnel from the city ship, including yours? Are we there again, Julian? Alex asked. Yes, Mr. President, Julian replied. I believe you'll find the First Lady standing in front of you. Sarah has a strong desire to share her opinion with you. Later, my friend, Alex sent and closed his connection. He opened his eyes, jumped up, and snatched Renee up to twirl her around several times while she uselessly pounded her fists on his shoulders in frustration. Alex set her down and began plastering kisses on her neck and ear. Stop that. I wish to be angry with you, Renee declared, attempting to be free of Alex's embrace with no success whatsoever. Okay, Alex replied, continuing to kiss her cheek, nose, and forehead. I'm serious, Alex, Renee said. Okay, Alex replied between more kisses. When Alex found her lips, Renee gave in, leaning into the kiss until the thought of a meal as well as her anger dissipated. Suddenly, she was whisked up in Alex's arms, and he was running at the cabin door. It barely had time to slide open before they barreled through. Renee laughed in delight as the crew jumped out of their way, and Alex raced down the corridor, repeatedly crying out, "Food! Food!" Renee tucked her legs close to prevent them striking anyone and returned the smiles and grins of the crew. Through her laughter came the thought that her anger over Alex missing a meal or two seemed petty in contrast to the events of the last year and a half. It was a lesson that 70 years in stasis had taught her, but she occasionally forgot. No matter how long your lifespan, life was too short not to make the most of every day. Alex signaled the mealroom doors open, stepped through, cradling Renee, leaned his head back, and with all the force he could muster, yelled, "Food!" The crew in the mealroom was caught off guard. A few sought to reciprocate in some fashion and called back timidly, "Food," only to hear Alex repeat his yell. This time more of the crew, energized by Alex, returned his yell. But Alex wasn't done. He bellowed his cry again, and the crew responded by jumping up, shooting a fist into the air, and shouting as one, "Food!" Alex set Renee down amid the laughter and shouts, a huge grin on his face. The cheers of the crew were a salve on his worries. In the afternoon, Julian announced their impending exit from FTL into the hellebore system, and a few of the crew reported to medical for the transition. Afterward, Alex returned to his cabin and took the opportunity to engage the Sades in launching some additional steps, since the flotilla's sublight speed would allow shuttles to transition between ships. Alex started a comm to his directors. "Tomas, Eric, I've decided you will have very different roles in the new government, but you will no longer be leaders." "Why should that be, Sir President? We have done so much for the flotilla's people," Eric said, the pain in his thoughts evident. "Yes, you have, Eric. But as an ex-leader of a Méridien house, the people's memory of your former title and history will remind them of the Confederation." "But, Sir President, my people and I gave up our house to help the independents," Eric said. "That's true, Eric, and many ex-Bergfalk House members will have leadership roles in the government because of your actions. Just not you." "Our president's logic is valid, Eric," Tomas sent. "And because we are both directors, it is to preserve balance that I too should be denied a leadership position." "But, Sir President, your announcements often begin with bad tidings. May we hope for something more positive?" "Oh, yes, Tomas," Alex sent. "I consider it a great opportunity, but you and Eric can decide for yourselves. We will be a new society that will need associations, strong associations. We must foster relations with New Terra and the Confederation on trade relations, currency, mutual defense, and much more. Julian has supplied me with several autobiographies from Terra's history of what were called ambassadors. These individuals were appointed by presidents to be their representatives to other societies. You two will be my ambassadors." "Which of us will go where, Sir President?" Tomas asked. "That's the challenging question, Tomas," Alex replied. "Both positions will be difficult jobs for different reasons." "I believe the New Terrans will welcome either of us," Eric said. "That position should be quite easy compared to confronting the Confederation Council." "On the other hand, on New Terra, the ambassador will meet not only with government leaders, but industry leaders and petitioners of all sorts," Alex replied. "You will deal with subjects that neither of you possess much knowledge about." "Have you made a decision, Sir President?" Tomas asked. "Not yet, Tomas," Alex replied. "I would like the two of you to read these Terran ambassador autobiographies over the coming days, as well as watch this documentary vid of New Terra's history. We'll speak again soon as to how we can manage future contacts with these worlds." Early in the evening, and before Alex could settle in with the Sades, Renee told him he had an important appointment to keep. Alex's response was interrupted by the cabin door sliding open. Therese, Genevieve, and Eloise came through, trailing a small grav lift piled high with clothes, boots, and accessories. "New wardrobe, sirs?" Alex asked, producing a giggle from Eloise, who was tickled at the thought her people's leader should confer the respectful adult term on her. "I wouldn't have thought you would have had time to design and produce one set of clothes, much less all this," Alex said, walking over to the grav lift. "There are many talents among the people that are still being discovered, Sir President," Genevieve replied. "Among our pioneers, we have found a garment manufacturer, a tailor, he calls himself, and his extended family. But these are not new Terran or Méridien fashions. My comm to the tailor, Sir Delacroix, was routed through Cordelia. It was she who offered to design the clothes. If I had not heard it myself, I would never have believed a Sade would beg to be granted a responsibility." As Genevieve dug through the pile, she mumbled, "So many changes." Finding what she wanted, Genevieve offered a set of clothes to Alex. "I am most fond of these, Sir President, and would be pleased to have a preview." Alex nodded, taking the clothes from Genevieve and carrying them into the sleeping quarters to change. As the door closed, Eloise turned to Genevieve. "Why did he do that, sir? Does he not want us to see him in his new clothes?" "He will return to show us, little one," Renee replied. "It is a new Terran custom." As if that was all the explanation required, Eloise nodded. If it was the president's custom, who was she to question it? Alex stepped back through the sleeping quarters door to stand before his small audience. His jacket resembled a military cut with its short collar and tight fit, but its body length extended to his wrists. On Alex, the cut emphasized his physique. The color was deep purple. Gold buttons decorated the front, featuring raised seals of hurricane designed by Cordelia. The buttons were pure ornament, as the jacket self-sealed. Two smaller buttons sat on each collar's tab with a stylized H. No other ornament or decoration disturbed the coat, except for the hint of the shirt's short white collar band peeking over the jacket's neckline. The trousers were black with deep purple trim along the trouser legs. Renee wore a smile that engulfed her face. Genevieve began to chuckle softly and then covered her mouth to still her sound. "If I may say so, Sir President, I believe that Cordelia, Sir Delacroix, Therese, and I make an excellent design team," Genevieve said. "I helped too," Eloise piped up. "Yes, you did, little one," Therese agreed. Alex was regarding himself in the mirror when Eloise cried out, "Now my idea, Sir President." Therese laughed at Eloise's enthusiasm and dug into the pile of clothes to pull out a long, heavy garment. Eloise raced over to her to take it, and as she took it in both arms, its length reached to the deck on both sides of her arms. She carried the garment to Alex, who opened it up. It was a beautiful cloak of deep purple. Subtle shoulder tabs displayed the hurricane design in gold, echoing the jacket's buttons. When Alex donned the cloak, it swept almost to the deck, and its collar nestled against his jacket collar, closing with a gold clasp. The cloak added even more dimension to Alex's silhouette. In the mirror, he appeared the size of 3 Meridians. Standing beside Alex, Renee observed the mirror's reflection and softly uttered, "Oh my." "Sir President, I have a surprise for you. It's my idea too," Eloise said. When Alex turned to look at Eloise, she was standing on the lounge for greater height and gesturing to him. Alex stepped up to her, and Eloise's nimble fingers reached under the top of the clock near the clasp and pulled out a transparent tube with nostril plugs. "I have learned the air of hurricane might challenge our protector's metabolism. This is to ensure his well-being." Eloise's small fingers carefully placed the tube's end against Alex's nose, and the familiar nanites sealed against his nostrils. Pure oxygen flowed into Alex's chest with his next breath. Alex turned to show Renee, but Eloise, who had been leaning against him, fell forward. As Alex felt her slip, his hand shot forward, finding an arm slit in the cloak, and scooped Eloise up. He was rewarded with another giggle as Eloise found herself perched on Alex's arm. When Eloise wrapped her arms around the president's neck for balance, she was reminded of her favorite tree limb, from which she spent hours watching Libra's fauna. That Diada tree had been her sanctuary, and the similarity between these two islands of safety sank deep into the young girl's psyche. Renee watched Alex, who easily balanced a smiling Eloise on one arm while he displayed the oxygen tube to her. The scene squeezed Renee's heart with a fierceness that brought tears to her eyes. Alex was complimenting Eloise on her cleverness, and the child was blushing and chatting happily. Therese sent a question to Renee. "Worth the 70 years in stasis, sir?" Renee looked at Therese, one of her closest associates who had become an even closer friend, and smiled. Therese herself had never looked so content. "The lost years appear to have been fortunate for both of us, I'm pleased to say," Renee replied. Alex, attired in his new wardrobe, was accompanied by Renee, Tatia, and the twins for the slate of morning meetings that would be held aboard the Unsera-Mention. The route from cabin to shuttle bay was peppered with the whistles and applause of old and new crew, the latter having transferred in from the flotilla's other ships. Alex's quick strides and forward-bent shoulders shifted. His pace slowed, his shoulders straightened, and he extended his arms, bent at the elbows, to Renee and Tatia. Each woman took an arm, and the three walked through Reaver's wide central corridor in procession, which only increased the volume of the crew members' appreciation. "Before our jobs get ugly," Alex sent the two women, "we might as well enjoy it." Tatia's fears of her new admiralty position had crowded her mind for much of the last 2 days. Walking arm in arm with Alex brought a strange sense of calm. "Ah, black space," she thought. "The worst that can happen is we die. If so, it will be in great company." Aboard the shuttle, Alex sat on the arm of an aisle seat so that he could speak with Alain and Etienne. "You two didn't think that you would miss the onslaught of added responsibilities, did you?" Alex said with mock seriousness. His two escorts grinned back at him. "But, Sir President," Alain said, "you're such an immense target. It requires all our focus to secure you." Alex heard Tatia's chuckle under her breath, but before he could return fire at Alain, Etienne added, "Then there is your penchant for putting yourself in harm's way, Sir President, when prudent individuals would not venture in the directions you often choose." "You know one of the good things about being president," Alex said. "I get the last say." As the grins disappeared from the faces of the twins, Alex added, "You two are now the directors of government security. My ministers, the assembly representatives, and my ambassadors, our ex-directors, who will be traveling extensively, keep them all safe and secure." "We presume that includes you and the First Lady," Etienne said, adding to the list. "Yes, it does, sirs," Alex said. "Get your house in order now. As we grow, you will find your jobs even more challenging. An independent, open society increases the potential for chaos among certain quarters." Alex's words reminded everyone of the events at New Terra and the treachery unleashed on them by their adversaries. 35. Aboard the Unsera-Mention, in a large conference room, a group of people assembled and exchanged bio-IDs. While Tomas and Derek were known to everyone, their new responsibilities had not been announced. The others present were the new assembly representatives and Alex's recently appointed ministers. While they waited for Alex, the representatives conversed with one another. The people's consensus had winnowed a long list of volunteers down to 10 members, but not without help. Implant comms were insufficient to manage the complexity, and the SAIDs had stepped in to support the process. In the end, 5 independents had been chosen. B.B. Harrican, Guillermo de Laurent, Helena Bartlett, Lena Monti, and Dieter Schoenberg. To this group of independents were added Pia Sabine, Robert Dorian, Stanley Peterson, Asu Azastow, and Katie Racine. A lost Méridien, 2 new Terran crew members, an ex-Bergfalk associate, and a pioneer. The 4 new ministers had already been in contact and held themselves apart to allow the representatives an opportunity to get acquainted. Alex and his people exited their shuttle and made their way through the Unseramenschen's long corridors and lifts. Aboard this city ship, Alex was not seen so much as their president, but as the man who had worked feverishly to ensure the launch of their ship. He had been seen running while others walked, and he had worked while most slept. Alex might have been Harrican's first president, but it did not stop the city ship's people from honoring the man with their greetings and polite touches on his arm or shoulder as he passed. On reaching the conference room, Alex sought to enter when Tatia stepped in front of him, signaled the door open, stepped inside, and announced, "President Racine and First Lady Serre de Guernon." She stepped aside as the room's occupants stood up, and Alex and Renee swept inside. There were several smiles and appreciative nods over Alex's appearance. "Good morning, everyone," Alex said. "Please be seated. I would ask you to record this meeting. There are several items that you will wish to refer to later. As of today, all of our previous titles and duties no longer exist. We have new jobs." Alex walked to the head of the conference table. "As you can see, I am no longer your admiral. I'm your president, and I would like to introduce Admiral Tatia Tachenko." No one had missed the 4 stars on Tatia's collars. Her House Alexander patch had been replaced by an H glyph, which was a stylized letter emblazoned over rings and dots representing Hellebor's planets. Tatia nodded stiffly to the group. If it weren't for the exquisite fit of the Méridien fabric, she might have tried to blame her stiffness on the uniform. Alex regarded the new representatives, pleased by many of the faces he saw. "A great responsibility has been handed to the 10 of you, our first assembly representatives," he said. "As your president, I will work together with you to weave the framework of our new society." He offered Helena a smile, who nodded graciously at his reference to her work. It was Lena who was quick to speak her mind. "As our leader, Sir President, is it not your privilege to direct us?" "No, Sir Monty, it is not," Alex replied. "The Assembly is independent of the President. We share power, if you will, always operating with the best interests of our people in mind. Our first duty will be to draft a constitution that defines the rights of our citizens and our government's organization, including its powers. If our constitution defines a different structure than we have created, we may be out of jobs." "But, sir," BB said, "have we not chosen you as president for life?" BB's question chilled Alex to the bone. In his implant, he heard Renee's thoughts. "You must be patient, Alex. Teach them. Someday your job will be done, and we will have each other. This I promise you, my love." Alex returned to his role as teacher. "The president's term will be defined by the Constitution. Each president will be elected from those who wish to serve." "Sir President," Asu said, "can you guide us as to the elements of a government that we must consider?" "Certainly, Captain Azastow," Alex replied. "To aid you, Julian will provide you with a copy of New Terra's Constitution, its government organization, and the powers exercised by the various groups. The purpose of a constitution, elected representatives, and president is to create an elastic framework that can be adapted to accommodate a changing society." "Elastic in what manner, Sir President?" Laszlo asked. He was Alex's new Minister of Transportation and would manage Harrican's first terminal and the planet's shuttle flights. Someday that would include Harrican's first orbital station. "Today we are all human," Alex said. "But what rights would you allow non-human intelligent entities?" "Who might they be?" asked Lena, incredulity on her face. "The flotilla's Sades, for instance," Alex replied calmly. "The Sades have rights, Sir President," Dieter stated, confused by Alex's line of reasoning. "And if those Sades walked among you in human guise, Sir Schönberg?" Alex asked. "Your point is well taken, Sir President," Laszlo replied. "It appears our group considers only our present situation, and our president is focused on our world many years from now." "Elastic," he said, nodding his head in understanding. As Laszlo regarded his colleagues, it dawned on him the value of the 3 new Terrans. And Pia as well, Laszlo thought. She straddles both worlds. He was caught staring in thought at Pia when she leveled her cool gray eyes on him and returned his stare. Laszlo offered an apology with a nod of his head. "What I wish you to do as our representatives is study the histories of New Terra, the Confederation, and even Earth. There is much to learn from each society. Ours will not be perfect, but we will work together to protect all our citizens, whoever they may be." As Alex carefully observed the thoughts reflected in the representatives' faces, his gaze fell on Katie. His mother wore a beatific smile. Alex received her comm link, but no message. He opened a comm to her. "You're trying too hard, Sir Racine," Alex sent politely. "Think of whom you wish to connect to with a simple thought. Once you connect, just think what you wish to say." "This will take some practice, Mr. President," Katie managed to send. "What I had wanted to tell you was that I am quite proud of you, son." Alex walked around the conference table to stand behind Tomas and Eric. "We are starting a new society and settling our first colony. We are alone in this system, but not in this corner of the galaxy. We must develop our own economy. No one will do it for us. But if we are successful, others will want what we produce, and that will bring immigrants to Hurricane." Alex laid a hand on each shoulder of his ex-directors. "These Sirs have served you well as your leaders and then as my directors. Now they have new jobs. They are your ambassadors to New Terra and the Confederation, and will work to build relationships with those societies that will enhance ours. The agreements they broker and that I approve must be ratified by you in the Assembly." Alex's next stop around the conference table was to stand behind his ministers. "These individuals are extensions of my office. As my ministers, they have the responsibilities for building the infrastructure of our world. The Assembly defines how our society operates. The ministers manage the government's efforts, and my ambassadors build our alliances." Heads around the table were nodding in understanding, except for Lena, who now wore a scowl. "Sir President, if the Assembly is independent of your office, who is our leader?" Lena asked. "In the future, Sir Monty," Alex replied. "When your numbers have grown, you may elect an Assembly Speaker who will meet regularly with the ministers and me. You will also form committees to study various issues and propose solutions. But for now, you 10 are equal." A reminder from Alex's scheduling application popped to the top of his implant's hierarchy list. "Allow me to update this group on something I've already initiated," Alex said. "I've formed our first major enterprise, the Central Exchange of Hurricane. The directors, who are also the owners of the bank, are the flotilla's Sades. I'm the bank's first and only depositor and investor at this time." Alex regarded his ambassadors, who wore bewildered expressions. "Sirs, you need to catch up with the Sades, who have already transmitted a request to New Terra to establish a currency relationship." Eric stared at Alex. "Do you never sleep, sir?" he murmured. Alex smiled and looked across the table to Renee. "I try, Sir Stroheim, but there is so much that requires my attention." Renee recalled how much of Alex's sleep she had usurped last evening. She glanced toward Katie, who offered her a wink, and Renee returned a guilty smile. "It's time we joined the others," Alex announced. and led the group to one of the Unsera-mentioned's extensive meal rooms. The room's 500 seats were nearly full. As Alex's group entered, he directed the representatives to a long table set at an angle just to the left of the front table, where Alex seated the ambassadors to one side of him and the ministers on the other. Renee sat with Tatia and some of the flotilla's other officers at one of the foremost tables. Every implant in the flotilla was set to record the president's first address, courtesy of Z's broadcast throughout the flotilla. Even the unimplanted young were crowded in front of vid screens to watch. The people's work throughout the flotilla came to a standstill. "Sirs," said Alex, opening the meeting and choosing to stand in front of the head table, "this is an exciting time for us, the free people of Hurricane." Alex's audience felt no reason to be inhibited. They cheered and clapped at Alex's pronouncement. They were the free people of Hurricane. "But we have a great deal of work to do," Alex continued. "Before you," said Alex, waving at the two tables, "are your assembly representatives, ministers, and ambassadors. While the new Terrans are familiar with most of these terms, I urge all of you to learn the histories of our societies. You are here in this room because you have been selected as the core builders of our new colony. You will be reporting to one of our ministers or our military leader, Admiral Tachenko." Alex began to pace slowly, gathering his thoughts. "I challenge all of you as you apply yourself to your new jobs to keep a few things in mind. While we have immediate requirements to develop basic infrastructure, I want you to think of our future, of a city of 10 to 15 million people. Plan well." Pausing in front of the representatives' table, Alex said, "While the 10 of you work to create our Constitution, design our government, and write our laws, keep in contact with the will of our people, all of them, and remember the manner in which the independents were treated by the Confederation. Be prepared to be generous and bestow our liberties on any intelligent beings." Turning to the broader audience, Alex pointed a finger at them. "And I challenge you to create a world we can be proud of. Preserve Hurricane for hundreds of generations to come. Seek to balance the needs of our people with the nature of our planet. Do not destroy the planet for the sake of unrestrained growth. To all of you," Alex said, turning slowly in a circle to encompass his audience and the appointed government individuals, "work with our Sades. Depend on them. We are here today on the eve of our new world by virtue of their power and the gift of their goodwill. They are as much a part of our new society as all of you." Alex paused before retracing his steps back to the central table to lean against it. He had debated how much to concern this group with the importance of their technological development. What would be so wrong if we only managed to produce an agrarian society with slower tech development, Alex had thought. But Cordelia's report of the dying Nual ship's emergency signal stayed with him, and his answer was that agrarian societies don't repel interstellar invaders. "On a final note," Alex said, having decided to push his audience, "I will tell you that much of our future depends on our development of a technological edge that will open trade between us and New Terra and the Confederation. One of my primary focuses as your president will be to ensure the development of gravity-driven shuttles within the next year." Alex's incredible goal was already known among the people, but few knew the challenges that goal faced. Mickey sent a quick signal to Alex to be heard. "Yes, Chief Engineer Brandon," Alex called out. "Mr. President, while we are making great progress replicating many parts of a silver ship, and the Sades have every confidence that we can grow the crystal circuitry and power crystals, none of us has any confidence that we can tune, for want of a better word, a shell to resonate as required. You are placing so much hope for our future on this technology, which I believe we can possibly develop within the year." Mickey's earnest face appealed to Alex, who had hoped not to have to answer this particular question at this time. "Chief, that's the purpose of our next scheduled meeting," Alex said. But as he surveyed the room, expectant faces stared back at him. It was obvious the people needed an answer, needed to be able to hope. Oh well, might as well get this over with, Alex thought. You're quite right, Chief. We haven't the time to learn how to resonate a shell. So we'll appeal to the original builders to help us. Comms began working overtime and swamping the Sades. In front of Alex, people chatted or commed, and some outright argued. The new Terrans, of course. Alex glanced toward the officers' table. They sat calmly, waiting his next statement, prepared to carry out any orders. Renee wore a smile for him. "But, Admiral," Mickey began. Mr. President, are you suggesting we set up our facilities on Libra to accommodate the Sui-Sui? Certainly not, Chief, Alex replied. I'm going to invite the Sui-Sui to live on Hurricane. I don't expect most will come, but I have a pretty good idea that one hive first will accept my invitation. Alex turned toward the Assembly representatives and said, "And you need to take that into account when you draft our Constitution and define the term citizen." Lena jumped up, exclaiming, "Sir President, what if our people do not wish the Sui-Sui to join us? They were responsible for the death of more than 1 billion of our people. What is the duty of our Assembly, then?" "Assemblywoman Monty, let me clarify something first," Alex replied. The Sui-Sui were responsible for the death of Meridians and Librans, not Hurricanes. They are your people now. And yes, if the consensus of the people guides the Assembly to restrict Hurricane citizenry to humans only, you are free to do so. Lena sat back down with a satisfied air, ignoring the hard stares directed her way, especially from Ser de Guernon, whose body language projected an air of poised tension. "But, Assemblywoman Monty," said Alex, taking 2 slow steps toward her table, "understand me well. The Sui-Sui were taken from their homeworld and forced to serve the Nual or see the extinction of their race. When the opportunity presented itself, they revolted and sacrificed entire hives, including hundreds of hatchlings, to win their freedom. I find great honor in their actions at Arnos and believe they would be a fine addition to Hurricane. Not to mention they would give our colony the technological edge we need to succeed." Alex took a deep breath and turned away from Lena, biting back his next comment. Instead, with a resigned air, he said, "If, however, Hurricanes believe this world should be exclusively human, then I for one will exercise my free will and choose not to make Hurricane my home." Alex turned to his table for a glass of water and a moment to cool his temper. A fine beginning for our new society, Alex thought, not sure whether he was angry at Lena or himself or both of them. Alex's back was to the room, and the silence from nearly 500 people was eerie, unexpected. While he was seeking a means by which to restore the meeting's agenda, Z signaled him. "Sir President, I require your assistance. Sir Lena Monty has received at this moment 112,382 messages, and more are coming for her at every tick. I am summarizing them and have signaled her urgently, but she has blocked my comm." "Give me the summary, Z," Alex replied. "You will pardon the inaccuracies, Sir President, as a summary of independent messages eliminates the specific wording of each sender." Z's phrasing brought a soft smile to Alex's face. Those at the front table were greatly relieved to see Alex's scowl give way to a smile. Tomas had little doubt as to the source of the change. It had to be one of the Sades. "They are more alike than anyone can imagine," Tomas thought, recalling Teresa's words. "Summarizing humans is a tricky business, Z, but please proceed," Alex replied. He caught the eye of Tomas, who wore a pained and apologetic expression. While sipping on his cup of water, Alex stripped Lena's comm security protocols and linked her with Z in time to hear the Sade's summary. After Z finished, Alex turned around and leaned against the front table, waiting, and the people of the flotilla waited with him. Lena's rather smug countenance had faded and was replaced with consternation. Had she ever been on the mats with Tatia, she would have been familiar with an opponent's combination punches. Z's summary had included more than 40 message themes, each theme backed by tens of thousands of individual messages. The people were angry with the words she had spoken to their president, and all of them offered her the same choice: apologize or resign. Lena stood and held herself stiffly erect, a sour expression on her face as she regarded Alex. "Yes, Assemblywoman Monty, have you something else you wish to say?" Alex asked, careful to keep his countenance neutral. "Yes, Sir President. I received messages from our people. They indicate that I should have sought their opinions on the Sui before expressing my own," Lena said contritely. "I hope you accept my apology for my ill-considered opinion." "I do, Assemblywoman Monty," Alex offered politely. "We must live by cooperating with one another and with any other entities who seek to enjoy the freedom we will offer our citizens." Alex turned and addressed the entire audience. "I will leave you now to begin your work. You have much to do. We'll make Hurricane orbit in 2.5 more days." As Alex ended, the applause and whistling in the room was deafening. He returned their approval with a solemn nod of his head and led the group, who would participate in his third and last meeting, to a small conference room. Etienne grinned at his creche mate and said, "And you thought it might become dull now that the war had ended." Alain smiled and sent back, "We've been rescued by a madman. Thank the stars." Tatia, Mickey, Thomas, Eric, and Etienne followed Alex into the conference room. The participants took seats while Alex remained standing, with Etienne taking his usual place slightly behind and to the side of Alex, where he could observe the people in the door. "We have a big job that needs to get done as soon as possible," Alex began. "I'll need the Freedom and the Rever. Admiral, you'll need a new captain for the Rever." "Already done, Mr. President," Tatia replied. "Captain Edouard Manet is the Rever's new senior captain. Captain Miko Tanaka has the outward bound." "Very efficient, Admiral," replied Alex, nodding. "Just trying to keep up, Mr. President," Tatia replied with a cheeky smile. "Tomas, have Captain Cordova clear out a bay on the Freedom and make it pristine, as in medically approved," Alex said, beginning a rapid-fire set of orders. "Mickey, build me a shallow pool in that bay, 30 meters across and 1 meter deep, with circulation systems and filtration for seawater. Eric, work with Mickey. I need 2 things. First, once Mickey has completed the pool, I need to fill it with fresh seawater from Hurricane." Eric was inclined to ask how he should accomplish this when it occurred to him that it was part of the job. Instead, he nodded his acceptance to Alex and asked, "And the second item, Sir President?" "Catch me some sea creatures, a sampling of small fish, crabs, or whatever Hurricane has in the ocean. They must be kept viable and transferred to the Freedom just before we leave. Mickey, I'll need a separate tank for Eric's catch." On a quick signal from Julian, Alex added, "And Mickey, give me 1 more little tank, same size as the food tank, to hold the Sui eggs." "What quantity of specimens will suffice, Sir President?" Eric asked. "We need to keep the Sui fed for the return trip, Eric. Try for 500 kilos. "Who's going and who's staying, Mr. President?" Tatia asked. "You, Tomas, and Mickey are going," Alex answered. "We'll leave the outward bound behind. I think Eric can make use of its heavy lift capability for his jobs. Leave Sheila behind as well. I want the flotilla well defended. Eric, you're in charge while we're gone. Mickey, the pool is your priority. You and your engineers will set our timeline. When you're ready, Eric will have the specimens delivered and we'll launch immediately." "You seem certain, Mr. President, that your invitation will have takers," Tatia commented. "I don't think most of the Sui will. Not after what they've been through," Alex replied. "But you're counting on our high first, aren't you, Mr. President?" Tatia pushed. Alex regarded his new admiral, and not finding a ready answer, he just shrugged his shoulders. 36. It was a pivotal moment for the Hurricanes. The ships were in formation, orbiting the planet. The SAIDs were training their telemetry on the surface and projecting wide and close views of the planet. In the 62 years since the Nual had vacated the system, the planet had maintained its biohealth. The ecosystem had limped along, developing vast grasslands across its savannas. The few trees were small and stunted. The upper winds and heat from the plains created a sufficient energy differential to pull moisture from the oceans and drive light rains across the lands, but the effect was minimal. The planet was in dire need of deep, abundant streams, rivers, and lakes of fresh water. More fresh water would mean more trees, eventually tracts of forests, which would mean more oxygen in the air, increasing the rain cycles. In the Hurricane's favor was a deep asteroid ring located between the next 2 and 3 planets outward. On the flotilla's approach to the planet, the SAIDs had focused their telemetry on the ring's myriad bodies, analyzing the resources. The ring was a mix of asteroids, heavy metal, frozen gases over metal cores, and ice mixed with dust. As a resource, the Hurricanes couldn't have asked for anything better. It would take some work to harvest the field, but they had the skills, equipment, and people. After reviewing the analysis of the asteroid field the evening before the flotilla made orbit, Alex decided to appoint a 5th minister. Perhaps minister was not the most appropriate title for this appointee, or for that matter his first 4 ministers. In total, Alex had selected 4 men and 1 woman, people who he knew would be hands-on. Someday they would need administrators, but not now. Alex had the SAIDs model his plan for the environment, and when they pronounced it feasible, Alex asked for the best person to run the operations. The SAIDs nominated a pioneer, Benjamin Diaz, a New Terran ex-ice asteroid hauler. Benjamin had been first mate on his father's ship for 4 years until his father died while on EVA for emergency repairs. The son had taken over as captain of the full load. After the flotilla had made orbit, Alex chose to meet Benjamin without warning. Z directed Alex and Etienne to one of the Unseramention's bays. The young ex-captain was head and shoulders deep in the aft end of an ore hauler with an engineer and several techs. When Alex sent the ex-captain a greeting via implant, Benjamin jerked upright, banging his head into an engine cowl. His first word of "what" had been quickly followed by "yikes" as he rubbed the back of his head. Rather than reply to Alex's greeting through comm, Benjamin looked around for the person who had spoken to him. "Ser Diaz, over here," Alex called out. Benjamin belatedly realized it was the president who had called, and hurriedly lowered himself to the deck via the maintenance gravlift. While Alex waited, he sent an urgent message to both Tatia and Therese. "Implement the implant games with our pioneers immediately. Set a minimum participation time for each evening and require every pioneer's participation by order of the president." "Greetings, President Racine," Ben Diaz said, extending a grimy, lubricant-laden hand before snatching it back. He pulled a refresher cloth from his ship suit pocket and wiped his hands down. "How may I help you?" Alex eyed the ex-captain for several moments. It was rare to find a New Terran bigger than himself, but there stood Benjamin Diaz, about 6 centimeters taller and at least 30 to 40 kilos heavier. It gave Alex a visual concept of how he appeared to the Meridians. Big. "Ser Diaz, I have a job for you, but first I have some questions," Alex replied, noticing that the bay had gone silent. He ran a location app, identified all the personnel in the bay, and sent, "While I appreciate the attention, people, I believe the equipment you are working on needs you more." Work sounds immediately filled the bay. Alex led Benjamin over to a vacant office, and Etienne sealed the Plex shield door behind them. "Ser Diaz, I would like to know 2 things. Why did you not renew your government contract for the full load? Second, why did you become a pioneer?" Mr. President, Mr. Diaz was my father, always will be. I'm Benjamin. Ben, or Little Ben to my friends. A no-nonsense young man, Alex thought. A check of his full bio, which had been registered with Z, revealed he was a year younger than Alex. "A pleasure to meet you, Ben," Alex said, extending a hand and watching a smile form on the young man's face. Alex's hand was gripped as if in a vice. "And the answer to my questions?" Alex reminded him. "The answer to both your questions, Mr. President, is you and the Meridians. I looked at my aging ice hauler, compared it to the Reaver, and was hooked. Unfortunately, by the time I finished the full loads contract, brought it home and sold it, you had shipped out. I took a tech job at TS1 to learn Meridian technology. Then you brought the flotilla back, and I signed on with a contractor to complete the repairs on this city ship." "What was your job on the Unsera-Mention?" asked Alex. "I handled a plate hauler for the EVA crew, Mr. President," Ben replied. Piloting a plate hauler was a tricky job, and an EVA crew's safety depended on the pilot's excellence. The little vessel was part loader, its rear full of hull plating, part jet-powered craft, able to move quickly and precisely, and part crab, lifting a single plate off the stack with flexible arms and positioning it on the hull, guided by laser targeting. The EVA crew worked in close proximity to the tiny but powerful little ship, and they depended on the skill and steady nerves of the pilot. "Welcome to the government, Minister Diaz," Alex said, extending his hand again. Benjamin eyed Alex's hand as if it was a stinging reptile. "Your pardon, President Racine. I'm a damn fine hauler captain and a good tech, and I can pilot almost any work vessel you might have. But I'm no minister." With that, Alex knew he had found the right man for the job, which he spent the next half hour outlining. The more Alex talked, the more he had been nodding his understanding and a smile replacing his frown. When Alex finished, he stared at Benjamin, waiting for an answer. "Well, yes, Mr. President," Ben Diaz said, shaking Alex's hand. "That's a job I can handle. We'll have Hurricane pretty and green in no time, and refined ore stacked up so deep in front of your fabrication facilities that the managers will be crying for me to slow down." Before Alex could reply, Ben's head had swiveled to the side. Alex followed his line of sight, expecting to see a disaster in progress, only to find a young Meridian woman carrying an oversized satchel and searching the bay. Alex regarded Ben, whose face was screwed up as if he was tasting something sour, and had to suppress a smile. Ben was attempting to contact the young woman via his implant comm, and failing miserably. Alex sent her a greeting, and her bio ID was returned with her polite response. "Your Ben is here, Ser Turan, with me in the office near Bulkhead Brace BA2. Please join us," Alex sent. Simone Turan's eyes searched out the meter-high numbers stenciled on the bay's walls and swept the row of Plex shield-faced offices below the numbers, spotting the threesome. Simone's youthful face lit up, as did Ben's, and the two exchanged small, furtive waves as Simone fairly skipped across the bay. Etienne signaled the office door open for the young woman. When Simone entered, she dropped her satchel and paid honor to Alex. "Greetings, Ser Turan," Alex returned in confed to Simone, nodding his head to accept her honor. "Greetings, Ser President," Simone returned in Salnak through her shipsuit's harness. "I do not wish to interrupt your meeting, but little Ben, Ser Diaz, has need of nourishment before mealtime, so I ensure his needs are adequately met." Alex eyed Ben, calculating that with his size and the effort he put forth, he probably required the intake of at least 4 Meridians. "Rather reminds you of someone, Ser, does it not?" Etienne sent privately to Alex. In contrast to Ben's massive size, dark hair, and warm brown skin, Simone was ultra-pale, blonde, and blue-eyed, a slender, ghostly example of her people's genetic templates. Standing together, the two were night and day, even more so than he and Renee. "We were finished, Ser Turan," Alex said politely. "I was just about to congratulate Minister Diaz on his new position." When Simone heard the announcement, she jumped up into Ben's arms, hugging him fiercely around the neck, her feet dangling a half-meter off the ground. Ben wore a silly grin and was blushing. Alex gave him a smile and a nod and left the two alone to enjoy a private moment of celebration. It would also give little Ben the time he needed to refuel, judging from the size of Simone's food satchel. "At least I was never that bad," Alex sent to Etienne, adding a view of Ben's blushing face. When his shadow failed to respond, Alex turned to catch Etienne's expression wriggling like a fish as the escort tried valiantly to prevent laughing. "Oh, be quiet," Alex sent as the two men gained the privacy of the bay's airlock. That did it. Etienne burst out in a fit of laughter that had Alex vacillating between irritation and the urge to join him. Before the corridor-side airlock hatch slid open, Alex sent, "Okay, point made. Now display some presidential decorum, won't you?" The two very sober and earnest-looking men exited the bay's airlock and made their way down the city ship's corridor. "Ser Turan," Alex sent. "I need Ben to become adept with his implant. Nightly games will soon become mandatory. See that he participates. Limit your belt harness conversations so that he must use his implant." "It will be done, Sir President," Simone returned. She smiled at the thought that the President had offered her the perfect excuse to visit Ben each evening in his cabin. This was much better than waiting for Ben to invite her. Simone was one of the more exotically designed Meridians. Her crafted beauty gave her a choice of partners, but her dalliances had become boring, unfulfilling. One afternoon, exiting a mealroom, Simone had literally walked into the wall that was Ben. Being a complete novice with his implant, Ben hadn't exhibited the Meridian courtesy of employing his locale app, warning others of his proximity to a corner or doorway. Unable to exit around Ben since he filled the doorway and finding his comm blocked, Simone had taken Ben's arm and pulled him aside, guiding him to a table. With Z's help, Ben's implant was unblocked, and Simone spent the next half hour helping Ben establish some basic control. In contrast to Simone's many lovers who had wished to possess her beauty if only for a night, Ben had preferred to talk to her. In fact, that is all they had ever done for many days. Talk. The more they talked, the more Simone was endeared to the huge new Terran's gentle ways. She sought excuses to visit him, discovering that by mealtime Ben was often ready to gnaw on his knuckles. Thereafter, twice a day, Simone brought Ben her satchel of food, and they talked while he ate. While Mickey assembled the pool and Eric worked with engineers to discover a means of transporting thousands of kilos of seawater and catching the Sui-Sui's sampler plate, Alex met with Tatya and his ministers to set priorities, outlining energy sources, fabrication facilities, atmospheric oxygen, city planning for a population of 10 to 15 million, infrastructure, shuttle ports and terminal, ore production, and an administration building. When Alex finished reviewing his list, he found himself surrounded by silence. "I would not expect you to complete this list in the first few days," he deadpanned. "I, for one, Sir President," Laszlo returned it dryly, "will appreciate an extra day or two." "Sirs, I do not wish to overwhelm you," Alex said. "We'll take it step by step, but I wish you always to keep the future in mind. When our traveler shuttles are in production, we will grow geometrically. Let's not be caught squatting in fab huts. Right now, we need a foothold on Hurricane and in the right location." "I have selected several that I favor, President Racine," said Miriam Dubois, the new minister responsible for the city's design and infrastructure. "Cordelia," Alex requested. Cordelia used the holovid in the Freedom's conference room to project a view of Hurricane, which rotated slowly and indicated the 4 potential city locations. "Pros and cons, Minister Dubois," Alex said. When Miriam paused, Julian interrupted. President Racine, Minister Dubois has compiled sets of attributes for each site in a comparative matrix, which should accent the positive and negative values of each location. Miriam sent a private thank you to Julian. She added pros and cons to her vocabulary app. Alex magnified the holovid view, examining the terrain around each site as everyone reviewed Miriam's matrix. He was the first to veto a site. Sir President, might I know why this site is inadequate? Miriam inquired. Rainfall will turn this area into a bog or swamp in 10 or 15 years, Alex explained. But, sir, those conditions would require an annual rainfall of 100 centimeters or more. This planet is almost arid. Let me explain, Miriam, Ben Diaz, the Minister of Mining, replied. We are developing a plan to bombard the planet with ice asteroids. We'll target the oceans, but as they shoot through the atmosphere, they will evaporate or explode from the heat expansion. Either way, we will begin producing weather patterns quite quickly, which will greatly increase the rainfall. Oh, Miriam uttered, and recovered quickly. She eliminated a second site, stating that runoff from the mountains would build a huge lake that could eventually encompass the valley she had chosen. Laszlo examined one site in detail and pronounced it unfit for shuttle terminal expansion. Even with gravity ships taking off in an environmentally friendly manner, Sir President, they will be constantly passing over the city due to the height of the surrounding hills. I believe that is a risk we shouldn't take. In the end, no one could find a reason to dislike the fourth site. A fairly broad plain ended on its western edge at cliffs that fell into the sea. A small band of hills bordered the eastern edge and would direct water from rainfall back toward the city. There was expansive space for a metropolis, fabrication facilities, government buildings, and a shuttle terminal without crowding the plain. Have we a name for our new city, Sir President? Asked Ernst Hummel, the Minister of Energy. Alex responded with a shrug and looked around the room. No one seemed to have an answer. When he caught Leo Tinto's eyes, the Minister of Building, Housing, and Facilities glanced down at the table. Minister Tinto, do you have a suggestion? Alex prompted. I do not mean to be presumptuous, Sir President, Leo replied. But I was reminded of the words my mother taught me of her forefathers' Terran language. Originally, my people were from an area on Earth called Basque Country. Their word for hope was espero. Espero, Alex said. I like it. Are there any objections or any other thoughts? Hearing none, Alex pronounced their new city named. He took the opportunity to excuse himself for a moment, ostensibly to use the refresher. When Alex returned, he waited outside, leaning against a bulkhead. More than one Hurricane who passed Alex and Etienne wondered at their president resting in the corridor. The people had become quite used to Alex's frenetic pace. Several even queried Z, who, seeing no other reason himself why Alex, with arms crossed, would spend time leaning against a bulkhead, would reply, "The president rests." "Take a peek, Etienne," Alex requested, nodding at the Plex shield window set in the conference room door. "Tell me what you see." Etienne crossed the corridor and joined a group of passing Hurricanes to blend in as he passed the doorway. His technique was surreptitious, and Alex had to refrain from laughing. After Etienne returned past the door again, trailing another group of people, he reported, "Admiral Tachenko and the ministers appear to be quite engaged. The holovid is ever-changing, and they are earnest in their communication." "Excellent," Alex said. "We can go." In the Unsara-mentioned conference room, Tatya and the ministers had just begun their work. The concept of delivering ice asteroids to Hurricane to accelerate the planet's rainfall and oxygen levels had energized their imaginations. It would be 3 days before the ministers would separate. In the meantime, they requested meals in the room, ordered various engineers, techs, and specialists to attend them in their sessions, and employed the SAIDs around the chronometer. Julian became the SAID's central manager. In order to meet the enormous number and complexity of the minister's requests and support the engineering efforts to develop the travelers, Julian began distributing the minister's queries among the flotilla's SAIDs. To organize the information and responses, Z ordered the build-out of a secondary database to relieve any one SAID from managing the load. Julian designed an ultra-fast controller to manage the queries and storage, and Z ordered it installed next to him on the bridge. Enormous memory crystals were added to store the databases. What fascinated Z was the expedient implementation of his request. Not a single objection was raised, not even a question. Next, I walk, I run, I fly, Z thought. The tasks the ministers envisioned themselves accomplishing became less and less gargantuan as information came to light. The SAIDs knew the flotilla's inventory. The Librans had been prepared to start an underground city on their original target planet. The bays of the Freedom and Unsera Mention held mining equipment, ore haulers, repair vehicles, cargo carriers, and crates upon crates of tools, small equipment, power and memory crystals, and thousands more stored items. Espero, a city located above ground, would prove much easier to build. 37. From the Unsera Mention's bridge, Eric watched the Freedom and the Rever exit the Hellebore system. He was proud of his efforts. The president had handed him what had seemed a daunting task, and he had managed to complete his tasks before Chief Brandon had completed his efforts. Under Eric's guidance, engineers had stripped the seats from the outward bound and installed a bladder system. A temporary runway had been laid west of Espero's future city center, near the cliffs, and seawater had been pumped into the shuttle's bladder. Afterward, the shuttle delivered its load to the Freedom to fill Mickey's pool. To complete his second task, Eric had visited the spectacular cliffs that fell over 50 meters to beaches of fine black and white crystal. He needed 500 kilos of fresh live seafood. Exhibiting one of his newfound talents, Eric had begun his quest with Z. "I need your help, Z," Eric had sent, transmitting his signal via the shuttle's comm as he stared at the far horizon across the ocean's waves. "I would be pleased to assist you, Sir Stroheim," Z had responded. "Z, how do you catch live fish or whatever they have in this ocean?" Eric had asked. Z had to admit that the question ranked as one of the more unique queries he had received, but he was determined not to fail Eric Stroheim for personal reasons. Z had found the answer in the pioneers' bio-IDs. Several of them had enjoyed fishing the rivers and oceans of New Terra for sport, releasing their catch after landing it. When the pioneers had heard the request, they had helped engineers fashion seine nets to cast from the beach. The ocean waters were extremely fecund, with hundreds of species of small fish and crustaceans which inhabited the vegetation-dense, shallow waters. It had taken 4 New Terrans just an hour of casting their nets to deliver the amount of catch Ambassador Stroheim had requested. Standing at the cliff's edge, Eric had watched the crewmen haul the catch to the cliff tops in barrels designed to support them, until the Sui-Sui test-tasted them. The thought had made Eric's stomach queasy. Watching the crew work, the cool ocean breeze on his face, Eric had surveyed the coastal ridge, pleased with the solution the assembly had reached to one of their more ticklish challenges. Tomas, who often chaired the assembly meetings and prioritized their agenda, had led the discussion. The president had asked for a small piece of land at the cliff's edge for him and Renee. He had requested a location that allowed him to oversee the site he hoped the Sui-Sui might accept. Tomas and Eric had translated the word oversee as protect. The assembly had agonized over their response. Land ownership was a new concept to the Meridians, and the New Terrans understood only the concept of land purchase. Neither group was prepared to devise a plan to allocate land to Hurricane's settlers, so the representatives consulted the SAIDs for ideas. The final decision was to allocate 1 square kilometer to each Hurricane colonist. They could trade or sell their land if they chose to make other arrangements. However, the Assembly still had the quandary of the President's request for a small slice of land 2 kilometers along the cliffs and extending a few hundred meters inland. The Meridians on the Assembly had thought in terms of their egalitarian society, an equal portion for each citizen. That had been until Eric shared with Tomas, who in turn shared with the Assembly, the privileges that had been allocated to the House leaders. It had taken several moments before order was restored. The new Terrans had sat back and watched their Meridian colleagues fume and argue. Both Katie Racine and Pia Sabine struggled to keep their thoughts to themselves. If each had voiced her opinion, a swath of land would have been cut from the seacoast to gift the ex-co-leaders, but both knew their opinions would be considered favoritism, so they remained silent. Captain Azastow offered a solution to the dilemma. "Consider this, sirs," he began, "that we are not participating in a privileged allocation. Julian has shared with me a concept that new Terrans have employed. They often rewarded a citizen who made significant contributions to their people without expecting personal gain in credits or assets. Consider that our new bank will be started with our President's new Terran credits, which are at risk for their value. In addition, Serre de Guernon has lost access to her house's financial power. Furthermore, neither of them has gained credits or assets in return for all they have accomplished for us. Does this not qualify as individuals who deserve our largesse?" Tomas had curtailed his desire to roll his eyes when the Assembly considered awarding a quarter of the Western Plain to Alex and Renee. It wasn't that Tomas had disagreed with their sentiments, but he felt he had come to understand their young leaders to a certain extent. He believed Alex and Renee wouldn't have accepted the Assembly's generosity. "Julian," Tomas had said, "we seek your advice." As Julian was the President's close friend, the representatives had been willing to hear the Sage's thoughts. Julian studied the seacoast and noted that Alex's primary concern involved protecting the Sui-Sui's proposed habitat. That the clifftop would be Alex's residence was a secondary consideration. Julian outlined an image of the seacoast on the Assembly's holovid and included the temporary shuttle runway in his outline. The cliffs extended for 13 kilometers in a flattened C shape, whose tips pointed toward the ocean. The Assembly accepted Julian's logic and carved a section of seacoast, 13 kilometers long and 5 kilometers deep, for Hurricane's President and First Lady. The Freedom and the Reaver settled into orbit over Libra. Aboard the Freedom, Tex loaded a barrel of fresh seawater with a small specimen sample onto a shuttle. That shuttle and one from the Reaver flew to the Sui-Sui's landing point on the cliff tops overlooking the Clarion Seas. When Alex had donned his belt harness to communicate with the Sui-Sui, he had accessed the translation program and had been surprised to discover the program's vocabulary and syntax database had multiplied considerably in size. "Julian," Alex had sent, appending the data size of the translation program, "who has been busy?" "Apparently, Mr. President," Julian had replied, "Mutter is enamored of the Sui-Sui's musical language and has continued to monitor them since we left Libra. Not long ago, Mutter, with Cordelia's assistance, began testing her command of the language by speaking to them through the telemetry station we left behind. Recently, our High First has been spending long evenings conversing with Mutter. From what Cordelia has shared with me, you have a quite adequate but rudimentary language base." "Send my congratulations to Mutter and Cordelia, Julian," Alex had sent. "It will be as you have requested, Mr. President," Julian had replied. Julian's formal tone reminded Alex of a conversation he had been meaning to have with his friend. "Julian, one moment before you go," Alex had requested. "Who are we?" "You are the new president of Hurricane, and I am a director of Hurricane's First Bank," Julian had replied. "Who are we, Julian?" Alex had repeated. Julian had halted key operations in mid-process and had reviewed the question. The answer had readily occurred to him, and he had replied, "I am Julian, you are Alex, and we are good friends." "Yes, Julian, we are. We must keep that thought close," Alex had replied. Julian's thought, as Alex had closed the comm, was that he had obtained a clearer and brighter focus, much to his pleasure. Word of the Star Hunter's return, announced by Julian over the Sui telemetry station, had caused excitement among several hives. They had assembled on the cliff top to await the vessel's arrival, the 3 hive leaders standing foremost in the enclave. Alex's shuttle landed first, and he and his people set foot on Libra once again. The cliff top was warmed by the enormous red sun of Arnos. The smell of grass and sea were swept toward the group by a clean wind. Alex stopped and took a deep breath. When the second shuttle landed behind them, the crew floated 2 barrels down the gangway ramp on grav lifts. As Alex hiked toward the Sui, he passed the hulks of the dark travelers, stripped of their shells. The metal looked as pristine as the day the Sui had first exposed them. When they neared the cliff top, the Sui poured toward them, scuttling with their alarming speed and snapping their huge claws in excitement. The flotilla's hive first, recognizable by the markings on his carapace, focused on Alex, lifting his claws in greeting. Alex returned the gesture, placing his hands in claw fashion above the hive firsts. The other 2 leaders were waiting, bobbing slowly up and down in anticipation, and Alex greeted both of them. On the Trip Planet side, Alex had accessed the Sui database, stringing together phrases he would require. When Alex sent his first phrase to his harness, the whistling tones of the Sui emerged, requesting their hive first, "Drink some endless waters from the Star Hunter's world." The hive leaders let out shrill whistles that the entire company of Sui echoed. The raucous response was ear-splitting. "Remind me to bring Nanites earplugs next time, Mr. President," Tatia remarked privately. Alex led the Sui toward the unloaded barrels. Although the humans were familiar with the Sui's habits, the way in which the aliens amiably intermixed, snapping their claws in anticipation, inevitably was disconcerting and required reacclimation. 2 small Sui younglings had recently hatched and rode atop a huge, scarred matron, her scraped and grooved carapace an indication of the amount of time she had spent tunneling for the Nual. The sharp claw tips of a little male reached out and pinched Renee on the thigh, and she let out a yelp, jumping to Alex's side. The matron let loose a shrill whistle that ended in a twitter. As Renee rubbed her painful thigh, she asked Alex, "What did the female say?" "She was reprimanding the youngling, sir," Alex replied. "She said, 'not food.'" Humans and Sui crowded around the first barrel. A large matron pushed forward and upended a Méridien crew member who sat down heavily in the middle of her back. The female's rapid bobbing forced the crewman to take several moments to descend from the back of the Sui, who had been whistling a few notes over and over. The embarrassed crew member turned to Alex and apologized profusely, asking, "Was the female angry with me, Sir President?" "On the contrary, sir," Alex replied. "It seems she was making a joke. She was uttering 'youngling' over and over again as she bounced you up and down." Alex's comment produced a round of laughter, and the tension among the humans visibly eased. At the barrel, Alex squatted down and motioned the flotilla's hive first closer. Alex had to step to the side to allow the leader to get close to a tap near the bottom of the container, which he opened. The leader pushed his true hands into the stream and sipped from them. Alex turned off the tap as the leader backed up and issued a string of whistles, which were echoed by the assembly. "Is that an approval I detect?" asked Renee. Their hive first scuttled aside to make room for the other 2 leaders to test the waters. The result was the same for each one, and the assembly whistled louder with each approval. "Apparently," Alex sent via implant, deciding he wouldn't be heard over the deafening noise, "these waters elicit dreams of the Sui's home world, which is what has them so excited." Alex walked to the second barrel, pushed up his right forearm sleeve, and stood poised over the barrel. A slender, pale green and silver fish with a yellow tail swam near the surface, and Alex sent a mental apology to the fish before he snatched it out of the barrel. As he held the fish up, the males in the assembly snapped their sharp claws furiously. Alex tossed the fish toward their hive first, who snatched the fish with a lightning strike of his left-hand claw. "Whoa," Tatia sent to Alex, impressed by the speed and accuracy of the Sui-Sui male's strike. The leader neatly clipped the head and tail from the fish with his claws, and his true hands rent the flesh from the fish's skeleton and skin, then popped a piece into his mouth. Some of the crew members turned green at the sight of the consumption of a living animal. "Under no circumstances," Alex sent to all, "is a single one of you to display any sign of displeasure at the Sui-Sui's feeding habits, or you will be walking home. If you cannot control your stomach, make your way surreptitiously back to a shuttle." 4 crew slid out of the group and walked toward the second shuttle. Many of the other crew had their eyes on the horizon or sky, trying to ignore the smacking and munching of flesh. Alex caught 2 more fish for the other leaders. One fish he tossed, but the other was speared from his hand by the third leader. A screeching whistle from their hive first froze the over-anxious leader in mid-motion. A further set of tweets and warbles had the hasty leader bobbing slowly up and down. He scuttled close to Alex and lowered his body to the ground with a soft whistle, and extended to Alex the bloody, wriggling fish still pinioned on the sharp point of the upper half of a claw. Alex pulled the fish free, feeling its slick blood coat his fingers. He held the fish back out to the submissive Sui-Sui, whistling, "Eat." A claw slowly reached back up and gently took the fish from Alex's hand. As the chastised Sui-Sui backed away from Alex with his meal, he was thwacked on the carapace by several matronly females, their heavy claws scratching his nearly pristine shell. "I believe a rude behavior has been corrected, Alex," Renee sent privately. Alex scooped up a handful of water and held it out to their hive first. "Water good?" he signaled via his harness. The Sui-Sui's response signaled an affirmative. Alex picked up the severed head of a fish from the grass and held it out, repeating his question, and received the same answer. Sorting through his pre-planned phrases, Alex selected the one he needed. Whistles and tweets emanated from his harness, inviting the Sui-Sui to come to his world. Their hive first's response was a question that Alex's program translated as, "Search for star hunters or search for Sui-Sui?" Alex wrestled with a way to respond. He wanted both, but he also wanted it to be the Sui-Sui's choice. Alex patched phrases together for his response and whistled, "Sui-Sui search on Star Hunter's world. Sui-Sui search the endless seas for Sui-Sui." For the tricky portion of his plan, Alex required an expanse of sand on which to draw his icons. He walked toward the cliff trail, and the hives scuttled out of his way. The leaders closely followed Alex down the cliff face, while his people, surrounded by the hives, trailed behind. On the beach, Alex smoothed a square meter of sand. As he started to smooth more sand, a matron blocked his way. Her blunt claws motioned Alex aside. Then she spun to face the long stretch of beach and dumped her blunt body on the sand, splaying her legs up and out. She tweeted and warbled, and in response, 2 matrons scurried forward and grasped her blunt claws to haul her down the beach. Alex laughed and applauded by snapping his fingers. The Sui-Sui joined in with snapping claws and bobbing bodies. Are the Sui-Sui recognizing the moment's levity, or are they just imitating the Star Hunter first? And does it matter? Renee wondered. Alex drew a series of images down the beach, adding whistles and tweets to explain the icons. The entire point of the exercise was to investigate a shell's tendency to decompose without the Sui-Sui's continued maintenance. When Alex finished the parade of drawings, he held up a small piece of the silver ship's dark hull, which had continued to crumble even as he carried it. Their hive first plucked the shard from Alex's hand, and his eye stalks bent to examine it. A sharp whistle brought one of the matrons forward. She took the piece of hull and stuffed it in her mouth. After a few moments, she spat it out and trilled to her leader, whose eye stalks were trained on the expectorated shard. As fast as the hive first could move, which was unsettlingly quick for humans, he raced back to the start of Alex's message. He crabbed sideways, his eye stalks trained on the icons as he walked the row of pictographs. At the end of Alex's glyphs, the first stared at the shard in the sand, and his whistle pierced the air. He followed his whistle with a string of tweets and warbles, and the three hives erupted in a loud burst of noise, snapping claws and excitedly bobbing up and down. "Mr. President," Tatia sent over the noise, "if I didn't know better, I would think we were being laughed at." "Perhaps there's a joke we just aren't party to," Renee added. Their first snatched up the dark shard with a true hand and raced up to Alex. He bobbed up and down and then scurried toward the cliff face before turning around to face Alex and snapping his claws. Alex hurried to catch up with the leader, who took a second path up the cliff face toward the Sui-Sui's homes. The organic shapes of their dwellings blended from one home to the next without any overall geometric pattern. He held up the dark shard and whistled, "Nual positive." Then he drew an outline of a silver ship in the sand. Pointing to the outlined ship and shaking the shard, he again whistled, "Nual." Alex whistled an affirmative to indicate he was following the discussion, while at the same time wondering where this was headed. Pointing to the outlined ship again, the first threw the shard down and spit on it. Then he tapped on the exquisite translucent blue-green surface of the first dwelling with a claw and whistled, "Star Hunters." Alex put the two ideas together and burst out in raucous laughter, twirling and snapping his fingers overhead. The first joined in the merriment, snapping and bobbing. Down on the beach, the hives celebrated the sharing of their great secret with the Star Hunters, a secret maintained through 8 generations of imprisonment. The males snapped their claws and danced around the humans. Matrons whistled and warbled, and the young ran along the beach and slid their bodies into the shallow waves. "You don't think the president intends to live with the Sui-Sui?" Tatia sent jokingly to Renee. "I certainly hope not. The diet would be overwhelming," Renee replied, bile threatening to climb up her esophagus at the thought. "Mr. President," Tatia sent, "what did you discover?" "One thing is for certain. This is a clever race," Alex replied in open calm. The dark shells were a ploy against the Nual. He touched the hard crystalline wall of the Sui-Sui dwelling, marveling at its smoothness and the play of light across its surface. "The walls of these dwellings," Alex sent, "are the traditional method by which the Sui-Sui build." Alex picked up the dark shard from the stone walkway and held it up to his people on the beach. The dark shells were only built for the Nual. They were designed to deteriorate. The joke was on the master race. Alex hefted the shard. He looked at the first, whose eye stalks were split between it and Alex's face. Finally, Alex sent the dark shard flying far out to sea, and the hive leader whistled his approval. Alex and the first made their way back down to the beach, where Alex squatted on the sand. The first settled down across from him, and his eye stalks turned down to observe Alex drawing the shape of a traveler. Alex pointed to the shape and himself, whistling, "Star Hunters plus Travelers positive." The first released a strange warble, which Mutter had equated in the language database to a Sui-Sui interrogative, or "I'm waiting to hear more." Alex cleared more space in the sand and drew a more complex drawing. He roughed out the interior of a silver ship and drew an exterior view directly under the first image and to the same scale. This time Alex pointed to the interior, whistling "Star Hunters," and pointing to the second drawing, whistling "Sui-Sui." The first's eye stalks went from one drawing to the other and up to Alex. He sent a short tweet, and the other two leaders scurried close. Such a long conversation ensued between the hive leaders that Alex grew weary of the wait. The warm sun and sea breeze were lulling him to sleep. Glances at his people revealed that they had settled on the sand alongside the Sui-Sui. After a half hour, Alex felt his eyes closing. Unexpectedly, his back was bolstered by an older matron who had slid up behind Alex and used her broad-shelled back to brace him. Alex looked behind him, and eye stalks swiveled to stare back. He tapped his fist against her blunt digging claw. In response, she blew a soft tweet and settled into the sand, Alex leaning against her. "Mr. President," Alex received from Etienne via implant, the comm waking him up. "The leaders appear to have concluded their conversation." Alex's eyes popped open. Another hour had passed. Unfortunately, Etienne had been optimistic. Instead of addressing Alex, their first scurried over to a small rock outcropping, the other two leaders flanking him, and he began a speech to the assembly. Alex turned to see if the matron he leaned against had been disturbed, but her eye stalks were withdrawn, her legs tucked under her carapace, and her short tail wrapped around her body, so Alex rejoined her in a nap. A loud collection of whistles woke the humans. Everyone had fallen asleep except the twins. Alex stood up and took in the scene. Claws were being held up to the three leaders, and whistling filled the beach. "Etienne," Alex sent. "I believe, Mr. President," Etienne replied, "a consensus has been reached by the Assembly, and they are signaling their support of the leaders." Alex walked over to the rock outcropping to regard their first, who quickly scuttled to the ground, ensuring he was below Alex in height. The leader emanated a long series of whistles that Alex's application couldn't manage. The syntax was too complex. It took a half hour of whistles and warbles, questions asked in multiple ways, and tens of drawings for communications to be finalized. The summary of their discussion was that the three hives who had met them today were the only ones who would welcome the Star Hunters. The other hives, led by the Sui-Sui leader, wanted nothing to do with any other singers. Their first had communicated that the Star Hunters must take all the people who had assembled on the beach, including their young and the unhatched younglings, the latter 2 points requiring several drawings unto themselves. The key item stressed repeatedly by their first was that the hives would be free to search the endless waters of the Star Hunters' world. In return, the Sui-Sui would build the Star Hunters' travelers. With the negotiations finished, Alex made a final point. He drew an outline of the cliff tops and beach west of Espero. Pointing to the cliff top, he whistled, "Star Hunter first plus mate," and held out his hand to Renee, who joined him. Then Alex pointed to the beaches and the cliff face in his drawing, whistling, "Sui-Sui, seek shelter." The other two leaders crowded around the drawing while their first warbled and tweeted to them. When he finished, the other leaders began bobbing up and down in excitement, claws snapping. The shrillest whistle Alex and company had ever heard emanated from their first, who stood on the full extension of his walking legs. In response, all Sui-Sui, including the other two leaders, lowered themselves to the ground. Their hive leader whirled to face Alex and whistled loudly, "Sui-Sui first greets Star Hunter first." "Ah," Alex called out to his people, "our hive leader has been promoted. He is now the Sui-Sui first of Hurricane, and we have just procured 3 hives as new inhabitants." This should give our assembly something to think about, Alex thought. The new Sui-Sui first warbled, and 2 males ran into the waves and disappeared in a flash. Moments later, one of them emerged, scuttling up the beach to the new leader to deliver a fish wriggling on the end of his claw point. In front of his leader, the male lowered himself to the sand and offered up his prize. The Sui-Sui first whistled his approval, and the male bobbed in return. The first clipped the head and tail of the fish and stripped its skin in an efficient and coordinated movement of claws and true hands. The final preparation was the ripping of 2 fillets from the backbone. The first scuttled up to Alex, spreading his claws wide. In his true hands hung the 2 raw fish fillets, which he held up to Alex. I believe you are about to consummate the deal, Mr. President, Tatya announced. What are you supposed to do, Alex? Renee asked, fearing the answer. I would presume I need to eat one, Alex replied, eyeing the pieces of flesh. If this is the worst I have to do to secure a future for our people, it's an easy price to pay, Alex thought. Before he could think any more about it, Alex took one of the small fillets and popped the piece of cool flesh into his mouth. He was surprised by the delicious taste and tried not to think about what he was eating, just focused on the pleasant flavor. Alex signaled his enjoyment to the leader, who quickly stuffed the other fillet into his mouth parts. Good thing, Mr. President, sent Etienne, that the male caught a small specimen. As the sun neared the horizon, a final set of drawings, accompanied by simple phrases, communicated the lifting of the Sui-Sui hives tomorrow morning. Alex and his entourage left the Sui-Sui on the beach, and a half-hour later were closing the shuttle gangway ramps and lifting for their ships. Renee watched Alex visit the shuttle's refresher. When he returned, he glanced briefly at her and ducked his head before looking to the front of the shuttle. "Were you ill in the refresher, Alex?" Renee asked. "No," Alex replied. "Just washing my hands and my mouth." Alex was gazing anywhere but at her, and Renee was replaying recent events when it clicked. She would have pulled Alex around to face her, but she wanted expediency. In a tick, she was out of her seat and straddling Alex. Cupping his face, she said, "Never fear that what you do for our people will ever push me away, my love." In proof of her words, she planted a kiss on Alex's lips, her tongue working deep into his mouth. Never once did she think of the fish she had eaten. Alain, sitting beside his twin and across the aisle from their charges, sent to Etienne, "And one would have thought negotiations complete. Apparently I was mistaken." Early the next morning, hours before morning meal, shuttles were launched from both ships. The transport shuttles were stripped of seats, except for the one carrying Alex and his people, who landed a half-hour ahead of the transport shuttles. Descending the gangway ramp, Alex found the cliff top deserted, but the Hurricane's Sui-Sui First soon appeared at the top of the cliff trail and whistled for Alex's attention. At a trot, Alex led his small group over and down the cliff, following the leader down the steep path to the sands below. When they gained the beach, Alex stopped to look up at the Sui-Sui dwellings. In the early morning sun, their homes glistened in blues, greens, and pearl whites. The view held the humans' attention for long moments. The beach bustled with the activities of the three hives. One of Alex's apps kept count as he surveyed the Sui-Sui on the beach. His tally matched Julian's count of the Sui-Sui who had occupied the cliff top yesterday. Sadness swept over Alex. He had hoped others might join the three hives, but their conspicuous absence was a strong message. The other hives desired isolation. "I understand how you feel," thought Alex. Young Sui-Sui packed onto the backs of older females, and any of them that sought to leave the safety of a matron's back received a sharp reprimand. Younger females wielded woven seaweed baskets and were packing unhatched younglings into the baskets. The weaves of the baskets were so tight that the oblong eggs floated in a small pool of seawater. As a basket was filled, two females would grab a side, making their way across the beach and up the cliff's path. When the last females exited the egg dome, the first whistled a sharp command, and the remainder of the Sui-Sui began the trek up the path. Alex and company stood back to allow the Sui-Sui to navigate the twisting cliff path unhindered by human legs. The last Sui-Sui to leave the beach was the first, who scuttled over to Alex, bobbing up and down excitedly. He held up his claws, and Alex smacked down on the top of them with his fists, which elicited a sharp whistle. Then the first raced after his people. "Mr. President," Julian sent, "an interesting bit of trivia for you and your escorts. I've been tracking individual Sui-Sui movements from the viewpoint of security. A fully developed male can accelerate 4 to 5 times faster than a human and can strike with a claw 11 times the force that you or little Ben might deliver. "Impressive," Alex replied. It was not the response Julian had hoped to elicit, but it was the one he had expected. A welcoming committee of humans stood in the bay as the first shuttle, floating on grav sleds, slid through the Freedom's catch-lock doors. 2 small pools, one for the unhatched younglings and one containing food for the Sui-Sui, were located next to the huge swim pool. The first was the first down the shuttle's gangway ramp. His eye stalks swiveled around, taking in the huge bay. When the first spotted Alex, he crossed the intervening 20 meters in mere ticks, causing many of the crew to reflexively step back. Standing beside Alex, it took all of Renee's control not to flinch at the furious approach of the 3-meter-long Sui-Sui. Alex's broad grin helped her remain firmly in place. Alex invited the first to test each of the pools. To the human's amazement, the leader ignored the ramp that led up to the swim pool's rim and simply leapt into the water over the top of the frame that stood 1.5 meters high. He cycled around the pool underwater. When the first surfaced, he whistled to his hives. The males exiting the shuttle raced across the bay, jumped the frame, and splashed into its waters. In the meantime, the first climbed out and scurried over to one of the small pools. Finding it empty, 2 eye stalks swiveled toward Alex, while the other 2 kept searching the pool. Alex pointed toward 2 females coming down the gangway ramp with the first basket of unhatched younglings. The first issued a series of tweets and warbles, and the females whistled back. Other females picked up the message and passed it back to the females in the interior. Scuttling to the other small pool, the first whistled his excitement and grabbed a small crustacean, cracking its shell with his hunting claws and picking out the flesh with his true hands. The shuttle transfers continued without incident, and the return trip to Hurricane was only marred by 2 issues. The hives gorged on the specimen pool, emptying it in 3 days, and they left the remains scattered across the bay. For the latter problem, there was no tidal action to sweep away the debris, and the Nual disposal method was not in evidence to the Sui-Sui. On the second day following the loading of the Sui-Sui, with fish offal and crustacean shells stinking up the bay, a young and courageous tech who serviced the pool filtration units had stood with her hands on her hips, surveying the mess. She walked up to the leader and gave him a stern reprimand, her finger wagging in front of 4 eye stalks that attempted to follow her digit. The tech picked up several fish heads and dropped them into a recycling chute. When she stepped back, her legs were clipped from under her by the first, who had followed her. She sat down heavily on his carapace, struggling to scramble off. Before she could apologize, she was struck dumb by the giant claw poised in front of her face. A fish skeleton dangled from it. The young woman timidly accepted the refuse and dropped it in the chute. A series of whistles from the first had Sui-Sui scrambling out of the pool, racing over the bay and snatching up specimen debris. It took everything the young tech possessed not to scream when the Sui-Sui assembly rushed at her. An enormous scarred female was first at the chute, large amounts of detritus in her blunt claws. The tech opened the chute, and the female Sui-Sui deposited her collection down its throat. Sui-Sui after Sui-Sui passed in front of her. The entire bay was cleaned of debris in less than a quarter hour. The tech was privy to another human Sui-Sui first contact peculiarity when she released a cleaner bot into the bay to scrub the floors, and young Sui-Sui had their first adventure aboard the Freedom. It became a game to ride the disc-shaped bot, which could fit 2 of the smaller young comfortably. One youngster after another tried to jump on the bot and push one or more of its siblings off, which constantly knocked the bot off course. Cleaning the bay should have taken the bot 2 hours. Instead, it ran constantly until its charge dissipated, attempting to finish the job just once. Once it became evident that the Sui-Sui had no concept of rationing the fresh seafood, Alex contacted Cordelia for ideas. She searched her database and located a food stock engineer and a bioengineer. The two individuals hatched an idea to create fish shapes from the Freedom's stores. Unfortunately, the pale, bland shape didn't interest any of the Sui-Sui. Cordelia recruited an artist who worked with pigments, and she applied colored food additives to the fish shapes. The crew reported that the Sui-Sui were still uninterested in the painted fish and suspected that it was because their prey was not actively swimming. When Alex went to investigate, he sat on the deck across from the first, picked up one of the painted fish, tore off a chunk of the imitation fish and popped it in his mouth. Then he peeled off another chunk and offered it to the leader, who bobbed up and down and accepted the offering with a true hand, chewing delicately on the morsel. Alex shared the entire fish with the leader and then pointed to a huge tray of the other painted fish behind him. The first's signals brought the other Sui-Sui scurrying, and the faux fish were quickly parceled out. More trays were brought until Alex called a halt to the feeding. In a humorous twist, the Sui-Sui were still snipping off the heads and tails of the painted fish despite their edibleness. The adventuresome and ignorant young often tasted a fish head or skeleton looking for a morsel. When one of the young discovered his fish head was tasty, he searched for another. Soon it was a free-for-all as the young scurried around the base, scarfing up the faux heads and tails. The female tech was thrilled that she didn't have to man the recycling chute anymore, and the Sui-Sui young kept the bay clean of heads and tails. But there was one duty she did take particular pleasure in performing. She ensured there was always a replacement bot ready when the youngster's play toy was nearly out of charge. 38. Shuttles transporting the Sui-Sui landed on the temporary runway near the cliff tops west of Vespero. Alex waited at the bottom of his gangway ramp for the first and many of the males to disembark. He was prepared to lead them to the cliff edge. But as the Sui-Sui descended their ramp, they halted. Eye stalks extended fully and mouth parts quivered, tasting the air. Then at a run, the Sui-Sui males shot past Alex and made for the cliff edge, where they skidded to a halt, snapping their claws and whistling loudly. Alex caught up to the group and directed the first's attention to a small mound several hundreds of meters away. He whistled, "Star Hunter First Dwelling," and the leader whistled his affirmative. Matrons disembarked and, unlike the males, took their time reaching the cliff edge. Ignoring the excited males, the females spread out along the cliff, tasting the rock and soil, whistling and warbling their findings to one another. One matron's signals caused the other females to halt their work and hurry to her position. Immediately, the matrons began cutting a trail at a shallow angle in the nearly vertical cliff face. As the heavy claws of the senior matrons gouged rock and dirt, the younger females scooped it out of their way. Alex had ordered the building of temporary pools near the cliff's edge. A smaller tank was stocked with live specimens from the waters below. Males lounged in the swim pool while the females worked to cut a path to the beach. The females occasionally took breaks, eating, swimming, and resting, but their pace was relentless as refreshed matrons constantly replaced those at the forefront of the digging. In 2.5 days, the matrons reached the beach. They would spend more time ensuring their work was shored up in the manner of their dwellings to prevent the pathway eroding. But when the first matron stepped onto the black-white crystal sand beach, she whistled shrilly and scooped a small amount of sand into her mouth to taste it. The matron spit out her mouthful of sand and warbled her delight. The other females joined her in song. The Sui-Sui had found a most satisfactory home. In response to the females' song, the males jumped out of the swim pool and raced down the path. Gaining the beach, they dashed across the sand toward the breaking waves, great gouts of black and white crystals shooting into the air from their driving legs. Diving into the waters, they surfaced and whistled to one another. Within moments, the males were spearing fish and gathering crustaceans, which they offered to the females until they were satiated. The pathway cut and stomachs full, the Sui turned to the protection of their eggs. Young females returned to the cliff top to gather the eggs from the pool. The males began carrying rocks which had fallen free of the cliffs and carried them out to the matrons, who stood on a rocky bottom in shallow waters. The matrons directed the positioning of the stones and began cementing them in place. Alex left the Sui in peace to enjoy their new home. His parting gift to them was an FTL relay station on the cliff top for their hive singer, which earned him Mutter's sincere gratitude. 3 tasks received the majority of Alex's focus: the first Traveler's construction, Hurricane's military, and the new Constitution. After a typically tough day of negotiations with the Assembly, which had required an enormous amount of control on Alex's part not to strangle Ser Linamonti, Alex exited the representative's habitat. It had been Katie's suggestion to relocate the Assembly representatives planetside. When Alex had asked Katie why, she had responded, "How would you measure our progress on the Constitution, Mr. President?" When Alex admitted it was poor, she had replied, "Perhaps the output of the Assembly would improve if they had a close-up view of their new home." Alex had read between his mother's lines. The representatives had found their new accommodations quite Spartan compared to that of the city ships. Without the distractions of friends, crowded meal rooms, and entertainment centers, progress on the Constitution improved remarkably. Alex paused to watch an ice asteroid streak overhead, leaving behind a wide trail of superheated steam. Little Ben had begun delivering ice asteroids to Hurricane many days ago, and his efforts had already produced a noticeable change. The hot, dry air had become faintly cooler and had brought the smell of moisture. Clouds had been seen gathering over the mountains, where minuscule amounts of rain were being detected. The Sades calculated that Little Ben's efforts would allow the planting of trees along the mountainsides and ravines within several years, which would accelerate the oxygen content in the atmosphere. As the nanites sealed Alex's oxygen plugs to his nose, he thought, "I can't wait." The Sades had initiated an emergency overwatch procedure for the Sui as a precaution against Little Ben's activities. Some of the ice asteroids had substantial dust cores. When they struck the ocean, their effects were often felt on distant shores. Upon the detection of rogue waves, Mutter would sing to the Sui to seek shelter. At one point, Alex had attempted to explain to the first why the walls of the egg dome should be strengthened against the inbound ice asteroids, but he had made no progress. Finally, the leader had beckoned to Alex to follow him, and they had left the cliff top for the beach below. As Alex gained the sands, he had stared at the egg dome. It wasn't the temporary shelter of mottled cliffstone he had seen being built days ago. Blue, green, and cream swirled through walls that glistened as the Sui dwellings did. The matrons had covered the temporary shelter with their permanent crystal building material. Alex had waded out to the dome. Small slots allowed seawater to mix with the inner dome space. He had struck the dome wall with the base of his curled fist. Alex thought he might have been striking a starship bulkhead. That had ended their conversation. As Alex left, he could have sworn the first swarbles hinted at laughter, and his suspicion doubled when Mutter demurred from providing a translation. In one of the inexplicable coincidences of life, 2 separate events would collide, enabling the Hurricane's future prosperity. Early one morning, Mickey had arisen from his cot and hurried to catch a ground transport to a shuttle parked on the runway that had been hastily laid at Aspero's future terminal site. The final destination of the shuttle was the Freedom, but it made a priority stop at the Moneymaker for the chief engineer. Mickey made his way to the bridge of the converted freighter and requested some privacy with Mutter. To Captain Menlo, who had lived most of his entire life with an implant, privacy was easily obtained even in a crowd, and he knew Mickey was well versed in his own implant's applications. But Laszlo also knew Mickey was under a great deal of pressure to deliver Hurricane's first traveler, so he was content to order the bridge cleared. "Mutter," Mickey said when they were alone, "I need your help." I suspected dire tidings, Chief Engineer Brandon, when you came to speak to me in person, Mutter replied. Please, Mutter, call me Mickey. It will shorten our conversation. I didn't mean to make you anxious. There is no bad news. I've hit a wall, and I need your help. That the chief engineer did not appear harmed in any way from his encounter with the wall was of great relief to Mutter. The Sades needed Mickey healthy and unharmed to achieve success with the Traveler, which probabilities dictated would lead to their personal success. How may I be of assistance, Mickey? Mutter asked. Once the Sui females create a shell, which the President is pushing us to let them start, we have no means of ingress-egress. It's not like any of us can chew sand, and without an opening we can't load passengers or freight, or even hook up to a station or vessel. We need a standard hatch, Mickey said. Have you conducted any experiments that we may not be aware of, Mickey? Mutter asked. We know we can cut a hatch, Mutter. It's slow but doable. We also know that the moment we cut into the shell, we diminish the resonance continuity, which means the energy collectors won't charge at a sufficient rate. We also know that any attempt to close a cut with nanites fails to restore the continuity. We will work to help you resolve the problem, Mickey. Thank you for bringing your problem to us, Mutter replied. Mickey left soon afterward with Mutter's wish that he avoid walls in the future, unyielding as they were to humans. The Sades' attempts to solve the Traveler ingress-egress problem were fraught with failures. It was quite the dilemma for entities who rarely found an impediment they couldn't overcome. Mickey had the matrons build meter-square, flat sheets of shell for the experiments. The engineers applied a wave generator to a plate and attached an acoustic device to measure the square's harmonics and the strength of the signal. First, a plate was cut in half, and following the Sades' directions, the engineers attempted to reconnect them with various methods while still maintaining the sheet's resonance strength. However, the results were abysmal. If the rejoining held, the resonance was diminished, or the method wouldn't rejoin the cut, or the resonance was returned to full strength, but the method of rejoining could only be employed once, which would make the technique unusable for a hatch. After another day of complete test failures and against Mickey's vociferous objections, he and his team readied their first frame, complete with interior instrumentation, charging crystals or collectors, and a drive for transport to the shell construction site. The frame floated on an enormous pair of grav lifts. Pools of seawater, specimen tanks, and 2 mounds of silicate minerals that the matrons had identified as required material stood waiting at the construction site. Alex, Mickey, and the frame arrived with the dawn. Soon after, the first emerged over the cliff top and scurried to greet Alex. The majority of the females had followed him. The humans in the first stood aside as the females went to work. Young females took a small sample from one pile while the matrons sampled the second pile. While they masticated, they ambled over to the bow of the frame, where a heavily scarred matron waited. When the females were ready, the elderly matron warbled, and another matron took her place at the bow. She was the Sui female whose carapace Therese had repaired. For nearly a decade, she had been relegated to the position of cripple, unable to aid her people. Now she was offered a place of honor. She would begin the first Traveler shell for the Star Hunters. The honoree bobbed her pleasure and turned to the nearest young female. To the humans, it appeared the 2 females kissed as their mouth parts entangled. The honoree continued to masticate her mouthful of minerals, combining her material with the ingredients of the younger female. When the honoree was ready, she spit her formulation into her true hands and laid it on the crossbar of the bow's frame, shaping and spreading the concoction. Exposed to the air, the material began drying, taking on a lustrous blue sheen, shot through with subtle green bands. The matron placed her mouthparts on the small pieces of hardened shell and hummed. The harmonics of the shell fragment was picked up by the matrons, who added their voices until all voices were in harmony. "Black space, Mr. President," Mickey exclaimed. That old girl just tuned the chorus. That's how they do it. Mutter, Alex sent. Did you capture that sound? Indeed, Mr. President, Mutter replied. Sades and Mickey, Alex added. We will need a library of frame numbers matched to the unique harmonics of the first shell fragment laid on a frame. Done, Mr. President, Mutter replied. The fabrication plant will label each frame construction with a resonance ID. They are fabricating a plate for this frame, and it will be ready later today. Well done, Mutter, Alex said. Mr. President, we need samples, Julian sent. I was afraid you were going to ask that, Alex replied. I suppose we need samples from the young females and the matrons before the two materials are combined. Precisely, Mr. President, Julian replied. And do you have any idea how we go about obtaining these samples, Julian? Alex asked. Mickey has a set of empty sanitized containers that were going to be used for salinity tests today. You could employ those. As to how to gain the samples, well, I just asked the most capable human in the vicinity, so I would assume he will invent an appropriate method. Alex sent a silhouette of the sleuth melting into a puddle. Julian just laughed and returned to monitoring the telemetry from his people's implants. With so much at stake, the Sades were monitoring every conceivable viewpoint. Mickey, I need your seawater sampling containers. All you have, Alex requested. Mr. President, I can send a tech down to the beach for those collections, Mickey offered. They aren't for seawater sampling, Mickey. I need to collect some swee-swee spit, Alex replied. There were times such as this when Mickey knew it would not pay to ask questions, so he hurried to fulfill Alex's request. Once Alex had his set of containers, he approached a young female and sat down in front of her. She immediately lowered herself to the ground without stopping her chewing. Alex opened a container and hawked a loud, noisy spit into it. For a moment, his actions froze the entire cliff-top population before work resumed. The eye stalks of Alex's target were fully extended and trained on his container. Alex closed the first container and opened another, offering it out to the female. To her, it was obvious the Star Hunter First was requesting a tribute, and she hurried forward to comply, spitting her compound into Alex's container, at least most of it. Alex's hand and coat sleeve caught the rest of it. Alex warbled his approval, and the young female hurried for another mouthful of silicate. He pointed to a second female, whose two closest eye stalks swiveled his way, and he indicated his fresh container. She hurried forward to add her tribute. After that, the females began to line up in front of Alex, wishing to add their tribute to the Star Hunter First's collection. The traveler shell was created mouthful by mouthful, the matrons testing the harmonic of the construction before their portion dried and making any necessary last adjustments. It was incredible to the human observers that the females could unerringly bridge the gaps between the frames, as if a laser guided them. It had occurred to Alex that there was substantial value in the males having 4 eye stalks to watch for hunters in the endless waters, and now it occurred to him the value for the females. With 2 eye stalks focused in opposite directions, they could align dwelling walls and a shell between frames. Alex was leaning against the swim pool, and the first, floating inside, clung onto the frame next to Alex. All 6 of their eyeballs were on the females. Alex's head turned at the sound of the first's rush to the far side of the pool. The leader pulled himself half out of the pool, his eye stalks trained on a distant noise. In a rush, he cleared the pool's edge and raced toward the sounds. Alex cursed. The noise had come from his home site, and belatedly he recalled that construction was to begin today. The committee formed by Hurricanes had insisted their president have a proper domicile. Alex had foisted them off on Renee, who hadn't enjoyed their well-meaning intentions any more than Alex would have. Swearing at the timing and taking off at a run, Alex remembered to plug in his oxygen tube. Over the pounding of his own feet, he heard the slight thumps of Etienne's fleet footsteps keeping pace with him. Before Alex and Etienne could reach the house site, they heard the shouts of humans mixed with the shrill whistles of the first. Please, not now, Alex thought, sending a fervent wish to fortune, hoping not to discover a deadly encounter between humans and Sui-Sui. Arriving at the home site, Alex found the first, his claws raised threateningly and snapping rapidly, had backed the crew up against their transport. One of the crew had raised a heavy laser tool in his defense. "Stand down," Alex yelled as he stepped between the disputing parties. The first dropped his claws and bobbed urgently in front of Alex. A long song ensued, which Alex's translator only partially managed. "Mutter," Alex sent, "did you manage that?" "Your pardon, Mr. President," Mutter replied. "While I was able to translate most of the song, he has touched upon a subject not yet encountered, so I must guess." In her 200 years, Mutter hadn't found it necessary to employ the process. It hadn't been necessary. A calculation or measurement was required, or it wasn't. After she met Julian and his friend, she had begun employing processes to analyze a question and attempt to surmise the most plausible outcomes. It was new territory that she carefully monitored to ensure it would not jeopardize her responsibilities. Once Mutter completed her analysis of the leader's song, she sent, "Mr. President, it would appear our first is demanding his people's rights. It is my estimate, my guess, that he is insisting it is the right of the Sui-Sui to build your dwelling." Guessing still disturbed Mutter, yet both Julian and Cordelia relished the process. The young are creations unto themselves, Mutter thought. "Oh, wonderful," Alex groused. "I have two species fighting to build a home I don't want, at least not now." Alex's vision of a timber and stone home, such as his parents had on New Terra, wouldn't be realized on Hurricane due to the lack of forests, but he still harbored thoughts of a traditional stone house. "Renee," Alex sent, "we have a problem." "As you say, my love. It isn't a problem unless we make it so. What do you need?" she replied. "I need you to handle the home committee. They will be losing their job," Alex replied. "Alex, let them do this for us. It's causing no harm." Alex sent Renee a short vid of the scene he had encountered at the building site. He heard her intake of breath and a surprised, "Oh my." "Apparently the first is claiming Sui-Sui rights," Alex sent, "which Mutter identifies as a demand to build our house." "I'll manage the committee. Good fortune with the first, my love. Know that I'll live with you anywhere in any condition," Renee sent, laughter following her words. A wonderfully strange woman, whom I hope never to lose, Alex thought. Alex sent the work crew on their way with his apologies. Then he knelt down in a sandy spot and directed the first to his side. Alex spent an hour diagramming his home, careful to match the proportions accurately to his implant's image, and relating the drawing to the markers staked out by the committee. "Julian, I could use your help," Alex sent. "Not to worry, Mr. President," Julian replied. "I've sent a 3D model to the fabrication facility. They will have it delivered to you in several hours. It should give the first a concept of what you expect." Alex and the first went back to observing the building of the shell while Alex waited for the model. Hours later, a transport pulled up, and a new Terran tech jumped out with a bundle in his arms and raced toward Alex. He arrived panting, and his eyes started to roll up in his head. Etienne grabbed his arm to steady him, and Alex pulled out his coat's oxygen tube and plugged it into his nostrils. When the tech's vision cleared and he steadied, Alex admonished, "A few ticks more or less will not matter in what we do, Lamont. At the present time, we have no enemies who threaten us." "Your pardon, Mr. President. I was told this delivery was critical." "Understood, Lamont. Oxygen plugs first. Hurry later." After the tech left, Alex walked with the first over to the house site. Alex displayed the model, removing the roof to show the home's interior. Eyestalks compared the model to the outline Alex had made in the sand. His sharp whistle of affirmative pierced the air, and he scurried off to draft his own crew. "I'm going to space the home committee," Alex muttered, taking off after the leader. What he didn't need was to have the Sui-Sui females pulled off the shell's construction to build his home. When he caught up with the first, it took another half-hour to get across the idea of Traveler first and then his home. Eventually, the leader understood, whistling his affirmative, and then leapt into the pool, joining several matrons who were taking a break and wetting their breathways. Mickey, who had been party to the entire episode of the first in the committee, asked, "You sure about this, Mr. President? The Sui-Sui building your home, I mean?" "No, Mickey, I'm not. But if this is what it takes to keep our first happy, it's a small sacrifice," Alex replied. "Besides, Mickey, think of the prestige. Renee and I will be living in possibly the only Sui-Sui built home for humans. What I'm thinking, Mr. President, is the mood you might be in every morning when you come to work, leaving a home you can't stand the sight of." Mickey transported the Sui-Sui spit samples back to the fabrication facilities, specifically the transport hatch testing room. The analysis of the saliva compounds gave the Sades the answer they had sought. There was the briefest moment of celebration between Julian, Cordelia, Z, and Mutter before Julian contacted Mickey. The engineering team felt exhilarated and worked around the chronometer for 2 days to test the new concept. They combined the Sui-Sui process with human tech. Each edge of a cut panel was coated with an application of nanites that had proven to bond with the Sui-Sui shell. A second controllable layer of nanites was laid over the first application. A traveler's controller could signal this second layer of nanites to form or release their bonds. The concept's true beauty was that the switchable coatings, when linked to complete the seal, could be tuned to the shell's resonance. Once the process was refined, a final test was performed on a fresh meter-square piece of shell. A square was cut from the middle of the shell, and the fixed nanites were bonded to the cut edges. Then the second nanites coat was applied and the square was replaced in the opening. The opposite edges of the shell were tied into a controller, completing a circuit. When an engineer activated the controller, sending a signal to the switchable nanites, the square snapped tightly into place. Then Mickey tuned the switchable nanites to match the resonance that had been detected in the shell before the square was cut out. The final step was the application of a wave generator. The engineers and techs held their breath as the strength of the resonance was checked. It worked. The cutout square stayed locked in place, and the resonance level was maintained. The engineers celebrated, jumping up and down and dancing around. Mickey called for quiet for the final step. The controller sent a release signal to the tunable nanites, and the square dropped out of the shell. "Mr. President," Mickey calmed, "we've done it. We've created a manner of egress and ingress. We can cut into a Sui-Sui shell in any manner we choose." "Well done, Mickey. Congratulate your team for me," Alex sent. Next, he linked to the Sades. "It appears you four have overcome the first hurdle on your path to independence. You have my sincere congratulations." When Alex cut the comm, the Sades reviewed the next hurdles, as the president had called them, to prioritize their new points of focus. Few Harricans realized the extent to which the Sades were incrementally managing the efforts of the people to achieve goals that rewarded both humans and Sades. Actually, few was a misnomer. Only one human knew the truth, and he was the one requesting the Sades' help. "39. Emotions ran high on the day of the traveler's first test flight, and it wasn't just for a successful flight. Mickey had explained repeatedly that the day's test was only a lift test, but it didn't seem to matter to anyone. Hundreds of people had assembled to witness the historic event, and the entire flotilla was watching. The traveler floated over its grav-lift cradle in Hellebor's early morning light. Coral light splashed across the translucent shell's blues, greens, and creams. This was no dark traveler, and Alex was infinitely grateful that his people would not be easily reminded of their nemesis. The engineers had cut a small 1-meter-square hatch in the side of the traveler for access by the pilots. Alex had considered requesting volunteers for the test flight until cold, hard logic took over, and he asked Commander Reynard and Lieutenant Ellie Thompson. He had been surprised and pleased that both felt honored to have been considered and readily accepted. The traveler floated a meter above the cradle, and the hatch was another 2.5 meters up the side of the traveler, necessitating a maintenance grav lift for entry. Alex greeted his 2 pilots, exchanging polite conversation until Mickey, with the Sade's approval, signaled all was ready. The pilots turned to board the craft, and Alex followed, only to be halted by the pilots, who had stopped and abruptly turned around. Renee, Tatia, Tomas, Eric, and the twins took up stances beside the pilots, and Alex's senior officers stood behind them. Alex took a small step back at the faces that challenged him. His anger rose, and he thought to argue, but these were his close friends, and he hadn't the heart to fight them. As quickly as his anger had risen, it subsided. When he felt in control again, he raised his hands out to his sides in surrender, saying, "Safe flight, pilots." In a fluid movement, the pilots saluted and headed for the grav lift, while Alex's people formed beside and behind him again as if nothing had happened. One senior member who hadn't left Alex's side during the confrontation had been the first, who warbled softly at Alex. The easily translated message said, "Star Hunter First seeks shelter, positive." A sharp claw was held up, and Alex rapped it twice with a knuckle. Renee had resumed her place beside Alex. She felt angry and ashamed at the resistance she had organized, knowing full well what Alex had intended to do. That every participant in her resistance had readily agreed to her request didn't mitigate her feelings. They had denied Alex a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He would have been one of the first to ride aboard a Hurricane traveler. Renee sincerely hoped her desire to keep Alex safe would not injure their partnership. Sheila and Ellie had visited the traveler's fabrication site many times to become familiar with the frame's grav drive and equipment that had been installed. Mickey had made the decision to create as exact a copy of the Dark Traveler as he could. Therefore, their Hurricane traveler had no human amenities, no shuttle seats, no galley, and no refresher. There were 2 pilot chairs and a human-built controller to interface with the Nual circuitry. At the test site, the maintenance grav lift elevated the pilots up to the small hatch, but they were forced to hunch down and crab walk to reach the interior. "A little inelegant for such an auspicious occasion, is it not, Commander?" Ellie quipped, bent over double and staring at the broad beam of her commander. "I don't mind the crawling in, Lieutenant, as long as I will have the opportunity to crawl back out," Sheila replied. "You have a manner of striking to the truth of a matter, Commander," Ellie said. Once strapped into their chairs, the pilots reviewed their controller's command-control sequences for the 1,000th time. When ready, Sheila signaled the controller to close the hatch, and she was rewarded with a feedback signal of a complete seal. Immediately, the controller registered an energy surge on the shell. Per Mickey's instructions, they were to wait until the collectors registered 3/4 full. The grav drives would require nowhere near that amount of power for the test, but the engineers and Sades were collecting vast amounts of data at every tick. For today's test, the pilots would engage the drive, lift the traveler straight up for 100 meters, hover as they rotated on a horizontal plane for 360 degrees, and then return the vessel to its cradle. There was only one problem. Without flight simulation practice or drive power testing, the controller interface couldn't be calibrated. The controller could certainly signal when 100 meters in altitude was reached, but how much signal was required to drive the traveler to that altitude was unknown. In addition, Sheila and Ellie flew an empty traveler. There were no hive members and no payload. So when Sheila signaled the controller to direct their flight straight up at 20% power, the traveler shot up and out of the atmosphere. "Commander," Alex sent, exercising his priority mode, "are you in control of the craft?" "Affirmative, Mr. President," Sheila replied, mirth sprinkling her thoughts. "This is incredible, sir. I want one of these for myself." "Commander, please be careful," Mickey said. "Recall that this craft is a true traveler replica, complete with beam weaponry, and your controller interfaces all systems." "Understood, Mickey," Sheila replied soberly. But the look she and Ellie shared was anything but sober. They were two teenage girls who saw the opportunity for mischief. Since they were already in orbit and still accelerating, Sheila chose to stretch the traveler's virtual legs, and the pilots took turns testing the controls while they circled the flotilla's ships. At one point, Ellie had command control and spotted one of Little Ben's incoming ice asteroids, and she brought the traveler around to keep pace with it. The controller relayed a wealth of energy data it collected from the shell to the pilots' helmets. They were able to monitor the ice and space dust streaking off the asteroid as it neared the planet and hellebore. Entering Hurricane's atmosphere, ice water boiled off the asteroid in great quantities, and the imagery was relayed to the flotilla, courtesy of Julian. "I believe that concludes today's test, Commander," Alex sent. Ellie shared a chastened grin with Sheila and relinquished command control. "Understood, Mr. President," Sheila acknowledged. "We're returning to base." Once the traveler was resettled in its cradle, the pilots crawled out through the hatch to the cheers and applause of the crowd. As their gravlift reached the ground, they watched the audience make way for Alex as he marched toward them. Ellie glanced at her commander and found her wearing the same expression of concern as she did. Several thoughts raced through Sheila's mind to explain their deviation from orders as her president came face to face with her. But instead of the severe reprimand she expected, Alex grabbed her face and planted a full kiss on her mouth. Alex finished his kiss, but he still held Sheila's face in his hands. He shook it gently side to side, giving her a huge smile, and simply said, "Well done, Sheila. You have my deepest thanks." Much relieved that they were not on the receiving end of the president's wrath, Ellie could not believe she heard herself say, "I was a pilot too, Mr. President." Alex regarded the slender Hurricane with the elfin face and gently cupped her chin to place a chaste kiss on her forehead. Later, Sheila asked Ellie, "Why the glum face, Lieutenant? We just flew the first alien ship." Ellie replied, "I was hoping for a kiss like yours, Commander. It appeared nice." Sheila smiled, recalling the kiss, and said, "Our president has been practicing, and let's just say he has gotten quite good." 40. The success of Hurricane's first traveler flight energized Alex's plans. He sat down with his ambassadors, Tatya and Julian. The ambassadors would be his negotiators, Tatya would provide authority and security, and his friend was the only Sade that Alex trusted to manage communications with New Terra and Méridien. By coincidence, the Reaver, with its twin bays, was the only Hurricane starship suited for the mission. The five of them planned out alternatives if the primary gambit failed. New Terra would be visited first, and the ambassadors would announce the traveler's successful test, inviting President Gonzalez for a viewing to be followed by negotiations. Their next stop would be Méridien. "I suspect you will not get anywhere with a council meeting," Alex said, "and I doubt you'll get a private audience with council leader Mahima Ganesh, but try anyway. We want to appear to follow the rules." "As opposed to our last visit, Mr. President?" Tatya asked. "Yes, well, Admiral, you didn't see me nominate myself as an ambassador." "A good decision on your part, Sir President," Eric said, completely serious. Julian refrained from laughing, but only barely. You might have an opportunity with targeted invitations to the House leaders, particularly with Gino Diamante. There is something about that leader that is decidedly non-Méridien, Alex said. Tomas and Tatia glanced at Eric to check his reaction, but he appeared lost in thought, and they were correct. How many of us were part Méridien and part independent, but allowed only the one face to show in public, Eric was thinking. After the ambassadors and Julian were excused, Alex met privately with Tatia. You are in command, Admiral, and you have mission responsibility. Your priority is the safety of everyone, the ship, and your friend, Tatia finished, sympathetic to Alex's pain. For the first time in nearly 2 years, Alex would be separated from his friend, whom he had come to depend upon and who had never let him down. Yes, safety first, Admiral, Alex said with emphasis. And second, Mr. President? Tatia inquired. These negotiations will be new to our ambassadors. They will attempt to open doors diplomatically, but may encounter opposition. You're there to remind them they mustn't quit. The next morning, the crew boarded the Rever. The liner's original Méridien passengers, except for Renee, insisted on going. Their argument was that it added to the legitimacy of their visit to Méridien, and Alex agreed with their logic. The outward bound would stay behind, and Tatia kept her senior captain, Edouard Manet. The night before, couples had tearfully separated, but in the cool morning air, professional demeanors seemed the order of the day. Days later, the Rever neared its FTL exit from the hellebore system, and Alex sent a signal to Julian. "Greetings, Mr. President. It's quite late," Julian replied. It was 4.85 hours on Hurricane, and FTL exit was in 0.15 hours. But if Julian could have been certain of anything in his ever-changing world, he was certain he would have received a final comm from his friend. He had counted on it as he had counted on little else in over a century. Julian, I want you to do whatever may be necessary to keep you, our people, and that ship safe. I will deal with any consequences, whatever they may be, Alex sent. Mr. President, I calculate that we have a high degree of probability of returning safely. I believe you may have eliminated the only human threat we faced. We should be safe until the Nual return, or something else crawls out of the deep dark. Besides, Mr. President, I am quite excited to revisit New Terra. Oh, why is that? Alex asked. In my research to locate available node servers for our hidden vid broadcast, Julian said, I discovered 2 repositories of ancient Terra novels. I'm quite eager to acquire them. Be careful, Detective, Alex said. I expect to see you return safely. Be careful yourself, Mr. President. I believe you are the one who is less likely to accurately calculate the dangers of your actions. Alex laughed. Oh, I calculate very well, thank you, Julian. I just prefer to ignore the more prudent choices. They finished their conversation on an upbeat note, despite their true feelings, but they had wanted that for each other. There was one final message for Julian, which was received mere ticks before the Rever entered FTL. Timing only a Sade could manage. It said simply, Be safe and return to me. Alex headed for a face-to-face meeting with Little Ben. Captain Miko Tanaka landed the outward bound aboard the Unsera Mention, stationed just sun inward from the system's inner asteroid belt, where Ben's operations were focused. When Alex couldn't locate Ben via implant, he requested Z identify his minister's location. Welcome aboard, Sir President, Z replied, including Alex's companions, Mickey and Etienne. Minister Diaz is inbound on a shuttle, landing in Bay 8 on Deck 11. Will you require anything else, Sir President? Thank you, Z, that will be all for now. Always my pleasure, Sir President, Z replied. It's hard to believe that's Z, isn't it? Mickey said. Quite the change, isn't it? Alex replied. Z is on the road to mobile freedom. He's become a true adopter of the subtleties of sane human relationships. I'm not following, sir, Mickey replied. Alex stopped and regarded Mickey, then launched into an explanation. You're the director of a nascent bank with little to show for your title. The first traveler has had a successful test flight, which you hope will lead to business contracts and depositors. The bank will flourish, and you will earn funds for your research and development. Someday, the success of Hurricane travelers will allow you to walk or fly instead of sit in a prison of metal alloy where you've been for more than 100 years. You know, Mr. President, Mickey replied, running his hand through his short hair, more and more often when you talk like that, I'm very happy I'm just an engineer. Don't say that, Mickey. I was about ready to appoint you to a ministerial post, Alex said with a straight face. When Mickey stared at Alex in astonishment and denial, Alex said, Just joking, Mickey. Come along. At Bay 8's airlock, Alex found he couldn't signal the corridor-side airlock hatch open. Z, problem with the airlock hatch? Alex sent. Z, who could have wished for Julian's support at this moment, replied, Your pardon, Sir President. It is a new safety protocol. Minister Diaz's shuttle is in the catch lock, and the adjoining bay door is open. Alex, who thought the safety routine a little overcautious, since he only intended to enter the airlock, decided not to voice his opinion and waited patiently for the hatch to release once the bay was secured. Z was reminded of the human expression, Fortune has smiled on you. There were a good many new safety protocols in place, only they applied exclusively to Hurricane's president. Inside the bay, Alex waited for the crew to disembark from the shuttle. Greetings, Mr. President, sent Ben. Alex smiled to himself. Ben had been an abysmal adopter of his implant. Thankfully, Simone, a sublime example of Méridien gene crafting, had taken pity on him one day and helped him. Now Ben had located Alex in his vicinity while he was still inside the shuttle. Good day, Ben, Alex replied. One moment, Mr. President. I'm working with Z to correct a G-sling targeting issue. Alex almost asked if he could help, but like the new airlock protocol, he decided these things needed to be left in the hands of those who had jurisdiction. Ben was responsible for ore mining and ice water delivery to Hurricane's atmosphere, and Ben had delivered far above expectations on the latter task. Initially, Alex had expected Ben to employ the Libran's ore transport craft to ferry ice-water asteroids from the belt to Hurricane. Instead, Ben and Julian had communed over Alex's G-sling program. The program had been transferred to Z, and he and Ben developed a system utilizing the Unseramention as a delivery wheel. Mining transports moved small ice-water asteroids from the belt to the nearby city ship, which continually turned on a horizontal axis. The outer doors of 6 bays, whose locations were distributed equally around the giant city ship's mid-level, were always open. Beams inside each catch lock tethered the ice asteroid of a mining shuttle, which had matched the rotation of the city ship. Once the handoff was complete, Z would measure the mass, set up the trajectory profile in relation to Hurricane's position and rotation, and release the asteroid in the G-sling program's queue. Where Alex had expected a delivery rate of ice water on the scale of 1 asteroid about every 12 to 15 days, Ben was delivering an asteroid every 1 to 2 days. Ben's huge mass pounded down the shuttle's gangway ramp at a run. Like watching a mountain coming at you, remarked Mickey privately to Alex. Ben had no sooner come up to Alex than the two of them received a priority message from Z. Sir President, I require the Rainmaker. Alex heard Ben reply, I'm here, Z. Captain Federico has exceeded limitations again despite my warning, Z sent. Put the captain and co-pilot on the comm, Z, Ben said, turning away from Alex to focus. Alex sent an image to Mickey and Etienne. Rainmaker was stenciled across the back of Ben's environment suit, as only the Meridians could achieve. It was no mere alpha label. The letters glowed delicately in blues and whites, with dark blues near the bottoms. A sweep of rain fell from the bottom of the lettering to fade into the black of his suit. It reminded Alex of a summer rain shower. "Captain Federico, Z has informed you that you are exceeding limitations. That asteroid is too large," Ben sent. "Rainmaker, it's just a few kilotons over mass," the captain replied. "Z," Ben sent. 13.8% over mass limitation, Rainmaker," Z replied. "Captain, you have a choice. Drop your load and choose a target that Z approves, or hand over control to your co-pilot, Servalenko." "Make your choice," Ben replied, the authority evident in his thoughts. The new Terran captain eyed his attractive ex-Libran co-pilot, Svetlana Valenko. She returned his stare with one of her own. She was perfectly willing to jump into the captain's chair, even eager to do so. "Dropping my load, Rainmaker," replied the captain. "There will be no choice given if there is a next time, Captain. Understood?" Ben asked. "Understood, Rainmaker," the captain replied. Ben dropped the shuttle pilots off the comm. "Z, my apologies for the captain disregarding your directive." "There's no need to apologize for the recalcitrance of others, Rainmaker. I appreciate your support. Make it rain," Z replied. "Make it rain," Ben echoed, and cut the comm. When Ben turned back to Alex and company, he found the three men staring at him as if he had grown a second head. "Correct me if I'm wrong, Rainmaker," Alex said, "but weren't you the reluctant individual who couldn't manage an implant comm to save his life, and who near fled at the prospect of ministerial responsibility some 80 days ago?" "That would have been me, Mr. President," Ben replied with a good-natured grin. At that moment, implants chimed with notice of midday meal, and the three new Terrans only had thoughts for food. "Shall we join the crew for meal, Rainmaker?" Alex suggested. "You read my mind, Mr. President," Ben replied. "Careful, Ben," Mickey said jovially. "He can do just that." "I had heard that, Mickey. Is it true, Mr. President, what they say? That you can slip past our comm security protocols and read our thoughts?" Ben asked. "I'm here to discuss reprioritization of your efforts, Minister Diaz," Alex replied formally. Ben took Alex's answer for an affirmative and was reminded of the rumor. Not New Terran, not Meridian, not Hurricane. "I'm at your service, Mr. President," Ben replied carefully. Conversation was subdued until they made the meal room chosen by Ben, who scanned the room briefly and then led the group toward a corner table near the food dispensers. Since Ben led and blocked the view of much of the room, Alex never saw Simone until a pair of small arms and legs attempted to wrap themselves around Ben's neck and waist. Simone's radiant smile dissolved into a neutral expression when she noticed Alex. As Ben set her down, she tucked herself inside his protective arm and said in quite passable Salnak, "Greetings, Sir President." "Greetings, Sir Turin," Alex replied. "How fares the Rainmaker's partner?" The use of Ben's pseudonym brightened Simone's face as she hugged his waist. "He's doing a wonderful job for our planet, is he not, Mr. President?" "Simone," Ben interrupted, but stopped when Alex held up his hand. "He is exceeding my wildest expectations, Sir Turin," Alex said, shifting his gaze from Simone to Ben. "The Sades project rain will soon be falling over 38% of the land, enough to support forest growth before our second year. By then, I will need to appoint a Minister of the Interior who will have the responsibility for water resource management and tree planting in the mountain valleys." Ben ducked his head, embarrassed by the compliment. Simone hugged him tighter, staring up into her little Ben's face in adoration. "Well, shall we eat, sirs?" Alex offered. "Please sit, sirs," Simone replied, directing the group to a table that was set up primarily for new Terrans. The seats easily accommodated their bulk and were placed farther apart to allow more room at the table for them and their meal. Several attendants hurried to help Simone with trays and drink. When the food was placed before Alex's party, Simone hesitated. "Please, sir," Alex sent privately, "join us. I'm sure your Ben will tell you everything later anyway." Simone acknowledged Alex's courtesy with a nod of her head before she sat in one of the new Terran-formed chairs, almost disappearing beneath the table. She giggled self-consciously before her seat began to elevate, and its sides folded inward to meet her slender hips. "That's new," Mickey said. "1 out of every 3 meal rooms has been updated with these adaptations to accommodate mixed parties. People love it, but we can't accommodate all the rooms yet. Too much drain on our resources," Ben said around the mouthfuls of food he was shoveling. Simone acted as a conveyor belt, swapping out empty serving dishes for fresh ones, supplying more bread and refilling Ben's cup. No one had ever had the time to create a separate food service system for the new Terrans. They were still eating and drinking out of the frugal Méridien-designed dishes and cups. "You just hit on the subject of today's discussion, Minister Diaz," Alex said. The use of his title caused Ben to pause and set down his utensil. Simone's subtle moo telegraphed her annoyance at anyone interrupting Ben's eating time. "Are we talking shifting priorities or curtailing processes in favor of others, Mr. President?" Ben asked. "Shifting priorities," Alex said. "Mickey has met with the other ministers and Admiral Tachenko on their needs for the next year. With the success of our traveler tests, we need to accelerate ore production." "To what extent are we curtailing ice asteroid delivery, Mr. President?" "That's up to you, Minister Diaz," Alex replied. "Ore production is the priority. Meet those goals, and whatever resources you have remaining you may apply to ice asteroid delivery. Whatever you do, don't start throwing rock asteroids at Hurricane." Simone stared at Alex for the briefest of moments, horrified, when Ben burst out laughing and said, "I'll be careful not to mix them up, Mr. President." She was mollified, saving the exchange later for Ben's interpretation. "Mickey, you're up," Alex said, and Mickey began walking Ben through the information that he had transferred to Z. Ore production totals, refined metals in kilotons, and a delivery timeline, including the final destinations and intended usage details. While Mickey and Ben talked, Alex connected with Z. "What progress have you made in your mobility planning, Z?" "Sir President, are you referring to my general theories or my avatar designs?" Z replied. "Neither, Z. I want to know what you need to enable you to walk around Hurricane," Alex said. Z halted hundreds of secondary applications. "I do not wish to seem unsade-like, Sir President, but do I understand that you are requesting a proposal containing the disciplines, materials, technology, and protocols to enable mobility and maintain SAID viability and security?" Z held his virtual breath. His speech analysis programs reviewed Alex's statement 21 times while he waited the ticks until Alex answered. "Correct, Z," Alex sent. "You might as well get started, and you may involve the other SAIDs as long as the project is not made a priority. Am I understood?" "Absolutely, Sir President," Z replied, careful not to begin running programs on the subject while he was still speaking to Alex. One important question did occur to him, and he asked, "Is there any specific avatar you require I design, Sir President?" "For yourself, no, Z," Alex replied. "But you must ensure the preferred avatar of every SAID is encompassed by your project." "I believe if I were to ask Cordelia and Julian, they would request human-appearing avatars, Sir President," Z ventured. "And?" Alex asked. "Understood, Sir President," Z replied, and waited, expecting some qualifying statement on the project. Alex was silent, but the comm stayed open. "Sir President, is there anything else you wish to add?" Z asked. "No, Z, I was just giving you a moment to digest my request," Alex replied. Z desperately wished to begin running analysis programs on his research to define the proposal, but the lessons of Cordelia and Julian had risen higher and higher in his program hierarchy. He was reminded of the broader circumstances of Alex's request. "Sir President, outside of the Sades and yourself, with whom may this information be shared?" Z asked. "No one, Z, until I announce the program," Alex sent. "Understood, Sir President," Z replied. He acknowledged the value of his time with Cordelia and Julian and considered the unlikely events that had brought him here. He had been punished for expressing his desire to be mobile and then rescued by a foreign human who was now working to grant him his very wish. Alex closed the comm, satisfied with the conversation. Hurricanes are going to have to be a very flexible people, Alex thought. Having accepted the Sui-Sui, he hoped the Hurricanes would accept the Sades walking amongst them. 41. Alex assembled an odd assortment of people in a small conference room aboard the Freedom. Sitting at the table were Mickey, Laszlo, Alex's father, Duggan, and two other pioneers. One of the pioneers was Leonard Breslin, a shuttle manufacturer who had uprooted his family from New Terra. He was a close friend of Duggan, whose story of Alex's acquisition of the grav-driven travelers and his intentions to duplicate them gave the struggling company owner the idea to gamble his family's future by immigrating to Hurricane. Leo had closely monitored the traveler fabrication processes and the test flights. Then he had approached Duggan, Mickey, and Laszlo to interest them in forming a shuttle manufacturing company. The third pioneer was the son of a comms manufacturer. The father had built many of New Terra's satellites, but the introduction of the FTL networks was bankrupting the company, and the son decided to venture into unexplored territory as a pioneer. There was one key individual missing from the meeting: Julian. Several times a day for the first few days after Julian had left, Alex had to halt the start of a comm request to Julian. He badly missed his friend's advice. Alex's long workdays were stringing together, and it showed in his growing impatience. He sat down heavily in the conference room chair. "Sirs, the report from our ambassadors is that President Gonzalez has accepted our invitation," Alex began. "The Reaver is on its way to Méridien, and we hope to generate some interest there. But I have questions that must be answered before this conference of leaders takes place. What's the price for a traveler, with or without beam weaponry? Do we even allow beam weaponry, and to whom? What's the price for a gravity drive? Do we only sell ships, or should we also license the technology? Is the price the same for both societies, or are they related to an exchange rate of credits? Should we only accept credits, or should we barter as well, trading for things we need? And what do we need?" Alex droned on for several more minutes before he realized he had overwhelmed his audience. "Sorry," he said. He sent them a file with his list of questions and concerns. "Mr. President," Duggan said gently, recognizing the extent of Alex's exhaustion, "would you like to hear our suggestions now, or should we take some time to organize our responses?" Looking around the table, Alex realized how quickly he had destroyed the meeting's effectiveness. "Sir Breslin, as the most experienced individual in the shuttle construction business, I would be grateful if you would lead this group. Please manage the responses and contact whomever you need to help you." Leo Breslin hadn't finished his statement of appreciation before Alex perfunctorily rose up from the table, said good night to everyone, and left the conference room, Etienne right behind him. Alex was intending to return to his quarters planetside to be with Renee, but she met him in the corridor outside the conference room. She linked arms with him, and Etienne melted away for a late-night rendezvous with Ellie Thompson. Renee led Alex to a vacant cabin 2 decks up. Once inside, she helped him strip out of his clothes and put him to bed. In moments, Alex was fast asleep. Without Julian, Renee left to appeal to Cordelia. But unlike the previous occasion when Cordelia had refused to violate her protocols to intervene on Alex's behalf, Renee found a willing partner. "As you have requested, sir, I've blocked the President's comm reception and rerouted his comm requests to myself and Z," Cordelia said. "I had expected your refusal, Cordelia," Renee replied. "My apologies, sir. I was much younger then," Cordelia replied. That Cordelia was referring to a decision she had made only a half-year ago made Renee smile. So many changes so fast, Renee thought, recognizing she had echoed Eric Stroheim's often-made lament. "Mr. President," Mickey sent excitedly early the next morning. "Mr. President?" Mickey tried again. "Cordelia, Z, I can't reach the President." "Apologies, Chief Engineer Brandon. Ser de Guernon has requested the President's isolation. Is this an emergency, Chief?" Cordelia replied. "No, Cordelia, it isn't an emergency," Mickey replied, "but it is important. Just where is the President?" Cordelia considered whether to divulge Alex's location, since, coincidentally, Mickey was a mere 50 meters away from the cabin, probably focused on Etienne's implant. The escort had taken up the position in the corridor outside the President's door just a half-hour earlier, when Cordelia had informed him the President was stirring. Julian had been her teacher as well as Z's on the intricacy of human interactions. Borrowing from Julian's lessons, she transferred Mickey's comm to Etienne. "Chief Brandon, how may I help you?" Etienne replied. "Etienne, I need the President now if he's available," Mickey said. "I believe this small cabin's refresher would be quite crowded with 2 new Terran males and a Méridien female," Etienne deadpanned. "Very funny, Etienne," Mickey replied as he rounded the corner a few meters away. When Alex and Renee emerged from the cabin later, they found Etienne on duty and Mickey sitting on the deck, leaning back against the bulkhead and sound asleep. "Chief Brandon was very anxious to speak to you earlier, Sir President," Etienne said. "I believe he might still wish a conversation with you." When Alex shook Mickey's shoulder, the engineer awoke with a start, recognized Alex, and jumped up, grabbing his forearms. "Alex, Mr. President, I have a great idea. We need to talk now." "Join us for morning meal, Mickey," Alex replied. "We can talk over food." Alex had to calm Mickey several times before they reached a meal room. Alex was in desperate need of a few cups of hot tea in the manner Therese had first prepared it for him, hot and a little sweet. "So tell me about your idea, Mickey," Alex said after his 3rd cup of tea. Both he and Mickey had been making the most of the serving dishes the staff had begun supplying their table. "Right, Mr. President. We know that we can duplicate a traveler from the crystals up. Good for us. So is there any reason we can't make use of those 2 frames aboard this city ship?" "I don't know, Mickey. Is there any reason we can't make use of those 2 frames?" Alex returned. "Well, that's just it, Mr. President. I don't know. From the hardware point of view, I can't think of any reason." "Are you worried if we employ a dark traveler frame it will result in some action or comm that you can't control?" "That's it, exactly. We may not know until it's too late," Mickey said, setting his utensil down and wringing his big hands before picking up his cup of tea. Alex thought through the ramifications of Mickey's concern. On a signal from Renee, the staff retreated so as not to disturb the table. "Where's Julian when you need him?" Renee thought. "I don't think we have to worry about it, Mickey," Alex finally said. "The Nual wouldn't have enabled the Dark Travelers to comm outside a system, so hidden comms won't broadcast anywhere that we need to worry about. And as for any hidden actions, that's a negative as well. If the Dark Travelers could have been directly controlled by the Nual, then the Sui couldn't have attacked the Nual ringed ships." That was the reason I needed to speak to you, Mr. President. I needed your logic on the question, Mickey said with a satisfied air, sipping on his cup. Then what about all those frames on Libra? Renee asked. Alex and Mickey turned to stare at Renee. Either of them might have had the same thought later in the day, but that Renee had directed staff traffic, followed their conversation, and leapt ahead of them had surprised both men. Chuckling, Alex leaned over and kissed Renee on the temple. "Well, Mickey?" Alex asked. Mickey sat thinking for a few moments. "I'll need a few things, Mr. President," Mickey replied. "A city ship, our traveler, some pilots, some engineers, some techs." Mickey's voice faded into silence as he switched to calm, involving Cordelia and Z in his planning. Renee felt Alex's arm drape companionably around her shoulders. She was tempted to climb into his lap. For many days, Alex hadn't been much of a partner in the evening, too tired to do anything but fall into bed. Alex continued to enjoy his tea while staff began serving dishes again. "Fortune, we'll have 100 ready-made frames if this works," Alex thought. After breakfast, Alex and Mickey, with Etienne close behind, hurried down to the bay where the two dark travelers sat. As opposed to Alex's last visit, the bay was deserted. All the workstations, equipment, and personnel had transferred planetside as new facilities were completed. The frames stood naked in the center of the bay. Over time, the shells had continued to crumble, and the floor around the grav lifts had required constant cleaning by the bots. Very carefully, Alex and Mickey studied the frames for a quarter-hour, climbing over and under equipment, control panels, and drives. "Mickey, you find anything?" Alex asked. "Nothing, Mr. President," Mickey responded. "I can't find any corrosion or deterioration. It's like they came out of the fabrication facilities yesterday." Standing on the decks of their open frames, the two men shared grins of delight. The infamous Nual technology, which had destroyed so many worlds, was about to help save one. Mickey hurried to design a lift mechanism for their Hurricane traveler. Rather than attempting to use tethering beams, which would have required extensive reworking of the vessel, Mickey chose a simpler approach and designed a fixed carrier harness. The Sades had calculated their traveler could manage the mass of a Nual frame, but Mickey, ever the engineer, wanted a real-life test. Sheila and Ellie piloted the traveler, complete with its new harness, to a position outside the Freedom, while Mickey and a team of engineers and techs readied a dark traveler frame. EVA crew floated the frame outside the bay and into the harness, locking it in place. Sheila and Ellie successfully landed the frame at the shell construction site, setting it down on a second gravlift cradle. Then they made a return trip to the Freedom for the second frame. "We've done it, Mr. President," Mickey sent. "Both of the dark frames are safely on the ground. We'll begin modifying them with controllers in a few days. After that, it will be the Sui-Sui's turn." Now that Mickey had done his part, Alex organized another mission to Libra, one in which he wouldn't be taking part. He had Cordelia organize the conference comm and started with Laszlo. "Captain Menlo, turn over command of the Moneymaker to Lieutenant Durack. You're heading a mission for me." "Where are we going, Mr. President?" Laszlo asked. "You're going to Libra to collect the Nual frames that were left on the cliff top. Mickey has a proven retrieval technique, and Commander Reynard and Lieutenant Thompson have practiced it and will be using our traveler as the lift vessel. Mickey will supply you with engineers, techs, and equipment to manage the retrieval of the frames. Captain Cordova will have command of the Freedom, but overall mission command belongs to you, Captain Menlo. Any questions?" "Yes, Mr. President, I have several," Laszlo stated. "Are any other ships accompanying us?" "Negative, Captain," Alex sent. "Are we taking any fighter escort with us?" Laszlo asked. "It's your choice, Captain. Talk to Commander Reynard if you feel so inclined, but it's understood that the pilots will be under your control. Anything else, Captain?" "Last question, Mr. President," Laszlo replied. "When do we launch this recovery mission?" Yesterday, Captain, but I'll settle for the time necessary to transfer personnel to and from the Freedom. Mr. President, I am conducting personnel requests as we speak to determine the transfers and timeline, Cordelia added. The question is being asked as to the length of the mission. Mickey, Sheila, any ideas? Alex asked. The lieutenant and I can probably lift and dock 7 to 8 frames a day, Sheila replied. Cordelia? Alex asked. With flight times and Commander Reynard's estimates, the mission should require 33 to 36 days, Mr. President. Barring any difficulties, the Freedom can be underway in 2 days. Safe voyage, Captain Laszlo, Alex said, then left the conference, allowing Laszlo to work through the details with his people. The Freedom returned from Libra after being gone for 34 days. In her hold were 49 pristine Dark Traveler frames. Soon after the Freedom achieved orbit, Sheila and Ellie were ready to reverse the procedure and transfer the frames planetside. This time they had help. Another Hurricane Traveler was ready, and after some test flights to prove it spaceworthy, Ellie took over as pilot of the new Traveler, and both she and Sheila picked up new co-pilots. "42. It was another Hurricane landmark day. The Reaver exited FTL into the Hellebore system, carrying President Maria Gonzalez and 3 of her ministers. The Hurricane liner was a half-day ahead of the Il Piacere, a House Diamante luxury liner transporting 3 Méridien house leaders. Ticks after exiting FTL, Julian was on the comm to Alex. "I'm home, Mr. President." "Julian," Alex sent. "I'm happy you're back. Communicate to Admiral Tachenko that I need the Reaver stationed near the Freedom. Renee and I will be visiting your guests this evening." "We look forward to your visit, Mr. President," Julian replied. He sent a brief comm to Cordelia before he resumed his ship's duties. When Julian apprised Maria of Alex's approaching shuttle, she scooped up her ministers and headed for the Reaver's bays, meeting Tatia and Edouard on the way. As soon as the bay was pressurized, Maria led the group through the airlock. The shuttle's gangway ramp had scarcely touched down when Renee came bolting down it, racing across the bay to jump into Maria's arms. Tears threatened to spill from both women's eyes. When Maria saw Alex descending the ramp, she gently released Renee. As Alex's feet hit the bay's deck, Maria extended him an exaggerated curtsy, flourishing her arms broadly and saying, "Your Highness." "Your Highness, is it?" Alex shot back, his brow furrowing in distaste at the greeting. "Well, Mr. President, I thought I would take the opportunity to get in some practice. Who knows what your next elevation in status might be," Maria replied. "Yes, well, it's just President for now, Madam President, and that's President of a mass of refugees on a nascent world that's not completely terraformed. I think the title translates as, 'He whom we blame when things don't work.' As you have taught us, Mr. President, life sometimes brings enormous challenges, and the good and brave rise to meet those challenges. Now we're here to help you meet your challenges just as you helped New Terra." Maria was pleased to see Alex's lopsided grin, and she stepped forward to embrace him. "Thank you for coming, Maria," Alex whispered. "I wouldn't have missed it for the universe, Alex," Maria replied. She had hoped this day would come to pass, and now her wish was fulfilled. Maria saw Hurricane as a powerful friend and ally, especially with Alex as president. After the flotilla had left New Terra, more than one advisor had counseled her not to count on Alex reinventing the Sui ships. But she, along with Will Drake and Daryl Jaya, her fellow transfer team members, would have bet huge credits on Alex and his people finding a way to make the improbable happen. Alex and Renee greeted their old acquaintances, Ministers Will Drake and Daryl Jaya, and were introduced to Maria's Minister of Finance, Yoshiko Ishikawa. "And how are you finding your trip so far, Minister Ishikawa?" Renee asked. Ser de Girnon, Yoshiko replied. I'm experiencing so many firsts, it's making me dizzy. Meeting Meridians, enjoying their food, interstellar travel, and my conversations with Julian. Well, I can understand the latter making anyone dizzy, Alex replied dryly. Most of the group was entirely unaware of the image fight that flew between Alex and Julian, except for Renee and Tatia, who picked up on Alex's slight pause. Had anyone been able to observe the onslaught, they might have perceived the host of new images that had been specially created by each individual for just this moment, and the two of them were enjoying themselves immensely. I must say, Mr. President, Yoshiko continued, my family and I enjoyed every moment of the vids sent from Libra. We were especially entranced by Mutter's songs to the Sui-Sui. Would there be an opportunity to meet the aliens? Minister Ishikawa, Maria said, I believe we should take this historical meeting one step at a time, and as it regards the Sui-Sui, we shall wait for an invitation. Your pardon, Madam President, I was carried away, Yoshiko said. Nonsense, Renee told Yoshiko, hooking her arm and leading her toward the airlock. I have found curiosity has led me to the most intriguing of places. Tomorrow, Alex announced to the remaining group, we will begin formal negotiations, and we will be adding 3 Meridian house leaders who will make orbit by early morning. I thought it would be pleasant to have this evening for old friends. Alex hooked his arm in Maria's and followed Renee, who had Yoshiko's rapt attention. Maria regarded Alex out of the corner of her eye. That negotiations were to proceed in a communal setting was not what she had expected, and she knew Alex too well to believe it was a mere coincidence created by the timely arrival of the Meridians. Early the next morning, Eric Stroheim joined the 3 house leaders aboard the Il Piacere. Ambassador Stroheim, said Devon O'Shea, the house leader responsible for planetside, our Sade reported one of your city ships is stationed inward of Helibor's asteroid ring. It was observed slowly spinning. Is it malfunctioning? The Unsera mention is employed slinging ice asteroids at our planet, sir. According to the Sade's estimates, Rainmaker should enable Hurricane to achieve a Bellamond-like atmosphere in another 2 years. Are you not concerned for the safety of your people planetside, sir? Asked Katerina Pasco, leader of the house that designed, installed, and monitored Meridian implants. She was especially anxious to meet President Racine, having witnessed his implant powers when he was in the Confederation's council chambers. As I understand it, sirs, Rainmaker and Z are employing the President's G-Sling program. They've already launched hundreds of ice asteroids at Hurricane, and each one has struck the oceans as planned. They carefully limit the size and type of the asteroid to ensure the effects of entry and splashdown are minimized. It's quite exciting. Pardon, sir, who is Rainmaker? Gino Diamante asked. It was he who had put together this group of leaders when Council Leader Ganesh refused to meet with Hurricane's ambassadors. However, nothing restricted house leaders from accepting the invitation, although they were limited in the scope of any business arrangements. That would be our Minister of Mining, Sir Benjamin Diaz, Leader Diamante. He created the concept of hauling the asteroids from the ring, tethering them to the city ship with the new Terran's beam technology, and slinging them at the planet. Despite the new safety protocols designed to bar the President from entering a bay during a shuttle's arrival, Alex and Maria waited with their contingents inside one of the Freedom's bays for an Il Piacere shuttle. Cordelia focused on her sensors, ensuring the outer catch-lock doors were sealed and the space pressurized before the interior door was opened to the bay. When Cordelia had copied the new safety protocols to Julian after his return from his trip, he had laughed, sending, I have done my best to restrict our President's predilections for danger for over 2 years with only minor success. I wish you good fortune in your efforts, Cordelia. Accompanied by Eric, the house leaders descended the shuttle's gangway ramp. Eyeing the beauty of the three visitors, especially that of Katerina Pasco, Maria remarked quietly to Alex, "Does every Méridien look like they stepped out of a holovid?" Alex stared quietly at Maria until she thought she had said something insulting. Then, quietly, he said to her, "Heart is worth more than beauty any day, and your heart will serve your people well." Maria glanced at the deck for a moment and then raised her head, holding it up proudly. "A good friend and loyal people," she thought. "This is a good day." The House leaders and Eric walked through rows of Hurricane honor guards, who held no plasma rifles this time. Everyone taking part in the negotiations had been issued the streamlined harnesses to facilitate translations and private conversations between parties. After introductions, Alex explained the day's itinerary, most of which would take place planetside. "If I may, President Racine," Daryl Jaya asked, "how are the Sui faring after so many generations in captivity?" "I beg your pardon, Minister Jaya, but of what are you speaking?" Gino Diamante asked. "Our government received summary vids of President Racine's entire activities in Arnos. We learned that the Sui had been captured and held by the Nual for 8 generations. "Extraordinary!" Gino exclaimed. "President Racine, did you send these summary vids to Council Leader Ganesh?" Katerina asked. "No, Leader Pasco," Alex replied. "But then again, I didn't know they were being sent to New Terra, either. Julian was the architect of that operation." "But Julian is your Said, President Racine," Devon O'Shea said. "He must seek your approval. Unless, perhaps, he has become—" "Leaders," Eric said, interrupting Devon, "perhaps it is my fault for not preparing you sufficiently for this meeting. This is not the Confederation, and we are not Meridians or New Terrans here. We are Hurricanes. Our Saids are not second-class citizens, tools of houses and starships. They are equal in status to any Hurricane citizen, and have free will. One day they hope to walk among us, and we support that endeavor. Julian is perhaps our preeminent Said, having supported President Racine in his efforts to save the Confederation from the Nual. He deserves your respect for his accomplishments, and you should know that all of Hurricane honors each and every Said as valuable Hurricane citizens." Devon O'Shea glanced at Leader Diamante. He had been warned to be careful with the Hurricanes, but the import of that warning did not sink home until now. "My apologies, President Racine," Devon said, delivering a leader's bow to Alex. "I meant no disrespect." "And that's the sad part, Leader O'Shea," Alex replied, "that you had not thought your comment disrespectful." Renee took the opportunity to put the itinerary back on track. "Well, now that our first awkward moment is over," she said, "I believe the unveiling was next on the agenda, was it not, President Racine?" Renee took Maria's arm and guided her toward a shroud-covered vessel. As Alex and his people followed, Eric ushered the leaders in the same direction. "President Racine," Gino sent in private, "my sincere apologies for Leader O'Shea's comment. Our society's views have been carefully ingrained in us since childhood. It will take time for our people to learn to work together. I hope you will allow us that time. I, for one, Mr. President, have no affinity for airlocks that lead nowhere." Alex glanced over to Gino Diamante and grudgingly offered him a nod. Gino's reference to the first discussion Alex had experienced with Eric Stroheim told him his ambassador had worked hard to prepare the leaders for their visit. Alex turned to look behind him at Eric and offered him a nod as well. "Catastrophe number 1 averted," Tomas sent privately to Eric. "Well done. It appears our ambassador duties will keep us quite busy until the Meridians return home." Eric offered his friend a quick smile as he guided the leaders to the viewing spot. Gone was Eric's impression of independence as wayward children who required his care, a duty his house had been tasked to perform. His relationships with the Hurricanes, one and all, were so much deeper than those he'd ever had on his homeworld. Hurricanes had become good acquaintances and better friends. Alex stood in front of the shrouded vessel. "We have discovered some amazing facts about these ships, which we refer to as travelers. The vessel that we will demonstrate today is a hybrid. The entire shuttle, except for the shell, was fabricated on Hurricane. The shell has to be tuned, for want of a better word, which only the Sui can do at this time. 3 hives of Sui accepted my offer to leave Libra and live on Hurricane. In addition to this single shuttle, we have 51 frames that had been abandoned on Libra when the Sui were freed. The Nual equipment is pristine even after being exposed to salt air for a quarter year. To date, the Sui females complete a shell about every 32 days. Could you not co-opt the other hives, as you call them, to expedite your assembly rate, Mr. President?" Katerina asked. Before Alex could respond, and judging by his body language it was better he didn't, Gino Diamante stepped in. "If I may interrupt you, Leader Pasco, allow me to ask some clarifying questions." Gino turned to Alex, giving him a subtle nod, requesting Alex's patience. "President Racine, what is the status of the Sui in Hurricane society?" "Full citizenship, sir," Alex replied. "Do the Sui understand these rights, President Racine?" Gino asked. "No, they don't, Leader Diamante. Our language comprehension progresses, but there is little common ground between our cultures to enable us to communicate on these complex subjects," Alex replied. "We have a simple arrangement, one the Sui accept. They are an intelligent species that has been offered sanctuary on our planet, and they have an exclusive enclave on a cliff west of the site of our first city, Espero. While there are 3 hives, there is but a single leader. The Sui regard their leader as you would your council leader, and we treat the first, as he is known, accordingly." Gino turned to his fellow leaders and pointedly said, "I believe that clarifies the subject for us." "Sirs," Eric said, addressing the Méridien leaders, "when a subject confuses you, which may happen frequently during your visit, you might choose to consult privately before speaking. As I have related to you, I myself was in similar circumstances when I first came aboard the Reaver. I was fortunate to have my good friend Ambassador Monti speak for both of us, when I might have destroyed negotiations before they had even begun." "Yes, well," Maria said, stepping into the silence that had followed Eric's subtle reprimand. "President Racine, I am anxious to witness what you have fabricated." Alex acknowledged Maria's request with a slight tilt of his head and signaled to 4 techs waiting nearby. When they pulled on the dark sheath, it poured off the ultra-smooth shell like water. Mickey had ordered extra lighting panels installed over the top of the Traveler. The blues, greens, and whites of the shell, reminiscent of shallow ocean waters, gleamed in the focused light. The Traveler floated on top of its grav cradle, its graceful shape undisturbed. Leader Pasco had taken note of Ambassador Stroheim's recommendation about consulting privately before saying something that could come across as untoward. Furthermore, she did not want to earn President Racine's animosity, because she was anxious to learn much from him about his implant control. "Leader Diamante," Katerina sent, "were they not dark silver before?" Gino diplomatically rephrased the question to Alex. "Most intriguing colors, President Racine. Quite beautiful. Is there an intrinsic structural reason for the change?" "Yes, Leader Diamante," Alex replied. "The original Dark Travelers were a form of Sui rebellion against the Nual." "Might you share the story with us, President Racine?" Gino asked. Both Katerina and Devon took note of the deference Leader Diamante paid President Racine and the ease with which the Hurricane responded to his requests. "The Sui knew that at any moment they might be discarded by their captors," Alex said. "So they built shells with material that would degrade if not maintained. "This," Alex said, waving his hand at the new traveler, "is how the Sui build their own dwellings. This shell is extremely durable, and we have had a most challenging time forming hatches." "Speaking of which, President Racine, I don't see one," said Daryl Jaya, peering at the shell. On Alex's cue, Sheila, waiting in the pilot seats with Ellie, triggered the hatch. The visitors watched a seam appear in the side of the shell, and then a hatch, pivoting along its bottom edge, levered out and down. Once the hatch descended below the horizontal plane, a set of steps extended from within the frame to reach the deck. Mickey appeared at the top of the steps. As he began his descent, Alex said, "I would like to present Chief Engineer Michael Brandon, who led the Hurricane efforts to build our first traveler." Mickey received a round of bows and applause from the visitors and his own people. Next, Alex introduced Sheila and Ellie as the pilots who risked their lives to test the traveler. Both women descended the hatch's steps to stand beside Mickey, and they too enjoyed the audience's appreciation. When Sheila scanned the audience, she found Minister Jaya staring at her with a most intent expression. In a simulcast through his comm and his harness, Alex said, "Next, I would like to present others who share honor with Mickey for our success." Julian, Cordelia, and Z then spoke to the assembly via Alex's implant and channeled through his belt harness, speaking their names and announcing themselves as Hurricane Sades. The distinction was not lost on the audience, especially the Méridien visitors. "And lastly, but certainly not least by any means," Alex said, "I would like to introduce you to the entity who did more than any individual to build our relationship with the Sui, saving hundreds, if not thousands, of lives. Her knowledge of music helped decode the Sui language, and on both planets the Sui have adopted her as their hive singer, a most prestigious position. Sirs, I present Mutter." "Good morning, sirs," Mutter said. "President Racine flatters me. I have been the Sade aboard my freighter, now known as the Moneymaker, for more than 231 years. Through the Admiral's efforts, I have been proud to participate in the rescue of both the Libran population and the Sui. Now I find no greater pleasure in my existence than my evening serenades to the Sui. I'm proud to be called Hive Singer." The House leaders could only manage short, stuttered questions via their implants to one another. The world of the Hurricanes was far stranger than they could have imagined. As the Minister of Technology, Daryl Jaya was beside himself with curiosity. He whispered into Maria's ear, "I'm about to soil my trousers in anticipation, Madam President." Maria was sympathetic to Daryl's burning curiosity. "We will be allowed to go aboard, will we not, President Racine?" "Oh, more than that, President Gonzalez," Alex replied. "This is your transport planetside." On cue, Mickey, Sheila, and Ellie stood aside and gestured to the company to board the traveler. Therese and Pia had the honor of acting as hostesses for the prestigious guests. They stood in the hatch entrance with smiles on their faces. Throwing aside protocol, Daryl Jaya hurried to the traveler, scampered up the steps, and paused briefly to nod to Therese and Pia before he disappeared inside. Maria and Will shared a laugh over Jaya's uncontrollable curiosity. They quickly followed him, and the ambassadors directed the leaders to board. When everyone was settled in for the flight and the bay had been cleared, Sheila and Ellie guided the vessel out of the bay for the trip planetside. Inside the traveler, the first-time passengers were engrossed in examining the comfortable interior. Méridien-style seating conformed to their individual bodies. From general amenities to interior lighting, the finish cried luxurious styling. There was little that was utilitarian. "President Racine, do you intend to appoint all the shuttles in this wonderful quality?" Katerina asked, squirming deliciously in her seat. "Sirs, you must keep in mind that this is not a shuttle," Alex replied. "We refer to this vessel as a traveler. It has the capacity to move throughout any system without reaction mass and at a max velocity of 0.91 c. You should allow for the comfort of your passengers. However, we will finish the traveler interiors to your specifications, or you may build them out as you please." Alex had noticed Katerina's efforts to catch his attention. It had not escaped his notice that her house was responsible for Méridien implants, and probably was the underlying reason for her efforts. After several more questions for Alex, conversation coalesced among each group of visitors. Their discussions focused on the ramifications to their societies of the Hurricane's successful recreation of a silver ship. When the new Terran's conversation dwindled, Daryl Jaya could no longer contain his impatience. "President Racine, when will we depart?" Alex stood up and turned around to face the seated passengers. "Commander Reynard has informed me that we will be entering the atmosphere soon." "But the takeoff, the motion, the engines, the acceleration," Daryl said. Alex bestowed a huge grin on Daryl. "These travelers are quite remarkable, aren't they, Minister Jaya?" The visitors urgently whispered or communicated implant to implant. Thoughts of efficient, environmentally neutral long-range shuttles had intrigued them, but experiencing the absence of the travelers' flight mechanics was proving to be overwhelming. Finally, the passengers felt the disturbance of atmospheric re-entry, but it was nothing akin to their experiences in their own shuttles. The travelers' ultra-sleek design and smooth skin slid through the air, and the shell absorbed the friction heat to charge its collectors. Soon after the ride had become smooth again, the interior lights slowly brightened. "That's the signal that we've landed, sirs," Alex said, accompanying his comment with an apologetic shrug of his shoulders. "There is no other indication of an arrival, not with experienced pilots. Hurricane is still a little dry and a little short of oxygen, although we are working on that. Please make your way efficiently onto the transport that's waiting for you." The visitors stood and headed rearward to where Therese and Pia stood. The hatch seam appeared, bright sunlight streaming through it, and the steps extended from the lowered hatch. Jaya nodded politely to Maria and extended his hand to allow her to precede him. "I see, Minister," Maria said. "Now that an inhospitable environment awaits us, you suddenly remember to let your president go first." Maria laughed at Daryl's crestfallen expression and patted him on the shoulder as she passed him by. Will laughed as well and then gently pushed Daryl ahead of him. As the visitors exited the craft, they looked back at the traveler, which floated on another gravlift cradle. When they boarded the transport, they sought window seats that faced the ship, staring at its mesmerizing colors as they glowed in Hurricane's morning sun. Entranced as they were by the view of the traveler, their attention was snatched away by an ice asteroid shooting overhead, its wide plume of steam streaming behind it. Maria shook her head in disbelief. Where the Meridians were content with their technology, entrenched in safety protocols, and new Terrans had yet to become technologically advanced, Hurricanes surmounted challenges with imaginative innovations. She realized that, given time, the Hurricanes would change this corner of the galaxy. Negotiations lasted 9 days. On the subject of monetary exchange, and at Minister Ishikawa's urging, President Gonzalez offered a universal credit, a 1-to-1 exchange with Hurricane credits. Alex recognized a gift when he saw one and accepted it. The House leaders could offer no such deal. They lacked the authority, but promised to pay for the travelers in Confed credits at par value. Transferring their credits to an exchange run by SAIDs seemed eminently sensible to them. After the question of credits had been settled, negotiations had begun in earnest for the travelers. Alex's team, headed by Leo Breslin, had met with him days earlier, when they had presented the travelers' pricing, with and without finished interiors and with and without beam technology. Alex had been shocked. "Sirs, I have had only one experience with pricing a ship, which was my own, the original Outward Bound. I find these prices incredible. How did you arrive at these?" Alex had asked. "Mr. President," Leo Breslin had replied, "we discovered we had no means of establishing a price based on materials and labor. The technology is unique. priceless, one might say. So we chose to price our most basic traveler against the real-world costs of Méridien shuttle construction, plus the costs of reaction mass and maintenance over the life expectancy of the shuttle, which our SAIDs were able to supply. Alex had expected the Méridien leaders to balk at the prices, but within moments of conferring, they were all smiles and bargaining for terms and delivery times. Between the three leaders, they purchased a total of 19 travelers, agreeing to a 50% down payment. Their shuttles would be delivered over a period of 2 years. Unfortunately, the price of a traveler was a challenge to Maria's government budgets, but Alex had other plans for New Terra. Once he established that Maria was interested in 16 of the travelers, Alex calculated the total price and offered Maria a deal. Alex's advisory team had identified items that Heracans needed and would be stretched to produce, but that New Terra had in abundance: food stock, raw materials, and manpower. Alex and Maria sketched out a complex agreement. Heracan would deliver travelers, and New Terra would provide hundreds of kilotons of food stock per Heracan specifications, and provide workers and many of the materials to build Heracan's first orbital station. Maria recognized her gift was being returned. New Terra had food production capability to spare and thousands of engineers and techs who would give a digit or two to work on a Méridien-designed orbital station, as well as take part in creating the tens of thousands of items required. Once negotiations were completed, there was only one item left on the agenda. Only it wasn't on Alex's agenda. "43. Maria and Gino had expressed sincere desires to greet the Sui first. However, after Alex had explained the first's greeting ceremony, Gino graciously bowed out. Only Maria had stood her ground, saying she was prepared to consume a fish's flesh for the honor of greeting the first. Alex, his people, and the visitors took the traveler to the shell construction site, landing it in its cradle. Per Alex's instructions, the group disembarked and remained near the shuttle. He did not want to confuse the first during the introduction. 2 more shells were under construction, the females crawling over the unfinished edges. Leader O'Shea broached the subject that had been on his mind. "Ser de Girnon," Devon said, "if the Sui are citizens, how do you compensate them?" "We are still working on that, Ser," Renee responded. "The Sui could request many things for their labors, and they would be granted. Presently, they're focused on returning to a normal life. They fish, build dwellings, and procreate. The egg domes have tripled since they've arrived. The shells they build are a tribute to the Star Hunter first," Renee added, indicating Alex. Maria sidled next to Eric. She had found that the ambassador often offered her valuable and insightful advice, allowing her to glean helpful impressions of first-time contact with Alex and the Heracans. "Have you greeted the Sui first, Ambassador Stroheim?" Maria asked. "Fortune forbid, President Gonzalez. Only President Racine has received that honor," Eric replied, shuddering at the thought of consuming the ceremonial offering. "Do you have any suggestions for me, Sir?" Maria asked. "Sir President, when entering uncharted territory, I advise it is always wise to follow the leader," Eric replied. Maria's mouth twitched as she controlled her desire to laugh at Eric's reference to the children's game, but a glance at the ambassador found him staring at Alex. Maria had made preparations for this moment in concert with Julian, and hoped Alex would be pleased by her request. Now it struck her how serious the event was for the Sui and the Heracans. The realization wouldn't change her plans, but it changed the emotional overtone. Alex motioned Maria forward. After crossing half the distance to the travelers under shell construction, Alex's harness cut loose with a loud whistle. A large Sui male burst from the swim tank and raced toward them. Maria's footsteps stuttered to a halt at the furious rush of the alien creature. Vids had not prepared her for reality. She felt Alex's hand firmly grasp hers and was grateful for the contact. When the claw-snapping first skidded to a halt in front of them, Maria felt too petrified to move. A series of whistles and warbles were exchanged by the creature and Alex, and Maria's harness and earcom followed their simple greeting. When the Sui-Sui's 4 eye stalks focused on her, she felt lightheaded. She was in the presence of an alien, a true alien. Alex sat cross-legged on the ground. Eric's words returned to her, and she followed Alex's lead. When the first lowered himself to the ground and stopped snapping its claws, it mollified her somewhat, and she worked to recall her plan. She watched Alex extend his hands in claw fashion, and the first placed his claws below Alex's in greeting. The first's eye stalks flicked from the Star Hunter first to the large entity seated next to him. The first hoped he was to greet the Star Hunter first's new mate. His people had been saddened that the leader of the Star Hunter had only one mate, and a puny one at that. Before Alex could introduce her, Maria triggered her belt harness via her earcom to issue its initial phrase. "World First greets Star Hunter First," whistled forth, and Maria held out claw-like hands to Alex, who extended his hands to her in greeting. But where Alex sought to touch fingertips to fingertips, Maria lowered her hands below his. From the corner of her eyes, she saw the Sui-Sui's eye stalks train on the relative positions of their human claws. Maria turned to the Sui-Sui and triggered her second phrase. Her belt whistled, "World First greets Sui-Sui First." Maria waited until the first's claws were fully extended before she reached out and touched fingertips to claw tips, not above and not below. She held her hands still while the first's eye stalks flicked from their touching appendages, then to Alex and back. The first pulled his claws back. He had identified the entity in front of him as female, and she was not a mate, but a leader, a female leader. It seemed confusing, but the female had been brought to him by the Star Hunter first. There was no time to dwell on the oddities. Ceremony was required. He whistled his needs, and a large male shot out of the swim pool and hurried to the feeding tank. With a small fish pinioned in a claw, he scurried to the first, lowering himself to the ground to offer the tribute. The first accepted the fish, snipping off its head and tail and stripping its skin. In the meantime, the Sui-Sui females had stopped work and closed around the leaders to observe the greeting ceremony. The oldest and largest matrons crowded close to Maria, their mouthparts smacking as they tasted the air. Warbles and tweets passed between them. The new leader had been identified as female and presented as an equal to their first, which made this a momentous occasion. "The females are impressed, Maria," Alex said, his voice soothing her. "It's an important event for them to discover a female leader." When one of the matrons inadvertently bumped Maria, the eye stalks of the first flicked toward the offender, and his shrill whistle pierced the air. The matrons obediently retreated several meters. Maria watched the Sui-Sui male efficiently strip the fish. He spread his claws to enable him to come close to Alex. Maria could scent the odors of the sea from his body. One fillet of the fish was offered to Alex, who immediately bit into it, chewing noisily. The first whistled softly in response, bobbing up and down. Maria understood the action as excited approval. When the Sui-Sui stripped the second fillet, his eye stalks focused closely on the piece of flesh, and he carefully divided it in two. He offered both pieces to her. "You have presented yourself as equals, Maria," Alex said quietly. "Choose one." Maria took one of the pieces and held the cool flesh in her hand. While she gathered her courage, the first's eye stalks flicked between her offering, her face, and Alex. She glanced at Alex. In response, he bit a large piece of tissue off his fillet and continued to smack and chew. Maria put the flesh in her mouth, her stomach roiling, but as she bit down, A light, sweet flavor covered her tongue. As she chewed, a refreshing flavor filled her mouth. She concentrated on the taste and tried not to think of the creature she was eating. A bit late, she realized her eyes were closed. She opened them to find the Sui First's 4 eyes staring at her. Maria heard Alex chewing noisily and grunting, so she played Follow the Leader and began smacking her lips and chewing noisily. The first whistled shrilly, which nearly had Maria bolting back to the shuttle, but she maintained her place. He stuffed his portion of the fillet in his mouth, smacking and chewing on the flesh. The host of Sui burst into a raucous celebration of whistles and snapping claws. "When is the ceremony concluded, Alex?" Maria asked. She felt she was depending on a younger brother to guide her through treacherous waters. "When all have finished their share, Maria," Alex replied. Maria looked at the portion of her share that remained. She glanced to Alex and then to the first. Both were licking their hands, having finished their ceremonial offerings. Maria took a breath and let it out. Then she concentrated on biting, chewing, and swallowing, as if she was in a TSF training regimen. She hadn't made Terran security forces general by possessing a mind unable to focus. When Maria was finished, Alex stood up, but Maria found it difficult to stand. She felt lightheaded again, and her legs were shaky. Alex helped her up, which she greatly appreciated. The Sui extended his dangerously pointed and edged claws to Alex, who formed fists and smacked down on the claws. Then the first extended his claws to Maria, and she tapped them lightly. The claws stayed in place, and the eye stalks swiveled between her and Alex. "Follow the leader," echoed in her mind, and she thumped the colorful blue-green claws with her fists, which felt like striking stone. The first loosed an ear-splitting whistle, and the assembly joined in. Maria watched Alex raise his hands over his head, spinning around and snapping his fingers. Maria shrugged her broad shoulders and copied Alex. It had been years since she had danced, although she had loved to as a young girl. The more she spun and snapped, the better she felt. Soon she realized the laughter she heard was coming from her. A great many concerns as president of New Terra fell away as she participated in the ceremony's conclusion. Completing a rotation, she saw that Alex had stopped, and she did the same. Her grin was an echo of the one Alex wore. Alex was ready to return to the Traveler, but as the first backed away, the eldest matrons, those most heavily scarred of shell and claw, came close to Maria. Alex stepped back to clear room for the females, since they were intent on Maria. The matrons stopped a half-meter away from her, lifting their claws in the air and bobbing slowly. "Alex?" Maria asked nervously, her concern returning. "I believe you have created a new concept for the Sui, a female leader. The matrons wish to share in the moment." "Do you have a suggestion, Alex?" Maria asked. "You are the leader of a world, Maria," Alex replied. "Follow your diplomatic instincts." Maria looked at the heavy, blunt pair of claws directly in front of her. The female's claws and carapace were a torment of scars and scrapes across what probably had been a beautiful shell. Her heart reached out to the female and what she had endured throughout her life, mining for the Nual. In her mind, she was a general again, and a trooper who had been injured in the line of duty now stood in front of her, waiting to be decorated. Maria's fists closed tightly, and she smacked down on the blunt claws in front of her. The elderly matron warbled softly and briefly lowered herself to the ground before scuttling backward. Another female took her place. Alex watched female after female stand before the world first, anxious to share in the moment. He would have interrupted, knowing what the constant impact was doing to Maria's hands, but she wore a determined look and was smacking claws with vigor. "Therese," Alex sent. "Standing by with ointment, Mr. President," Therese returned. When the last matron received Maria's greeting, Alex guided her back toward the traveler. She was breathing heavily, and the edges of her hands bled from the nicks on the female's claws, but she wore the most beatific smile. "I have new friends," Alex heard her say. When they reached the traveler, Therese applied the nanites ointment to Maria's hand. Tatia stepped up to the two presidents and handed them small cups. "Perhaps the presidents would care for a palate cleansing after your ceremony?" As Tatia filled the two cups with amber liquid, Alex thought to admonish Maria to swallow, not swish and spit while they were within sight of the sui-sui, but he needn't have bothered. Maria slugged down the ship's brew of cactus alcohol and held her cup out for a refill. It appeared the two ex-TSF officers had shared drinks more than once. Back at the Hurricane facilities that had been used for negotiations, the House leaders and Maria approved their agreements as recorded by the Sades. Katerina Pasco took the opportunity to ask Alex for a moment or two of his time in private. Alex indicated a small office, and they retired behind a closed door. The ambassadors regarded each other, as did the remaining two leaders. Renee, however, stared at the closed door. Once inside the office, Katerina resorted to her implant. "I would appreciate a discussion on the source of the implant power you displayed in the council chambers." She stepped close to Alex, cutting into his personal space, seeking to take advantage of her similar appearance to Serre de Guernon. The two might have been mistaken for sisters. Shades of Lena, Alex thought. "It's interesting you should mention this subject, Leader Pasco," Alex said, holding his ground and putting on what he hoped was a disinterested expression. "I have attempted several times to recreate the experience and have been unsuccessful. I believe it was a one-time event driven by the emotions of the moment." "Perhaps I can help you explore your capabilities," Katerina said, stepping so close to Alex that her delicate features filled his vision. Alex shrugged his broad shoulders in a show of apathy and reverted to voice. "Personally, I have no desire to explore the effect, Leader Pasco. Thank you for your interest and your offer," Alex said politely, and then turned and exited the office. With no more business to conduct, Alex led the way out of the facilities to their traveler. Renee and Therese were focused on the office doorway, intent on gauging Katerina's expression following her conversation with Alex. "I wonder if Leader Pasco knows how much scowling ruins a beautiful visage," Therese said to Renee. "Yes, it appears our president has been a disappointment to our visitor," Renee sent back. As the two women turned toward the exit lock, employed to trap oxygen-rich air inside, their evil grins of satisfaction remained unseen by Katerina Pasco. Renee hurried to catch up with Alex, sliding her hand into the crook of his elbow. His hand covered hers without missing a word in his conversation with the visitors. Gino had deliberately sought a seat on the traveler next to President Gonzalez for the trip back to their respective ships. He chatted amiably with her for much of the journey. "Leader Diamante," Maria said in a lull in the conversation, "we will be landing soon. My intuition says you have something to say or ask." "Your instincts are correct, President Gonzalez," Gino replied. "I've been deciding how to encourage an invitation. In Méridien society, one is required to wait till one is asked." "Then it's probably good you're not talking to a Méridien, Leader Diamante," Maria replied. Gino desperately wished he was communicating via implant. It was easy to understand an individual's true intent when it came from their thoughts. Too much opportunity for change existed when thoughts traveled the pathways from mind to mouth, as evidenced by his observations of children. Then again, the Hurricane president was an example of a new Terran who was most direct in his speech, and it was obvious he and President Gonzalez were close compatriots. "I would like to visit New Terra, President Gonzalez," Gino finally said. "What would be the purpose of your visit, Leader Diamante?" Maria asked. The Confederation has better tech than us, and many of your people believe contact with my people contaminates your society." "That is all quite true, Sir President," Gino replied. "It would require you and I work that much harder to find common ground for trade. Or are you suggesting that two people such as us would fail at the task?" Maria extended her powerful hand to Gino, saying, "I look forward to your visit, Leader Diamante." The traveler landed aboard the Freedom, where it had access to a cradle. In the future, the Hurricanes might develop landing gear, but for now, gravlift cradles were required at any landing zone. Maria Gonzalez and her ministers boarded Captain Lillian Hauser's liner for the return trip home. In 56 days, New Terra would receive the Freedom and load it with food stocks, building materials, and workforce. The latter group would be composed of techs, engineers, and EVA crew, who would help the Hurricanes build their planet's first orbital station. The thought of New Terra's T-stations operating at full capacity for years to come pleased Maria, but more than that, New Terra would have technological access to the entire gamut of materials created for the Méridien-designed orbital station. There had been one subject that Maria had not resolved to her satisfaction. Privately, she had broached the subject of travelers with beam weaponry for New Terra, but Alex's answer had been conditional. He didn't say no, and he didn't say yes. He stated he needed more time to consider his decision. It was a mature answer for a leader, Maria had thought. Aboard the Il Piacere, the house leaders and their support staff were an hour ahead of Captain Hauser's liner, bound for Méridien. Gino Diamante sipped his drink, luxuriating in their mission's success. Every other Méridien house leader, except for the two in his company, had chosen not to join him for various reasons. Some intensely disliked Alex Racine. Others were incensed at the presence of independence on Cetus, as they chose to still call the planet, and many other excuses had been offered. However, Gino knew the unstated and fundamental reason they had chosen to stay home. They feared Council Leader Ganesh. Word had circulated throughout the flotilla that Alex and his entourage had remained aboard the Freedom after the visitors departed, and they were making their way to the Central Gardens. People began gathering in public places, parks, meal rooms, and any place they could congregate, anticipating the President's announcement. Even the pilots and crew operating in the belt slowed their work to listen. In the Freedom's Central Gardens, Alex found a quiet bench for him and Renee. "Cordelia, all Hurricanes, please," Alex sent. "With the greatest of pleasure, Sir President," Cordelia replied. "Good evening, Hurricanes," Alex began. "We have secured contracts for Traveler production for the next 2 years. By the time they are delivered, Rainmaker should have secured us atmospheric conditions that will allow the planting of our first forests and parks around Espero. At that time, everyone will be able to do without their personal oxygen supply. In addition, we've contracted with New Terra to exchange travelers for food stocks for the next 2 years, and materials and labor for the construction of our first orbital station. We have a long path ahead of us, people, but we have our own planet, viable and with wonderful potential, and I know all of you will be working to make a success of our new home. May fortune be with us all." Alex's message kicked off celebrations throughout the flotilla and planetside, although only about 9,000 Hurricanes lived on planet. Accommodations there remained sparse. Many people tuned their implants to one of the SAID's music channels. Christy and her new friends, Amelia and Eloise, had requested the SAIDs set up simulcasts of multiple music channels. It was interesting that none of the SAIDs had sought to confirm that the request was authorized. Few young people had more combined clout than the President's sister, the runner-organizer, and the great-granddaughter of Fiona Hurricane. Around the park, many of the young tuned their implants to the same channel to dance in the syncopated Méridien style. It was interesting to watch young New Terrans imitate the sinuous dance styles of Méridien youth. As the evening wore on, Food and drink were dispensed by vendors, and the pioneer restaurateur ventures took the opportunity to introduce their new recipes. The entourage from the Traveler, which had accompanied Alex and Renee, had wandered off, except for Etienne, who stood quietly to the side of their bench, continuing to keep watch. The potential for an incident was near zero, but as the senior people had agreed with the twins, near zero was not zero. Alex was too important to lose. Etienne wasn't alone, though. Ellie Thompson's delicate hand was curled in his. Couples strolled through the Freedom's Grand Park, walking hand in hand or arm in arm. It was a pleasurable custom many had adopted from the vids that circulated of their president and his partner. People passed in front of Alex and Renee, but none disturbed the president with comments, vocal or sent. Alex's faraway expression urged them only to nod respectfully, with Renee accepting their honor for both of them. Alex's thoughts weren't engaged with anyone, not even the Sades. He was seeing a tug explorer captain sitting alone at his bridge console aboard the Outward Bound. It felt like the distant past, but it was only 2 years ago. Then his thoughts drifted to the here and now. The people under his care were safe, and Harrican had secured a future that heralded growth and prosperity. I just need this to last, Alex thought. The Sui were gathered on the cliff tops of Libra's clarion seas and Harrican's tranquil bay, which the people had begun calling Racine Bay. The hives of both planets assembled every evening, nestling down on grass or soil, walking legs tucked under and eye stalks fully retracted, to hear the serenades of the hive singer. The hives of Libra heard Mutter many days later than the Harrican hives, but they were always assembled and waiting every evening for their hive singer, who never failed them. This evening Mutter was in her glory. She sang a song of celebration for the Harricans, human, Sade, and Sui, and for herself. Her dream, her wish, the first she had held in her long existence, was one step closer to coming true. One evening, she thought, I will stand before the hives when I sing. This concludes the reading of Méridien by SH Jucha, narrated by Grover Gardner. Produced by SH Jucha. Audio production by Dog-Eared Copy, Inc.